and you have to like go back to the actual like the main page for the channel and then find the stream again.
Yep, that's exactly what happens. Multiple times I'll be, even like if it's like a live debate or whatever, and you're like, wait, no, it got disconnected. But yeah, you just have to go back, find the live again. So even like posting something in the comment section before you do it, I think helps them out. Otherwise, the chat is like, oh no, it's gone forever. People like panic.
Mic check, can I be heard?
Yep, we got you, Hank.
Yeah.
Cool. So, sorry about that, Globers. I know that I'm known for taking away your gravity. But yeah, look at the drop test. Looks
That's what
like
I
the
was
one
going
on
to
the
ask you.
left.
What is that?
So they're dropping a bunch of magnets. Sorry, magnets. Sorry. They're dropping a bunch of elements. Bremen drop tower in the live stream 1 text. Okay, so yeah. So they're dropping a bunch of elements, and they got the camera like attached to the box, and the box is holding all these elements. And then there's like a graph. I think that's a graph. Yeah, to like show you that they don't all fall at the same rate. So this is really interesting because it's in a vacuum.
Oh, that's interesting. And they're not even all rising at the same rate either. Right?
Right,
Like,
they're not falling at the same rate. Yeah.
Or even rising. Like I'm looking at the one to the left, the one to the right, the one in the middle, and then all of a sudden it's like things go up and then drop down. So the one to the left in LI is rising. The one to the right in PB is rising. The one to the left, which looks heavier, is rising faster than the one that's in PB. And then the one in the middle that I think is C is rising the slowest. It's resetting. Yeah, the one that's C, it slowly begins to rise. And then all of a sudden they all go up and then go down.
Yeah, that's when it hit the ground. So they're not rising. It's relative to the platform. They appear to be rising, but they're actually falling at different rates.
Is there a source to this? I'd like to see the source.
Bremen drop tower.
Can you post it?
This is all I got, buddy. I do apologize.
I'd like to see the content showing.
I know. I know I'm supposed to do better than that. I apologize. But I'm at work.
Okay, I'm sorry. My son had a freak out. I wanted to hopefully hear the rest from you, Hank, about what this GIF that you showed. So you're not talking about how they're lifting in the beginning. You're only talking about how it shakes. They go up and then they all come down at different speeds. That was what you were remarking on?
So what it is, there's a camera attached to this box, and he drops this box in a tower, and it falls, I don't know how many feet, and then when it hits the bottom, everything goes all over the place. So what you're supposed to be looking at is the rate of fall for the box is constant. So the rate of all the different elements in the box, they all fall at different speeds, which proves that the 9.8 meters a second thing is just a convention that you can use to estimate how fast things fall. It's not actually how fast things fall, because things do fall at a different speed, and then the proof of this is that this is done in a vacuum. If it was done outside, people would just say, oh, turbulence, and they're different size objects, and they have different mass. but it was done in a vacuum, so it makes it legit.
This is really interesting to me. Do you have the name for that of what this was called or who
Why
did
are they
it?
falling this carbon?
Because somebody dropped the box.
Yeah, and so
And it's called the Bremen Drop Tower.
what is it called?
Bremen Drop Tower? That's what Jeremy said it was?
Drop
Because I
tower.
don't even know who gave me this. I didn't know what it was called. I just kept it because I knew its significance was pretty important.
Yeah, it seems really interesting to me, and even the rate of falling, right? Like, so I would love to know more about this, like what these elements are, because it looks like the one to the left weighs more. It's rising faster than the one to the right or the one in the middle. The one in the middle starts rising, and if it's falling, what is lifting up as it's falling? I found that even interesting on a standalone. But then, yeah, looking at like when it actually hits and then it drops back down, they aren't all falling at the same. Yeah.
Yeah, when it hits, the test is over. What you're measuring is that these different materials, they definitely fall at different speeds because that's what the chart behind the minerals are for. I said minerals, elements, whatever.
Oh, the chart is for the minerals. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so you can see the different rates that they fall. So you can measure they're falling at different rates. And the thing is that the bowling ball and the feathers, they fall at different rates too. Like when you drop them both, like the feathers start falling first, and the ballers say, well, that's because the bowling ball has more mass, therefore it takes longer to move the mass, you know. And it's like, I thought they fell at the same speed though. I thought everything falls at 9.8 meters a second squared. So it's just a convention. It's just like the speed of light. It's a convention. So what's the speed of light? Well, it depends. Are you talking about through water? Are you talking about through the atmos? Are you talking about in a vacuum? Through glass? Those are all different speeds.
Yeah, generally just trying to evacuate.
I didn't hear what you said, bro.
Howard,
Well,
your mic. We couldn't
oh,
quite
sorry.
hear you, Howard. No, I was just say we couldn't. I just let Left Lane know we couldn't hear him.
I just wanted to say, so I'm not good with elements and like recognizing them off their little letters, but it's lithium, carbon, and what is it? Lead, right? So lead is the PB, carbon is the center, and lithium is towards the left. And the lithium is rising the highest, then the lead, and then the carbon. And they're all definitely falling at different speeds. The other ones don't seem to be moving at all, period.
Isn't lithium the lightest metal?
I thought it was
the less
carbon,
dense.
but I would have to look into that because I thought that carbon or titanium. I don't know. I'm
Carbon's
not
not
good
a
with
metal.
elements.
Carbon is not a metal.
I was just talking about elements, and yeah, he said metal.
Oh,
I didn't even know lithium was a metal, quite frankly.
I could be wrong. The table of elements, it's not really my strong point. So correct me if I am wrong.
Yeah,
Feel
no,
free to.
mine either. I'm gonna look it up right now. If lithium,
it's yeah, it is a metal. It's a
metal.
how do I say? It's one of those earth metals. What is it called? An alkali
Yeah,
metal, like
it
that.
is. Its atomic number is 3. It's soft silvery white. But wouldn't titanium? Is titanium even on the elemental chart? I don't even know.
Yes, titanium is a
So
transition.
titanium, it would be that would be the lightest metal. Would be titanium, wouldn't it?
No, lithium is. Lithium is the lightest metal. It has it only has 3 protons.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to even argue with that. I'll look it up.
Just look up the
lightest
atomic mass.
metal is a lattice of nickel phosphorus tubes. Lightest metal.
That's not like atomically.
No.
That's the
Yeah,
structure. That's a crystalline structure.
You're thinking alloy. You're thinking alloy metal. So what you want to look for is the lightest.
Hydrogen is the
element.
lightest element. Blah blah blah.
Yeah,
Give me a
hydrogen,
straight
then
answer.
helium, then lithium, and lithium's the
And then-
first metal, so that makes it the
And then
lightest.
Sorry, bro. What's the densest metal? Can somebody look that up?
The lightest
The
is
densest
definitely
metal.
lithium. Okay, let me see if I can find this densest.
Probably something like uranium near there. Probably one of the synthetic ones. Because literally, as you add protons and neutrons to an atom, it just gets denser.
Right.
The higher
Right, but
the
I'm talking about in nature. So there's this thing going on right now where we've been arguing for quite a few years, about 100 years or more. What is the cause of density, right? Is it the bending and warping of space-time? If it is, can you manipulate that so we can see things go up and down? No, but what we can do is manipulate mediums, and the relative density causes things to go up and down. So the whole argument is based on what's the cause of density. And people like Witsit and myself and others think it's electrostatics, and metals have the most amount of density, the best conductibility for static. So their molecules and atoms are packed the tightest because of this electrostatic capability. And we're thinking this is the cause of density. Now, I can't really prove that. I think Witsit would probably be better to make that argument, but that makes sense.
You're roboting.
The cost.
We only missed the very last part. You just started roboting. Go ahead, Hank.
There's also a downward current, downward flowing current on Earth. We also know that all molecular and non-molecular attractive forces are electrostatic by nature.
Electrostatic, saying,
Hank, you're roboting.
Well, from what I could find, Noah, I don't know. It says mild steel and carbon steel are like the densest metal. Metal density chart, the highest. Sorry, Hank, you're still roboting. I didn't mean to speak over you, but you're roboting. Oh, no, wait, and I lied, Noah. I found another one that it's gold. Gold is the densest. And then iridium, mercury, osmium. Out of all of these, the densest would be iridium. Iridium is the densest. Iridium or osmium?
Are there any chemists in here?
Well, I tried to find a chart, and the one that I found, of course, it has like, here's the density, right? And then, of course, it doesn't have it in line with densest to least dense. It's like mixed up all over the place.
So
but definitely iridium and osmium. Osmium has 22.587, and osmium has, it's all in alphabetical order. Then iridium has 22.56. So iridium would be less dense than osmium, but it seems like osmium would be the densest metal
So
based off this chart.
I'm sure I'm about to ask a stupid question, but they love that in here. So is there ever a situation where that chart of material densities reorders, like, let's say at room temperature, there's the chart of densities, but at a different temperature, for whatever reason, they would swap places?
100%.
So,
See, the reason you're getting a difference between densities of like atoms in a structure and then just the atoms by itself is because that structure is either going to be more or less densely packed depending on like the geometric properties of how the charges on the atom interact themselves. So the reason if you have a lighter element yet it makes a denser medium is because it connects to its other elemental counterparts in a way that takes up less space, basically.
right. So that's what I'm at, I guess. Right.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. Like if you heat it up,
True.
I mean, you could see it with water itself. Water's not a metal, but like just water itself, man. Like you heat it up, and it loses volume or something like that.
That one, I don't want to give you water. I don't want to give you water because water is multiple elements. I'm just
right. Okay. So with like any type of metal that would create a crystalline structure, once you heat it up into like a magma or something, it'll become liquid, right? And then you have some crystal structures that take up more than others. So you could have two different metals, melt both of them, and they could swap places in density. 100% for sure.
You sound very confident, and I mean, I want to trust you. And but you definitely, yeah, the crystals is definitely like where I'm thinking about. It's like, okay, wait, you know what I mean? Like, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it just like that picture of the atom that they sell us, and it's all just about, that shell size or whatever, or is it more about how they connect, or is it just a single atom? But it is weird to think about this Bremen drop tower stuff because it seemed like it was kind of controversial when it came out, if I remember correctly.
What is the explanation for it in the mainstream?
I believe they boldface just claim it does. They all do the same, and we're looking at like a margin of error or something with these slight little differences. Because I don't think they've have 1,000 points of data on it that they show publicly.
I think there's also been like some suppression of it as well.
Well, here's the deal. If things fall at 9.8 meters a second squared, there is no margin of error. That's how they fall. It either is or it isn't.
I got it.
Both.
I'm just trying to say what they say. You know what I mean? I think that's their response.
I'm not arguing against you, brother. I appreciate you finding out the response so that I can attack it and not you, homie.
Yeah. And it's like, bro, I remember when I first seen it too. I was like, wow, like, and then you hear that it's suppressed. You're like,
Why would you suppress, an experiment? Right? This is an observational experiment. This is their favorite type of experiment.
I remember him, but it was on Global.
Can you reference the experiment that you posted this GIF on so that we can analyze the context and find out exactly what's going on?
Well, it's not my fault that it's being suppressed. It's called the Bremen drop tower experiment.
No, I'm not saying it's being suppressed. I mean, you posted the GIF. Do you have a source for that GIF?
I just told you that's the best source that I got because I received a gift with no information on it. I don't even know who I got it from. I've had it for a long time, and I've heard.
I've seen this on the news. They covered this on the news. Globebusters highlighted it before, and then Globebusters also claim that, like, if you go to look more into it, it's hard to find and stuff like this. Like the news thing is not there anymore or something, but people have it, but it seems like it's hard to find. Let's go on an adventure together, folks. Let's find it. I do Bremen Drop Tower news interview. You might get something like that.
It is DARM drop tower in Bremen over in Europe. I found it here. I'm going to look into it.
What's the name of it?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same or not, though. There's this University of Bremen Center of Applied Space Technology and Microgravity, where they have this big, they have this big thing. But I don't know. I'm not sure that that's the same as that other test, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, this is the Bremen facility here that I'm looking at. It's got a 120 meter drop tower or something like that.
Okay, that would explain the long fall, wouldn't it? Because what we're witnessing here is somebody dropped the box. And you can't tell somebody dropped the box until there's an extreme amount of G-force at the very end. And it bounces. Everything bounces just like it was dropped from a tower. So you would expect everything to fly at different speeds because they have different volume, right? But they're not floating up dependent on volume. So there's something else going on. It's not about the volume that's causing it to float because it's in a vacuum.
You lost me already because I don't understand that. And I'm sorry, I'm the idiot in the room.
Okay. So if there's greater volume, there's going to be greater air resistance or friction, surface area.
Enough said. Got you.
Right. So terminal velocity would play into this. But since it's in a
field container, so blah 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 blah.
Right, since it's in a partial vacuum, right? There's not a whole lot of air resistance taking place here, and the only other variable is that they're falling at different speeds, right? Based on element, not based on volume. So this is some of that good old observational science.
I just found this video on it, which is I just posted. It's a YouTube video just showing that same 9-second clip, but it does give a little bit more information. It says drop experiment at the University of Bremen, the ZARM 6/21/2004. And then it explains a little bit more, and it also gives a website. Although,
good job, bro.
Yeah. So whether this gives the full info or at least a little bit more, but
find the news interview, because that'll give like the main claim, you know what I mean, in it.
yeah, this says that this drop experiment is the falsification of the UFF or Galilee's law.
Told him. The UFF, universal free fall.
Yeah.
Did I guess that right? No, wait.
Galileo's law. He spelled it wrong in that thing, I guess. But
you say UFF. Anyway, dude, Gio, I don't know if you've been privy here, man. I've been bitching up in here about that Galilean principle for the past couple of days. I've got Kosho to fucking strike out. Had Foolish earlier yesterday, who, actually gave the maybe let's look into it type of ending. Bro, the shit that they basing all this shit on is unraveling, man. I don't know if you're around, but there's some real deal shit maybe coming out in your little server here, man. You should definitely archive it. I don't see any of the real deal people. They don't seem to be wanting to handle these tough questions, from the press down, bro. It's like they
Nice.
scared. They scared, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're not smarter than a rocket scientist. They're gonna get exposed.
Yeah, nobody's really challenging me on the specific gravity thing. Everybody knows that it's like real and that you can demonstrate. Why do things fall down? Oh, you manipulate the medium and the relative density, and things go down. Well, that's
Yep.
the cause and the effect right before your eyes. How are you going to
Hank,
dispute that?
Hank,
See,
not
they
only
fight.
that, hold on, Don. Not only that, there's a formula for that where you can divide the density of the object into the density of the medium or vice versa. And depending on if it's higher than 1 or 0 or something, it'll tell you. Sleeping Warrior has the math for this. It'll give you a vector. You get a vector from doing the math for this.
Oh, so they got maths too? Oh, they're done for. How are they going to argue against math? Math proves things, not science. Right? Can't trust your eyes. So they got the
I forget
maths
what it is.
too?
If you take the density,
Chickens are done.
you take the density of an object and then the density of the medium that it's in, and then you either divide one by the other. I can't remember which it is, and then if it's higher than 1, it'll go down, or lower than 1, it'll go up. Something like that.
See, here's the deal. I'm a fat boy. There is no down vector at the bottom of the pool. When I'm at the bottom of the pool, I'm floating. Like I'm trying to stay down there. I'm fighting to stay down. So if I just relax, I'm going to the surface. There's no doubt about it.
So, I always like to make sure that, even though we know that there's a different source, there has to be some programmed orientation to this realm. They'll try to hit us with the, why isn't anything going sideways type of stuff. So we got to make sure that we say that there's some.
Oh, I know the answer to that question. It didn't go sideways because you didn't spin it.
Yeah, say that again. Because what? Because you didn't what?
Things don't fall sideways because you didn't spin it. If you spin something around like a merry-go-round and let go, shit falls sideways. We know about centrifugal force. Don't play dummy with me, dummy.
Yeah, but yeah, you with me. They just hate that, like, if people say gravity isn't what they think it is, that if you colloquial or say gravity's not real, they'll be like, but there's something there, and you can't pretend to think it. Man, this could be something different. Don't get mad.
Yeah. Okay. So there is something to the gravity, right? Gravitas means weight. Well, how do you get weight? Well, there has to be an amount of density. Unless you're going to put the scale on the ceiling, then there has to be an amount of buoyancy, right? So how do you get weight? Well, it has to be in line with specific gravity. If it's not in line with specific gravity, and you got something like a balloon with helium that's been floating in your house for a couple days, and it's like halfway in the middle of the floor and the ceiling because it's reached equilibrium at that point, right? So what is that? What's going on with that right there? It has 0 weight. You can put a scale to the left, to the right, to the bottom, to the top. It ain't gonna register nothing because it's at equilibrium. So there is no weight. So if this thing has no weight, what does that mean? It has no gravity, no gravitas.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, I'm cool with it being a gravity, but it just, to me, it's like, well, it's just based off of orientation and then densities.
Right. So they say that there's always a down vector. What about helium? Is helium worried about your down vector? What about water gas, also known as vapor, water in the gaseous state? Like, what about that? Does it have a down vector? No, not to the static. Causes it to clump up in the clouds. And then once it starts to get clumped up, it's a phase change and it comes back down. Why did it come back down? Because the phase change caused a density change. To be more specific, the static caused a phase change when it clumped together because of electrostatics. And then the static caused the phase change. The phase change caused a density change. and then down back to Earth it comes, which is seeking equilibrium. That's what everything in a medium is always trying to do. It's always trying to seek equilibrium, and at the point that it becomes at rest, if somebody moves it, it's going to seek equilibrium again. Like if you pick up a rock, well, it wants to go back down. Why? Because of bending and warping in space-time? No, because it's seeking equilibrium. So when you let go, the energy that you gave it is now going to return back to equilibrium.
That's a fair concept. I've always liked that kind of retort of, and I know it seems cocky and brash to just be like, well, you picked it up, but it's definitely a logical system. Ironically, this Bremen drop tower thing and what we're saying we might see differences. This is the spot where they don't want to see differences. It's like they say that there's this surface level gravity that you just put the number on, but really they're going to say as you get away from the surface of the earth and all this and all that, like things are going to, see, I don't want to mess this up how I say it, but they're going to like accelerate at different rates. But what we definitely would see is like if things were racing, we would see different phenomenons of speeds of, controlled things racing. And that's what we never see. We never see the different gravity, which should be everywhere. Like this, this thing fell out of space at that rate or that rate. Or this thing was at a higher altitude. So, it fell at that rate. It's like whenever we want to see different rates, they can't show it. And whenever we need to see the same exact rate like they claim, we see things like Bremen Drop Tower showing little differences. It's crazy, man.
So if you think about what they tell us, right? They tell us that, the Earth is in a solar system and the sun has the most mass, and then Jupiter has more mass than all the other so-called planets combined. But right next to Jupiter is this asteroid belt, right? All these asteroids just floating around, and Jupiter's like, hey, look at me. And they're like, no, I don't want to look at you. And then out past, Pluto, there's supposed to be this what's it called, the Oort cloud, right? And it's like all these asteroids and meteors just floating around out there, and it's like the whole solar system is like, look at my gravity, and they're like, no, I don't want to look. I'm not going. And then every once in a while, we see some shiny stuff in the sky, and it's like, how do you know that's not plasma, right? Because when you see a light in the sky, what makes you think that it's like a ball of rusty ice? Like, why would you think that? Because
that's funny, bro.
I would see light in the sky and go, that looks like plasma. In case anybody's wondering what plasma looks like, here you go. See, I think I can give you guys a video too.
That's not what plasma looks like. Plasma looks like what the northern light looks like. That's plasma.
Yeah, that's also plasma. Yeah.
But that's not what and the other thing about those things falling through the sky is they look no different than the reentry of certain spacecraft that we've put up there, as well as them not burning completely up and landing in someone's backyard. And they can see it all the way from in the atmosphere, in space, and down into the ground. I mean, they look at it and see that it's been subjected to the pressures that it creates, the temperatures that creates the ignition of the materials on the surface of that meteorite or meteor. It's not a meteorite until it hits the ground.
Xander, what's up, bro?
What's up, kid?
I've been needing help with a physics thing.
Oh yeah, what kind of physics thing?
Hold on, let me check Make It Do real quick.
All right.
Oh, maybe that wasn't it. Okay, he's running. All right. Yo, the Galilean principle about being on a boat and not being able to tell about constant velocity motion through any experiment. You familiar?
Okay. Sounds familiar, but go ahead. What's the?
Well, okay. Well, I seem to have a problem with thinking that there are experiments that could be done that can tell the difference.
Relative. It's about relative motion, right?
Yes.
And you're on a boat, and the water is moving. You're moving through the air, moving through closer to a landmass nearby, but relative to the water, you're not moving.
Yeah.
because you're in a current.
or for whatever reason.
Well, think about a guy floating in a raft. He can float all the way to Hawaii. He never put a paddle out. He just sits there and takes in the sun for a couple months.
Right. But what I mean is, like, later on when I start to get into Einsteinian stuff, they call back. They use this for a foundation. And you know, I have a problem with this thing first on its own, so I definitely would have a problem with anything using this.
Using what?
I mean, I don't know the exact name of this, but I'm about to pull it exact quote.
Well, pull up the link and I'll try to read through it for you. What overall, what do you kind of?
Well, I've always had a problem with relativity because what it seems to try to do is this weird thing where people get tricked into this non-bigger reference frame problem, and it's like, to me, it don't ever have to stop. Like, you could have a bigger one and a bigger one and a bigger one. The whatever you say is the preferred is just going to be.
Oh, it's all no, but all no pun intended. It's all relative. So, are you talking about general? You're talking about general relativity, not special relativity.
Whichever one talks about the preferred frame being a thing, bro. I don't want to.
Well, they all actually have a foundation in that, but general relativity is the warping of space time, right?
Let me pull this up, bro. Because we're gonna
special relativity is going to be time dilation, right?
Yeah, they're both the time dilation is the bullshit one, pretty much.
Well, it's depends how you want to look at it, but it's more complicated. Obviously, it's very special. That's why it's named special relativity. The general relativity is bending of space time, and then that's an Einsteinian add-on to Newtonian physics, which says that not things are attracted to each other. It's the bending and warping of space time that makes things appear to be attracted to another, but they're not. They're just following a curved path based on the mass and any mass near it.
All right. So I got some physics course from Douglas Fields, okay? Galilean and special relativity. All right.
A special relativity. Okay, now we're talking about the time dilation as you approach the speed of light.
All right, Zanik. All right. So yeah, but I just want to fuck with you on the logic right here, man, and maybe you know why it's something. Because the general concept is the example of a ship traveling at a constant velocity without rocking on a smooth sea. Any observer doing experiments below the deck would not be able to tell whether the ship was moving or stationary.
Yep.
Okay. That's simple enough to understand. Then it said what he actually said, quote, "The motions of bodies included in a given space are the same among themselves, whether that space is at rest or moves uniformly forwards in a right line. A clear proof of this we have from the experiment of a ship where all motions happen after the same manner, whether the ship is at rest or carried forwards in a right line."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a lie.
Well, it just says that all motion is equal in all inertial frames. And you said that initially, right?
But I'm disagreeing with it, though.
Why do you think that all laws of motions are the same in all inertial frames? There's no inertial frame where the laws of motions are not the same.
Yeah, there is.
Well, show me an example of it. That's a good way to prove that, or to substantiate your objection or your interest is to say,
right,
here's a frame where motions are not the same, and here's an example.
Okay, I'll give you the example now. You got to work with me and try to think about it and try to be on my side before you try to say no, because I know it's going to be your natural response. And it's going to be something like, yeah, but this thing is the thing that comes out at the end and shows that it's real. And you got to hold on with me for a minute and say, get any other things out of your head and just think about this logic. The claim is there's no experiment that could be done to tell whether you're at rest or you're in motion, right? That's the claim.
In what frame?
In that frame.
No, that frame you can tell whether you're in motion or not.
Okay, well, it doesn't say this. It says whether the ship is at rest or in either frame or carried forward. It says you're going to be tricked about the frame, pretty much, is what I'm understanding the quote to be.
Well, show it to me, because I would interpret that as saying that from the inertial reference frame, and you're in a rotating or accelerating reference frame. Yes, that's definitely be true.
You're going to go into the careful descriptions. The laws of motion are the same in all inertial frames.
Yes.
Okay.
That means you cannot break the laws of motion, which are, number one would be F equals ma. By a force, you get acceleration proportional to the force for a given mass. That never changes in any inertial frame. All inertial frames. In non-inertial frames, these laws of motions are not the same.
Okay, you ready here, though?
And they vary. They vary due to the acceleration and the type of acceleration and the amount of acceleration that those frames are exhibiting. Like if you're on a merry-go-round, and the inertial frame is rotating like the merry-go-round is. Remember, the merry-go-round isn't the frame; it's just an object.
I gotta say, so you're like agreeing with it. Then you don't like this assumption.
Well, in inertial frame, remember, in non-inertial frames, you'll say, "Wow, these laws of motions are not the same. They're fucked up." And you can prove it. Look at this thing. I throw it one way and it curves to the right. That's not following laws of motion. And then you realize that through that experience, you realize that you are you are looking at this motion from a non-inertial reference frame. Because you could look at it from an inertial reference frame,
bro,
but it'd be like an out of body experience where you have to actually
right. So I understand the law of motion to kind of be like, it's telling you that, like, other than the place in 3D space where you're moving through, everything else is the same for you, whether you were moving or at rest. And so we can
all inertial frames.
I need yes or no's, or I don't knows. I don't need these unless we're going to work.
Maybe we should go back to what a frame of reference is. What is a frame?
No, thank you. So anyway,
so you're going to try to define. You're trying to define these laws and these words, but you don't want to know what they mean.
I know what a frame of reference is, Anik. So anyway,
what is a frame of reference?
First, the principle.
What is a reference frame? Let's go back to reference. Let's go back to the basics. What is a reference frame? I'm sure you'll get it right. I bet you'll get it right. But go ahead. What is a reference frame? I think you know.
First, the principle of relativity is a postulate. It cannot be proved. You have to test in all possible inertial frames, but it yet has to be disproved. Careful measurements have yet to find any discrepancies. The consequences of losing the assumption are difficult to swallow. So we will take Galilean relativity as an unproved but constant assumption. So finally, if we could get Zanuck to agree that everybody in the world takes this principle as a constant assumption, now we can get on to talking about it. Okay, Zanuck.
Well, if you're talking about in simplistic terms, like you see something move, and how do you know you're not moving and it's stationary? Is that what you're saying? Because this is true. And then we just have to further investigate.
Which one do you use it as moving, or do you use it as stationary?
Well, if I see a jet above my head, I don't know whether I'm moving or it's moving.
Well, you do, and I can prove it to you right now, and I'd like your agreements and cooperation. Like in the scientific realm, we could keep busting it open in geos and scream what I keep screaming, or you could just tell me where I'm missing something, buddy.
Tell me how you tell whether there's something moving. If you're on a park bench and it's one of those...
An atomic clock.
Atomic clock?
Yeah, atomic clock.
Okay, now we're talking about special relativity. Okay, and you're talking
about building a device that we know if we add energy and momentum to it, it will measure different measurements, and therefore we throw one under the plane, we throw one in our hair, we know which one's fucking moving. Suck my dick. Fuck your Galilean principle. The consequences of losing the assumption are difficult to swallow.
I didn't know the atomic clock's not experiencing some type of time dilation or some mechanical change due to its mass expanding or something. Something we haven't figured out
Xanax
yet.
doesn't believe in atomic clocks.
Yeah, I believe in atomic clocks, yes.
Right, well, your silence is appreciated. It's what I.
No, I said I believe in atomic clocks. Did you ask me if I believe in atomic clocks? And yes, I do. They exist and they're very accurate.
Right. So don't we know that we can show it getting more momentum in it and giving us different readings, and then we could use
Momentum
them.
or velocity.
Whatever energy is how I like to say it, but you know you don't like how I say it like that. So
Well, no, because it's not about energy. It's about velocity.
it's not about energy. Xanax, come on, man. You are being nice.
As something approaches the speed of light, what happens? Its mass increases and time dilates. Time slows down.
Right. But now how about you realize what whatever his name is, Louis Essen or whatever, to do, whoever made the clock is going to tell you now that this whole thing takes the groundwork out of the whole thing is trying to be used for, Xanax. How can you tell me that this right here, he says there's no experiment that can be done to tell you which one's moving or not, and we know that there are experiments that can be done. How can we sit here and eat this up?
Because you're just looking at two objects. One, you're standing on one, and you're looking at another object. And when they're moving past, they're moving past each other, but you don't know which one is moving and which one is stationary until you do more tests. You can do more tests.
Yeah, you do though. You could be.
You need another reference point.
It says that you could do tests.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but it says you don't know until you do the tests. They're saying there's no tests that can show that there are any laws of motions that are different in all inertial frames, but you can certainly test for what frame you're in and who's moving and who's not moving. But in inertial frames, you can't tell.
The atomic clock will tell you that which one is different because it'll have more velocity in it or whatever you're going to tell me to say, and then therefore
it's relative.
It doesn't matter.
It wouldn't matter. No, the atomic clock will not know the difference between the atomic clock that's not moving and the one that is going light speed, because you don't know who's going light speed or not.
Light speed.
Either one could be going light speed. Either one could be going light speed.
It ain't got to be no light speed. It could just be the difference of a fucking speed of a river. Okay.
Well, that's not really going to show you much, but
it doesn't matter. Show you much. The point is, it can show you something.
That's why they put it on airplanes and let them go great distances, and they compare the clocks later, right?
Exactly.
That's your test you're talking about.
Exactly.
Right.
So, bro, let's talk about it like friends, okay? This, that I'm really caring about this.
I know it's. Hey, believe me, I am no expert and have very little knowledge of Einsteinian physics. His field equations, the net of all his conclusions. All I know is the high level, and no one ever studies it in detail unless you are a physicist that has been specializing in,
right.
These types of topics.
Friend, then let me talk about.
People all have ideas. People can search the internet and go Google all this shit they want. I'm just going off of what I remember and what I've read and what I've studied, and a lot of it is. This is a difficult question to ask people, but instinctively I'd say, well, how do you know that who is going light speed? You or say you have a spaceship and you have the Earth, and he comes back. How do you know? How do you know the Earth didn't take off? How do you know the Earth didn't take off and go light speed?
It's not about that. I'm reading you
some high rate of speed. Some high rate of speed,
bro. I'm down a little bit. I
need to. They're different. Hold on, but they're different, right? You're going to get a differential between the two, and either one could have been the one that was traveling. The same reading will be for the object that didn't move plus the guy that did move relative to him, or that object going at some high velocity, and you're stationary. Both, by the way, both are.
He doesn't understand it that well, and now wants to barrel it down my throat. This is where I believe most people who are sold this idea are having misconceptions in it. And I just want, if you can understand, I'm sharing you the course opener. So all you got to do is look at my,
look at it.
my reference to this opening logic here.
Where is it? Is it in the
that makes sense
chat?
because think about it. Back in the day, dude, we can assume, yeah, they get constant velocity scenarios going. They set things at rest. It appears that they're still at rest or at whatever constant motion, blah, blibbity blah, and it's hard to tell the difference, right? Sure, we get that, right? But now it's like nowadays there's different equipment. You know what I'm saying? And like it's like okay, so maybe these.
Where is this? Where's your link to your this source of your curiosity?
I'm on two devices. You can go to the place that I'm at. It's hold on.
Live stream text, right?
No, it's a physics 2310 course from.
I mean, as far as the web go, you didn't post anything then. That's what you're saying.
From Douglas Fields.
Physics.
Spring 2020.
Physics. What?
Galilean and special relativity.
Physics. What? 23. What? What is your?
2310 dash.
2310 dash what?
Just do that. Just 23.
Okay.
And
Physics.
Familiar stuff.
2310. I mean, it's a lot of different engineering physics. There's laboratory. Anything else besides physics 2310?
Bro, I googled this Galilean special relativity. Douglas Field. Galilean and special relativity.
All right. Is it lecture 25?
Yes.
Oh boy! So here you are jumping into a second year physics course, and getting the cliff notes and trying to hide their hair of it. Do you see how? I mean, it's good you're doing this. I mean, I do it all the time too. But you got to be. You can't go into it being a skeptic like they're wrong. You got to go. What you should be thinking like, what the fuck are they talking about? What do they mean by that? And then ask questions. And some of the questions I can ask, a lot of questions most other guys in this, the other forums, Gems can answer.
Doofus is back. I don't know if he's with this.
Oh yeah, okay. I've seen. I mean, this is a law that I didn't see it in print before, and here it is. Laws of motion are all the same in all inertial frames. That's actually the quote.
Right.
I quoted it, but
I just don't like the thing where it says no. Look, keep reading on, and it says you can't do experiments that you'd be able to tell. And I'm like, okay, I get it. And maybe they're like, you can't look at anything else outside or something.
Oh shit,
that's a little weird. And then I'm like, well, maybe it's like, though, you could have baselines on instruments and then tell different, like, I don't know. And it's just so weak. And it's like, of course, this is, look at when they come up with this stuff. And then the Einsteinian stuff always seems loose in the ways that I point out. And I'm like, okay, well, it's definitely piggybacked off this bullshit here. So it's easy to see. And all they really try to say, all they fight and cry about is a preferred reference frame, guys. Just keep in mind, preferred just means like bigger. Just think bigger. And you shouldn't be scared to think bigger. Bigger bubble, multiverses, billion verses, who cares? Doofus, yeah. Do you hear any of what I've been crying about, Doofus?
I've been paying attention to something that's going on in text. Never mind. She can't think.
I see nothing contradicting anything we've said to you in any of these chats we've had over the years. But I'm still reading overall. I'm like on the 10th slide here.
Right,
I don't see a problem.
The gripe that I'm bringing up is that we could just use an atomic clock and know if the ship is moving or
not. Not due to special relativity.
Okay. Are you saying I don't understand what direction you're putting the not in that sentence, if you could say
if you have one atomic clock, that won't work. If you got two atomic clocks and you separate, you move, and then you move them back together again, the problem is there's no reason. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't help your situation.
You could be in a roundabout and go around.
Well, I think what Don's saying is that he thinks the one that actually went traveled at light speed or from high speed away from you, when they come back together, you'll be able to determine who moved.
Stop saying high speed and light speed. That's
or the law is written about how time dilates as you approach light speed. The whole basis for that is as you approach light speed, time dilates.
Okay, but
doing let's just say going 1,000 miles an hour. We're just going 1,000 miles an hour, some direction out away from the Earth, and come back. When it comes back, you compare the clocks; they're different. Who's faster? Who's slower? Is that what you're saying? And so it's proof that the person that flew away from you on the Earth is the one that actually was moving, and you weren't.
You could throw a clock out ahead.
You're concluding because of special relativity that's the case.
I could have two
error in that logic.
Throw one out ahead of us, and then get up to it and pass it, and see which one read differently. And if you guys understand, like, that's why it's so stupid to look at that these are used for foundations, because it's just anybody with a brain knows the obvious phenomenon, knows there's a bigger frame. If you wanted to use a bigger frame, Zanuck, you'll say there's unlimited frames. You know there is.
Of course there is.
Right, of course. So, like, let's get real. We know
there's infinite frames, but all the frames that are inertial have one thing in common. They're inertial. That means they are either going at a constant rate, that means they could be moving, or they have no forces acting on them, or the objects in them.
Either or. Either that one or that one, right?
Well, no, the definition of a non-inertial frame is one that is accelerating or changing direction, which is acceleration. Rotating or accelerating, which is basically accelerating. Both cases. Inertial means there's no forces acting on them. You can be at a constant velocity. That doesn't mean there's any force acting on them. It means there's a velocity. And a velocity without a force acting on it. Hold on.
Okay.
That's part of Newton's law.
Right there. I gotta get you on that one.
Well, you don't know.
I feel you in most fucking cases, but this is what I'm saying. Okay. Once I discovered an atomic clock, I feel like you can't say there's no forces acting on. I'm looking and going.
Okay, see, I thought I knew what you were talking about. Now I think I do. Now I'm more.
There's a force of time dilation.
There's no force. There's no force.
Yeah, when you time dilation force, motherfucker.
Come on. The velocity is. It's reference to what? If you had a constant velocity, no force is acting. What is your velocity reference to? It's that reference point in space. Moving.
I'll tell you what.
How do you know you're going 1,000,000 miles an hour?
Because in the experiment, it's allowed. You're allowed to say. So any observer experiment wouldn't be able to tell whether the ship was moving.
True.
You have to have, no. But you always, when there's movement, you always have to have a reference anyway. So that's what it's.
No. But yeah, that's what movement is defined. Yes. That's it. So relative to a point in that reference frame that you're observing the motion from, that object will be moving away from it. In the point coordinate system, it'll be A7, A8, A9, A10. It's moving away. You can measure this distance and how fast it's moving because it's the first derivative of distance with respect to time.
You agree, then we get a relative point to measure off of. So therefore, so
it's moving away. But how do you know you're not the one moving away? A8, A7, A6, A5. How do you know you're not?
Because the atomic clock.
No, the atomic clock will not detect that.
Yes, it will.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will. One will. You put the atomic.
You're confused.
No, I'm not, bro. You put one atomic clock on you. You put the other atomic clocks on A, B, 9, 10, and then you fucking see those ones are going to be at one rate.
Right.
You're going
let's say we're on the Earth. Let's say the Earth is flying through the universe right now. Today, we're on it right now. And we have an atomic clock. We're sitting on it right now. We're looking at it, and we're going through the universe. Hold on, at 1,000,000 miles an hour. All right, and then we fire something in the opposite direction that we think we're going with reference to the center of the galaxy at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So it would be with respect to us going 0.
Right.
But the entire universe could be going. The entire galaxy could be moving at 500,000 miles an hour.
Okay, how about this, Zanuck? You know how you put a stake in
hand wave that? Okay.
No, I mean, listen.
It's not easy to grasp.
It over your head.
The confusion is the reference frame. I think you really
my head on it.
What the reference frame is.
I'm not going to hand wave you, but I think I want to try to help you catch up. So how
is that going to be? So how's that different? If we're all going 1,000,000 miles an hour on the Earth, How do we know when we launch a spacecraft the opposite direction, 1,000,000 miles an hour, that it's going 0? And how is our atomic clock going to be different than their atomic clock?
Do we know a thing going 1,000,000 is going 0?
Well, we know so with respect to the center of the galaxy, we're going 1,000,000 miles an hour on one of the arms. Let's say we're just firing off into the universe, just outward, directly outward. We can see the center of the galaxy where we have this black hole in the middle, and we've measured it, and we've really determined all the measurements we can possibly do. We are firing straight out with no centrifugal force, just a straight vector outward. All right, at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and then we fire backward to the center at some projectile at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So it's going 1,000,000 miles an hour backward, which really means it's going 0 with respect to the center. And it has an atomic clock on it. We have an atomic clock. How are they going to read? Hold on. How are they going to read different?
I just can't see your picture, bro. You're just so fast.
Oh, I'm trying to just give you it's all right to say, but it's all relative. It's relative to if we're on Earth and we are generally considered we're an inertial frame, because everything we will measure things from or with will be moving away or coming toward us. So we can compare that because this is the foundation of on the basis of our measurements, the Earth.
Yeah, man,
So we assume it's stationary, but it might not be stationary. How do you know? How do you know if we're moving 500,000 miles an hour or not moving?
With experiments.
No, what experiment could you do? How do you know we're not moving, or we're moving 500,000 miles an hour? How would you do it? What experiment would you take or move?
Okay, apparently, and I need to get it right because I don't want to fuck this analogy up, but I think I'm gonna. The more velocity you have in you, the more you move around, or if you were orbiting around the Earth or whatever, your decay rate is going to be different, like a piece of meat in the fridge, bro. But
what do you mean decay? Oh, I mean you're going to age faster?
Well, no, the other way, isn't it?
Yeah. You will not. Time will slow down for you if you're moving away from the Earth. So with respect to the people on the Earth, because you're going faster, your clock is going slower. Yes, that's time dilation.
Think about that concept. All that's really saying is,
but it's relative to you. It's only relative between you and the person on the Earth that's not moving.
Dude, you're taking it too far right there. Like, just slow.
I don't think so. I think that's the basics that they teach that in kindergarten.
Narrowing over someone who's saying, "Hey, let me tell you something to think about," and you're just like interjecting, saying, "You really got to check yourself, man, for real." For real. Like, think about the concept simply. If they're saying we have equipment, right, there's phenomenon where that's the implication, that the decay rate is different. Before we add on all these other things about reference frames and stuff.
With respect to you on the Earth.
Before we add that, what's up, no? Before we add that, let's just talk about what it means, bro. It means basically like track runners. If they were constantly running track, they would also be decay rate. So at a smaller, tiny bit, right? Right. Just think about that. Isn't that like let's start there. Isn't that a cool thing to think about?
So as long as if you're running and everyone else is stationary, you're going to age less.
Right. If you're in a car more, if you're traveling in a plane. Right. So it's like right there, we have enough to play with before we start worrying about, okay, the reference frame and all this and that. All you really now is all you're doing when you start invoking these reference frames is you're going, oh, well, this guy's baseline from some sort of staple life time period. This guy's baseline cross-reference to his. This guy's to his. This guy's to his. It's not like there's any crazy, fucking mystery going on where you can't say, okay, outside of all that, there's somebody looking at all, thinking their time's relatively different to each other. But I have my own time that I'm keeping a bigger stopwatch on these motherfuckers. Like, for some reason, that concept that I just brought up about the larger frame, people hate on it and just go, oh no, all of a sudden it has to stop and there can't be a preferred frame. And it's like, I don't get where the animosity comes in right there. And you're a reference frame guy, so I was like, what's up with the hating on the preferred frame? You gotta think about that one.
I'm just trying to put it in terms you're gonna kind of grasp it. You got so many variables, and you're kind of fixated on the Earth being the inertial frame, and everything is relative to it, and that's not the way it is in the universe. We could be moving at a much faster rate than that pilot that takes off from the Earth and goes out and comes back, 20 Earth years later, 30 Earth years later.
I don't think
he comes back. He comes back. Hold on. He comes back, and he only lost a year. Hold on. He only lost a year. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I listened to you. Just
I'm on the Earth in the preferred frame, and I just said it was a bigger.
Hold on. He's on. We leave. The guy takes off in a spaceship. He takes off at, some very high rate of speed, and he comes back 10 years later. Well, when he comes back, everybody's friggin' 90 years old.
Why are you fixed on Earth being the focus point? I'm talking
because
about
that's how relativity works.
No, I'm talking about a larger observer looking at all this.
Well, if you let me finish, I'll throw that in there because that's where I was going with that.
Let's get to that because that's you.
Well, no, you gotta walk before you can run. We gotta walk before you can slam dunk a basketball. Okay.
Stop strong, man.
You're trying to slam dunk the basketball, and you're a white guy and you're 5'10". Come on.
I got to defend myself. You ain't gonna put words in my mouth and say I'm fixed on the Earth being the main focus. I'm not. I just said there could be.
Let me throw it. So hold on.
All right.
So, but we're moving away from, and it was right when he takes off. We pass by some other some star in our galaxy. We whiz by it. Well, it turns out, with respect to that star, we're going the same speed that projectile took off from Earth away from us. So, relative to the star, if we could go back to the star, we would age, and the people on the star wouldn't. Let's say there's a little planet orbiting that.
Right, and that they go, oh, you must have had some momentum in you. Simple as that.
With respect to the star.
It doesn't matter respect. It just means you have
respect. Yeah, give me some respect.
It doesn't matter. You know that the phenomenon from the clocks shows you that the decay rate changes when there's the energy in you, the velocity or whatever. So therefore, you would just go, oh, you must have been.
Velocity is just with respect to something else. So that's why they call it relative motion. It's relative to something else, anything else.
I'm saying either one is right.
Any other point. You're going a speed relative to some point in space.
But they're both true when you come back to the end of it. When you say,
Don, I wish you would just go enroll go to junior college and just enroll into 2 physics classes, do 2 semesters of physics, and this might all make sense. Or you could just probably sell courses online.
It's gonna take motherfucking like a rebellious little network of people with dissenting voices on the current fucking narrative.
I think you're hung up on why people. You're hung up on special relativity. Obviously, so you have to dig into why time dilation occurs.
That's
the problem. That's the problem.
And it's show you complete in and out understanding, and you just want to like lecture little examples rather than get to the understanding of the bigger logic. I was seeing if you was gonna handle the logic. We got there. You kind of.
I'm not an expert. I'm just trying to give you.
Within 15 seconds, completely mixed the crux when I was like, there could be a bigger preferred frame, Zanuck, and people hate on it when you talk about this and say it's impossible to have this, blah, blah, blah. And instead of saying it, you go, I don't know why you're fixed on the Earth being the thing. I'm like, bro, I'm talking about being outside the universe. What the fuck is you talking about, Zanuck? You missed the point, but you tried. Thank you. Appreciate it.
If you look through go downward talking about Lorentz transformations and so what's wrong with Galilean relativity? And the laws of motion the same in all frames. I've said it a bunch of times. Nothing, as stated above, nothing's wrong with it. But in the late 19th century, Maxwell set the world alight. And the Maxwell's equations are not invariant under Galilean transformations. And here's the proof. And there's some math. There's some math behind it. Then you go to the Lorentz transform.
Okay. However, it was known before Einstein that Maxwell's equations were invariant under a different transformation. but no one paid much attention to it.
Right.
See, bro.
Time, as it involved the transformation of time as well.
Oh my God.
Right? So then you got matter waves as a peripheral reference frame. And you can E&M waves have a medium that is waving. The ether could be an explanation too, but they disproved that. I mean, everything's in this, man. This is actually a really good little present. But you got to read it and you got to understand the points, because you're asking the question. You're not saying because that'd be an idiotic statement to say for either one of us to be able to dispute this right now. I think we're going off of someone that probably knows more than we do about it, and they've written this paper. Presentation. So go down to the end. The clock. You're talking more about the clock synchronization in special relativity. In this time, right. So right here, this is you. If you're uncomfortable with the idea and the consistency of the speed of light to synchronize clock from your reference frame, there's other ways to do it. You could require clocks on either side of you, an equal distance away, that have the same reading. And this doesn't require the speed of light. See, just that the speed of light doesn't depend on direction. That really didn't answer your question, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, bro. It's not like I'm the one coming up with this. They know all this, but then for some reason, it's like it's used to crush like possibilities of models that involve like a God type of thing where like it could be a simulation and like
what does God see? Yeah, that's a good point. So if you're out somewhere way far away in the universe and you're looking, and you've got a fix on us, and you see this little space capsule leave the Earth, right? Although you're watching it from 10 billion years ago, but you see it happen. What do you see happen on those two objects? See, both those objects will be in your sight.
Right. That's what's irrelevant to me. That's the point. It's like you don't have to worry about like what observer got to see it and when, if you were the simulation holder.
But that's the reference frame. The reference frame, they're in your reference frame, and they're all traveling with respect to you. So the Earth could be moving, but the spaceship could be either moving or even going slower, depending on which way it's traveling from you. But you see them both.
Well, I could just pause it all. If I was the simulation maker, I could just pause it all. And I would understand that each thing is about to do whatever it's about to do next, based on all the energies in it. And I would understand that certain pieces are going to have their own reference frames to each other.
It's mind-boggling, right? Because you watch these two things move away from each other, and then hold on, and then they come back together. But when they come back together, the guy in the Earth looks at the guy in the spaceship and goes, "How are you so young? I'm so old." He goes, "Yeah, you got old, man. Look how old you are." And I'm looking at it as from God, going, "I saw this happen. How did it happen from my perspective?" This is what you're, in essence.
It's not confusing,
right?
It's not confusing.
This is what you're saying. I watched them depart from each other and come back, and I saw him age greater on the Earth, and the guy that was going real fast out to the side and come back.
Normal.
He didn't. Hold on. But what did he actually see when he watched that spaceship accelerate outward and then come back?
He watched the one people age and the other guy not age. Just like if you have one. Can you shut up and let me answer? Just like I'll give you easy analogies. Just open your ears for them. Okay, we understand that the phenomenon causes the decay rate difference. So he would see a phenomenon happening, just like a phenomenon of putting one hot dog right on the fire on the grill and another hot dog off to the side. Okay, he would be looking at this and he'd be like, okay, they're going to age differently. Boom, boom. The people on Earth should understand that motherfucker aged differently. He went out and was flying around. No big deal. It's not confusing. That's the problem. Why is this sold as a confusing thing?
Because it's very complicated, and I don't have the answer. Why do you? I'm going to give you an answer. You're not going to talk over me. Let me just say it. You're right. It's a challenging question. I don't have the answer, and I think, but the way I think you should ask it to somebody else, maybe, and I'll ask it too. I have a physicist in the house here. We can ask him. We can say, look, I'm looking at this Earth and the spaceship depart from one another, and I can actually get so close I can see what's going on inside their, down at the levels, sea level, and I can see what's in the spaceship, and I see the one guy not aging at all. Then he comes back, and I see the guy on the Earth. He's aging while this guy is gone and comes back. When he lands, they both are different ages now, just because one departed and came back at a high rate of speed.
Yeah. And
So
then
that's how you want to ask the question.
That's a rule in that universe. That's a rule in the universe that if things
there's a
age differently.
with that.
It's a simple rule. So it's not, once you understand that there's that simple rule, why it's zero confusement. I don't get it.
I'm not comfortable with saying that's what would happen. That this God person can actually see someone travel at that speed and see this decay. Something's happened with him as well.
Why would it be?
Is that your physicist guy you're talking about? Like that OP tech?
That's what he has a problem with. You don't understand it's still going to be 80 Earth years for both motherfucking people. The one dude just aged a lot differently in that same age. See, that's what they don't understand, Crit. It breaks what they thought they were tricked and taught, right? They don't understand it's all just a different amount of heat on the barbecue happening to everybody. Both are true when they come back and talk to each other. Both are true when they're separate. You could just call it a different year because of the fact that he got cooked on the barbecue at a different rate. That's it. There still is a bigger frame. Whatever biggest frame you can use, you know what I mean, is usable.
Yeah, I know what you mean now that you've put it in all these different ways. And that's why I wrote back, responded back to you that I don't have an answer for you on that. But it has, I don't have, time dilation is not an easy thing to understand. I mean, especially general relativity is a little easier, but time dilation is definitely more complex.
Time dilation is dumb. Okay, it's just
because this can't be done because you don't understand it.
I understand it,
All right,
brother.
you know what? Why don't we put it on hold? Let's put it on hold until we can have somebody explain it to both of us that is more knowledgeable of special relativity. So someone has to be in this chat, maybe Gems, that is more knowledgeable about special relativity. There's probably somebody.
I'll yield.
I have somebody here in my family. I don't know if they're going to remember any of this shit, but I can ask them.
I know I'm the long shot, but I still keep getting sold baseline assumptions that I don't agree with. That they'll tell you constantly, this assumption is necessary, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, then.
Well, how is it applicable to what we're fighting, the Earth being round or flat or anything else? How does that matter? What does it matter that time dilation is a thing?
Except for the fact that it's claimed to be used in GPS to get accurate locations.
That's also true. Yep.
Oh, but I'm agreeing with all that phenomenon. See, that's the thing, Left Lane, is they understand that's just a decay rate phenomenon. That's all that's necessary. They just know, okay, this is moving at this speed. It's going to have.
And it's relative to us, correct?
Yeah. Again, it's relative to everything.
Well, it's of course, but you're measuring it relative to us. That's why we need the decay rate, as was mentioned by Left, on the satellite. They need this special relativity.
Just because you reference everything to everything doesn't mean that you get to make up crazy cuckoo ideas about not being able to keep track of time.
So why would the satellite time clock be slightly slower than people using the satellite for communications on Earth?
Well, there's that phenomenon there, isn't it?
Phenomenon says clearly that something traveling at a high rate of speed, their clock will be ticking a little slower due to time dilation, which is a fundamental.
Due to whatever you call it, due to the buildings of the universe making things with movement tick at different speeds, right? That's about all we're going to agree. It's that we don't have to put fancy words on it. We can simplify it. Like we could explain it to kindergartners. We don't have to use brand name phrases, okay?
Brand name phrases?
Yeah. I mean, seriously, right? You would agree with me, right?
That's a brand name. Is it connected to Einstein? Patent, trademarked. The meme was written.
I'm pretty sure I'm like killing it right now, just to be honest.
I mean, yeah, I think so. Because at the end of the day, your idea makes sense with my lived experience. Zanek's lived experience. He's talking from some futuristic point of view where, engage warp drive. Captain Picard.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Beam me up, Scotty. I'm no doctor. I'm a doctor, not a warp engine.
Meanwhile, at my GPS.
Yeah, but what? I mean, GPS is cool, man. It's a cool thing. So the first thing when I first joined Nathan Oakley's server, maybe over a year and a half, 2 years ago now, I don't even remember. Zanuck sent me the course about. Oh boy, we got some little paper over there, Zanuck, about the GPSs, but it's like basically, you know, he thought I wanted to get GPS explained when I was like, basically just no, let's demand the data. Show me all the readings from the satellites and the net, you know, the web of network, you know, devices that are out there and their readings to each other. You know what I mean? And then Zanuck was like, here, won't you go try to understand? It's like, bruh, let's just get to the data. You know what I mean? Zanuck's never really been ready to be on my level of actually finding out if there's really a cabal hiding land or anything. He thinks it's all a game and it's just guaranteed everything they tell him. And it's, you know, sleep safe at night. The murderers will never come for you. Tanks will never be here in America. And
That's a stretch, you know. That's not what I said.
at least one of those 5 is true, Zanuck.
No, there's no wool being pulled over our eyes. All the physics works out at every level that people that I know and been a part of in my life and my experiences with work and education, etc. Nothing has shown me to have any conspiratorial aspect at all.
Well, I just misspoke. I meant at least one of those 5 is true, that you believe that you think the way I said you think, and you definitely, you know, like, come on, man, it's bro. You see what's going on here, man. You see the $5 a gallon gas, Zanuck. You see the, you know.
That's because we came up with special relativity, and that's why they own us. They own our spirits. They own our souls because of that programming that we've been exposed to.
No, you should be aware that you should be aware they're spellcasters, Zanuck. Yes, and I mean that sincerely. There are spellcasters all around you.
You kind of know this because if you tell them no, that's when they really freak out. Hearing the word no. Like, no, thank you. I'll use time as a constant. And you tell them that, and they're like, nope, time is not a constant.
I hear you, Crit. I hear you.
It says your full lived experience from the date you were born to the day you die, in that dash mark in between, you will only use time for one thing, a controlled constant. And they're like, well, according to this guy over 100 years ago, came up with this idea, branded, you know, called space and time. Okay, sure. Beam me up, Scotty. I've seen this episode already. I didn't like the ending. It ends with a spiraling.
It's like I can agree with all the phenomenon, all that, but the logical conclusion of loop-de-loop idiocy, where all of a sudden you say, I don't even know why they're saying it, man. To be honest, I think only clowns are saying this shit, man. I think Einstein really knew the real deal, bro. He was just saying the simple stuff that we all know. People can manipulate the constants in this universe to gain advantage over their situation or not. I mean, that's just all there is to it, man. Like, take the most of your situation, man. Don't break the chains of the spells that they tell you it has to be. Anytime you hear like it has to be, you know, that's why, it triggers them when they say no. They think it has to be a certain way. They're going to tell you no rather than think about it. You know, you got to think about it. It's balance in everything. You got to have the balance, or else it's actually, right, you know, nothing. Got to have the reference, the relativity. Everything is relative to everything else. And that, Crit, it's good to see you, man. Being chill, not kill. You be chill at night and then like killing them crazy in the morning.
A biorhythm.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't get anybody to handle this like seriously. I just don't know why. I sincerely mean it. I don't know why it starts off being like there's no experiment that you can tell if something's moving. It just blows my mind. Shouts out to Hank Hill for waking me up with the Bremen Tower. And Jeremy for lurking. And Gio for hosting. Honorable mention for Officer Doofus.
Mercury and water. Rocky, you're an idiot. Jeez.
You'll see a lot going on in tags, but I can't read it. What are y'all talking about?
Oh, Rocky thinks that there's no downward bias. Of course, what I'm mentioning is that a helium cylinder, before you empty it, is heavier. The only reason for that to be is if the gas inside has weight. What he responded with is the increased pressure is causing the weight, not realizing that he just a moment ago said that there's no downward bias. Then he told me it's not equal in all directions. So then I said, so there's a downward bias. Then he says, nope. Dude is mental.
Yeah,
There's a
simple.
post. Yeah, there's
Yeah, for a guy that has a boat, has a bunch of money, is successful in his business, to be so stupid about this downward bias thing, it just doesn't get me, Racky. Either you're playing us or you're just not thinking this thing through.
Yeah, he's not here. He's not in VC. So spiraling about it isn't going to help. It's just going to be like circle jerking.
I'm also pointing out what the actual logical issue with his argumentation is.
Pretty simple. The increased weight of the cylinder is due to the increased mass of the cylinder.
Air pressure is just a concept. Oh my God.
I know I just got in here, but literally just a minute ago, but if someone's denying that a full tank versus an empty tank, there's a difference in weight, that is a bit silly because that means they've never experienced it.
Well, he also saying that it's happening. He's not disagreeing with that. He's saying it's happening because there's air pressure in the bottle. And then he said they're going all directions, but now he's saying it has a bias. But then he said, no, it doesn't have a bias downward to doofus. So he's just double speaking, confused, and he's just in denial. Because there is a downward bias, and it's measurable. It's the mechanics behind how you can measure air in a bottle. Because the velocities are slightly greater, this gives the bottle the ability to be weighed. Otherwise, if it's going in all directions, why would a bottle weigh anything different? How is the force being transferred onto the scale? What's happening with that bottle?
Wait.
What's happening in that bottle to transfer this communication to the scale? Why does the scale feel a greater force? Because the bottle's solid, still solid. Was solid when it was empty. Solid when it's full. Still has the same surface area. Put it on the scale, and suddenly something's happening in the bottle that's giving it a downward bias because you put a scale all around it. You have pressure sensors all around it, and the only sensor that's going to read a weight is the one that's facing upward.
And you got a vacuum chamber that is equalized versus vacuumed. There's a change in weight on a scale too. I've had this conversation before.
Well, that makes sense also because in the same respect you can weigh the gas in the container, it's going to weigh less due to the air around it being displaced, all having a downward, because it's basically a container itself. This vacuum is a container. Now it's been evacuated. All these molecules that were mostly going down at a higher velocity, they're all gone. So they're not going to have this buoyant force pushing whatever that object was up, because all objects have a buoyant force. All of them. Every single one. Question is, how much? And this whole buoyancy and how things are weighed and gases going in all directions, and then it rolls into the second law of thermodynamics violations and all the other bullshit they talk about. They're just a bunch of very confused people.
So you're saying that you'd buy what gas were you talking about?
Any gas.
Well, which one?
Well, he was talking helium.
Okay,
Yeah,
so when you
helium's a
buy
fun one.
helium, do you buy helium by the weight or by volume?
Yes, by the weight.
Yeah.
So
Is that
not
surprising
by
to you?
volume.
Is that surprising to you?
Yeah, I see it. Like,
well, no.
where
If you
have you done
want
this?
to trick somebody, if you were really smart and someone was really stupid, you say, "Hey, keep on pumping that in there. We're gonna just sell it by the bottle." And the guy's been pumping and pumping and pumping. He's got a really powerful pump. And suddenly you're going to get a lot more value than the other schmo that just said, give me by pounds. You're smarter because you're going to get more pounds of, or i.e. more mass, more helium, because you were able to get more pressure in that container. So yes, it's done by weight.
Sanic, really? I thought it was by PSI. I thought they fill the tank to its rated PSI, not by necessarily
No, that'll
weight.
change. That'll change too. What if it starts liquefying?
Oh, I
The
see.
pressure will stay constant, and it'll just keep on liquefying until you can't put any more mass in there because it's
Not
all
for
liquid.
helium though.
Okay, honestly, swear to God, I'm intrigued. Zanuck, so if I fill a CO2 tank, do they weigh it or do they go by PSI?
They weigh it. They weigh it.
They weigh it. I'm going to ask. Not that I doubt you. I'm going to ask next time I fill my tank.
Well, most of these cylinders, like big welding cylinders, are full at 2,000 psi, which is their rating. But the volume of gas is considered by weight. I do believe. Like when
But you can do nitrous oxide, and depending on how you fill it, I can pressurize something for 1,000 psi, and it'll change state, but it'll do it very slowly, and I can stop there, and then I can heat different temperatures is going to change it as well. But you fill nitrous oxide bottle by having liquid nitrous oxide and filling the liquid into the bottle by weight, not by pressure. It happens to be 1,000 psi if you've put 10 pounds in a 10-pound rated bottle at standard atmospheric temperatures and pressures. It'll change if you heat it up, go a little higher, go 200 or 300 psi higher if you heat it, and go a little less if you cool it.
Yeah. And when we used to buy propane for the forklift, we would actually take the cylinder, an empty cylinder, tar the scale out, and it would fill it to 30 pounds of weight.
Yep. You got to think about the gas you're using and the temperature at which it condenses and turns into a liquid. It's not that complicated. Most all car knuckleheads that have been doing nitrous oxide, they know this very well. They're very smart about why they use a bottle heater, what the pressures go to, how you can have a catastrophic bottle failure if you get it too hot in the bottle, because the pressure will go up with what? Not only the temperature, but how that gas expands and changes states from a liquid to a gas as it gets warmer.
That's interesting because. Oh, sorry.
It's 1,000 times less dense when it changes states. So there's a lot of danger in. That's why these nitrous oxide bottle explosions, they take half the car apart.
I left a CO2 tank that was mostly empty in my truck, and it was hot as hell. And I brought it in to get refilled, and they took it back and then brought me a whole different new tank. It was steel versus the aluminum one, and he said, "Nah, dude, it was too hot. It was liquid. I couldn't." He's like, "So I'll just give you a different tank." I was like, "Okay." So that's interesting.
What do you mean? What was liquid?
Well, CO2.
Why would it be liquid if it was hot?
I don't know. That's what he told me, and I was like, "Dude, I paid good money for that aluminum tank. You're giving me this big old heavy steel tank." I was like,
"Yeah, you don't want to do that." But he can cool it down, or just by the fact that you're putting gas in it will cool it down very quickly. So either he didn't understand. I mean, sure he did. There's probably a reason why he did this. I don't think you maybe know, but if you
Yeah.
fill it, you want to get the tank cool. I mean, a lot of times you'll cool it down before you give it to him, but it'll cool just by the fact you're putting the gas in the tank, liquid, and it'll be very cold when you get it back.
Well, if you fill a hot tank to 2,000 psi, you won't have as much gas as if you filled a cool tank. So you would actually be shorted some product.
Plus, when that gas leaves the tank, when
Rokia
you're using it for welding or whatever, the tank gets very cold when you use the tank. As that gas leaves the tank, the pressure drops inside, mass drops. It'll get very cold too, frosty even.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why some people put them in a bath of water to help combat that.
Mm-hmm.
Intercoolers exist.
And that's what Rokia said. Under pressure gets more dense, colder. And you guys disagree with that?
Intercoolers are required when you're pressurizing a gas in order to get it back to the same temperature.
Like 2 minutes ago, he said.
That's why the nitrous oxide guys use bottle heaters, because as that gas leaves the container, the temperature drops precipitously, and if the temperature drops, the pressure drops. The pressure drops, and there's less flow going out into the system, and that can cause a problem for mixtures of the fuel air ratios. So they want the pressure to be constant, and it makes a very critical aspect of the control system to keep the bottle temperature to counteract its natural cooling tendencies by when the gas is leaving the container. And Bolivia knows this because he was talking about the CO2 container. If you use power tools, what happens to that container? What happens to your CO2 bottle when you're using an air gun and air tools and having high flow rates?
Well, I use my CO2 tank for beverage carbonation.
That's how you use it. So anyway, if you use it for tools, you'll notice that you can freeze the air guns. You can freeze your air tools. The bottle gets very, very cold. Latent heat energy. But guys like Jeremy and Sin Cleanser and Knuckleheads, I kind of expect that kind of conversation. With Rakia, I mean, he should know this. He's a professional. He's building shit. He's not a dummy. He's got cash. He should know the stuff down pat. He's just trying to. I don't know what he's trying to do. Silly. And it's not a big deal. Why is it even a discussion? Why is it even a challenge? It doesn't say what the Earth is flat or round. It just says that here's some of the laws of physics. They're pretty simple. Deal with it. Understand them.
Yeah, when you're telling people that you buy gas by the weight, that's a problem.
It's not a problem. That's how you do it.
Yeah. I mean, try to order some gas, look for it by the pound. That's how they order it.
Why does that make no sense to you? Why do you confuse when I say, because you're saying it doesn't make sense to you? You keep buy gas by the weight, not the pound.
You guys said weight and weight?
Correct.
And pounds.
By weight. Why are you saying we buy gas by pressure? Why do you think that selling it by weight is not normal or you don't understand that? Why do you not understand that?
I can answer that only because
I want to hear him understand it.
Oh well, no, I can say I was confused.
No, but you've kind of understand it better now. But he just planted that you're being an idiot by basically saying to us, "You're an idiot."
That's content you added.
Well, I'm asking you. I want you to tell me, why do you think gas is sold by weight, or why do you think that's crazy?
Whatever content you need to add for you, just add it and get on to whatever point you think you're going to
Okay,
make.
gas is sold by weight. You said that's silly or whatever you said. I don't remember what you said now. It's just, it was something to the equivalent of you're an idiot for thinking that.
No, you added that.
Well, what is it? Tell me tell me about me for thinking that. Is that
I
smart
didn't
or
say
dumb?
anything about you.
What were your words? You said
Go back
something.
and listen to it.
Okay, Oblivion, what did he say when I said we sold by? Because you're silly because you think it's sold by weight or something. Did you hear what he said, Oblivion? Because he's not going to tell me. Chris
I'm
playing
not
a game.
sure. Actually, I think he was questioning what you said because you said, I don't know.
I said gas is sold by weight.
There you go. I said, you think gas is sold by weight? And you said, yeah.
And what do you think about that? You think it's impossible or that's not good or what?
I would say, no, you can't sell gas by weight. You don't.
Okay, so there it is. There's a statement. You can't sell. So you're making a statement, declarative statement. So why don't you back it up? Tell me why you think that.
That's a fact in reality that you're going to have difficulty in disproving.
And here's another fun one. He's saying that the temperature can change the weight of the gas.
I just saw that. Maybe he's questioning. Maybe he's asking. Under pressure and high temperature, does your gas tank change weight? No.
Yeah, because of density.
He's drawing on the experience that the container can be filled to different amounts based on what temperature the container or the gas is that you're filling up.
Right.
But the problem is, if you already have a sealed container and then change its temperature, the weight does not change.
I would have to say we all agree on that, right?
I would hope so. I don't say or pressure.
What?
I mean,
yeah,
the molar weight is the primary factor, right? But I mean, when you say or pressure, then it opens the door for changing both of them.
No. Yeah, you can change both of them. You can change pressure and temperature.
Right, but then that changes how much gas you have.
No, because I said it because it's sealed. So I can change the temperature and the pressure is going to change. The weight doesn't change.
Changing the temperature will change the pressure, but it won't change the weight. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's why I said if it's sealed, then the weight doesn't change regardless of temperature or pressure. Does the pressure change if added temperature volume by gas stays the same? See, now he's throwing all the Nathan requirements. What about mercury? Oh my God, come on. Should we start posting all the gas laws? Is that where we're at now, Rakia?
He's in throw up as many distractions as possible mode.
Right.
I'm having a hard time following him.
He says, does pressure change if added temperature? Yes. The volume of gas stay the same? Yes. What about mercury? Yes. He's like, say yes to all those. I gotta think. It's like one of those questions you take on like an exam. You got to read it 3 times because you don't want to have a gotcha. So yes, all true. Temp increases, pressure goes up. Volume stays the same. So what about mercury? What about mercury?
I think he thinks that inches of mercury is PSI. He keeps coming back to that.
Mercury, PSI. Is he thinking about the mercury itself or the mercury reading of a barometer?
Right.
if temperature, pressure change. What does the mercury do? Okay. Well, the mercury barometer will only act on the pressure, not the temperature. Well, a little bit of the temperature, because it will expand, so its volume will go up.
Yeah, it wouldn't change the result too much because the weight of the mercury wouldn't change.
Right. But it could expand, and would that offset the expansion? Like a
Very small.
mercury thermometer. The hell it does expand in that from a little pool in the head. Sean, oh my God, dude.
Zanuck, you talk a big game.
I mean, it helps when the other person is getting so many things wrong.
Pretty easy for Zanuck's game to be big when the other guy's game is so small.
Hey, why are you white knighting, bro? Hey, Extremesis, why are you all up on Xanax nuts?
Because Rocky is not doing well. I'll say it that way. That's the nicest way to put it.
He's embarrassing himself. Rakia, that is. And all of
I haven't
Flat
heard
Earth.
him talk this whole time.
He's in text chat.
No, he's in VC too.
Right, but he's talking mostly in text.
All right.
All Rakia does is talk about optical observations, which will get you in trouble always because they're not reliable, but you can never demonstrate gravity, and you can never demonstrate any of your other Earth model, sphere model. You can never demonstrate none of those on a smaller scale.
Yeah, locally flat is kind of like the term the globalists like to use.
Note real quick. Note real quick that to say optics is unknown is hilarious given that the communications platform that we are currently communicating our data across does so via light.
Okay, I'm going to ask a ridiculous question, but I'll give like an ABC selection. What is squishing the sun together so much? Was it still squished from the Big Bang? Did something squish it after?
You're asking them something they don't know, bro. They're gonna guess and tell you some bullshit.
I want to hear them
What are you
guess.
even asking them?
I need to know.
Yeah, they know how to regurgitate this shit so good and so fast. And sometimes you might even believe it if you're like gullible enough.
Well, you know what?
They're good at that shit.
If I say that we're transmitting our data across to each other via light, am I regurgitating or might I actually work in the industry that does the thing that we're doing right now?
You said earlier
you work in the industry that does that.
So why the sun?
We have lots of server racks that transmit data via light. This is something this is not something that's unknown to the public. That there is a lot of light being used to transmit data.
100 gigabits per second, 100 gigabits per second type of data transfer. 100 gigabits per second. You don't have any idea how much data that is? All travel via using light. It's a little faster than that.
Okay, so tell me, let's just cut the fucking transatlantic cable then. We don't need it.
That's using
It's going
light.
through the transatlantic cable.
That's using light.
Is it not
Yeah.
amazing?
You should
Yeah, we'll just
probably
go to
take
sleep.
some time and
Why do
research.
you have a problem with this?
I think it was a diversion again.
Because you're a bad physics teacher, Zanuck.
What did I'm not even involved in this particular conversation, but I mean, I'm with Doofus. I've worked in industry as well, and we've built some of the biggest, baddest data centers on the planet using transceivers and laser light knowledge that is at the cutting edge to where we're able to do things that are just mind-boggling as far as capabilities, and it's using light doing it.
Hey, and the only way
all
this
of our
works
individual
is on a
SFPs are
low.
all 10 gigabits
Hey,
still,
hold
but we're
on.
still kicking a lot of data.
Yeah,
Well,
the
10
only way
gig is
this
still.
works is on a localized, flat, non-rotating Earth.
Why
It's
would
funny
it
you
be
want to claim
localized? I don't know what you're saying is localized. Why would it be non-rotating Earth? What would that have to do with anything?
Well, one thing
Because
you've never
that's-
done is
that's-
pay the gas bill. That's for sure.
Conservation of momentum.
That's the only way these things work.
Conservation.
That's the only way these receivers work.
Why?
Conservation of momentum,
That's a
Zanuck.
fun, positive
No,
claim.
just stop saying that, Don. You're just making it. I really want to know what he's getting at.
The
Here.
light would be
Why-
contracting and all this if it was zooming around.
No. Okay, we have the transatlantic cable. We're sending data across it at near light speed, going through fiber optic cables that are thousands of miles in length, and it's how we're communicating.
Before
Probably all of
fiber
them are
optic
communicating.
cable, what did they
Yes.
what did they use before fiber optic cable?
Wires, communication wire,
Smoke
copper
signals.
wire.
Didn't have a transatlantic cable.
So how you and Doofus Manfred are over there jerking each other's little Vienna sausages
All right, enough
off.
of the insults are getting
with
painful.
light.
They're not funny and they're not even working. So just leave the insults out unless you can construct one
Don't
coherently.
forget
All right, just
smoke signals.
claim that professionals that work in a field are all liars. That'll help. That'll just
No,
be
you guys were
useful
talking
to
about
the conversation that
we're
people who work in a
using
field that
light.
provide the kind of service that you
Oh
use,
yeah.
just call them all liars.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's pretty
Zanuck.
funny.
Oh,
Don't
we
forget
use
smoke
light
signals.
is
We use smoke
100
signals too.
terabytes. Oh,
Yeah, smoke signals. Yeah, what about smoke signals? What about radio? What about radio waves? We did a little bit of that too, right? You ever had satellite TV? How do you think that dispenses? I worked in that industry for a long time. We were some of the pioneers on digital video encoding, so the
Satellite
broadcaster could actually
TV.
send. Hold on, digital video could be sent up to satellites and down into satellite receivers on your tabletops. So that was head ends encoding the material, sending it to a satellite, and distributing it to the entire country. How's that work? That's radio waves.
Gamma light.
The same way LORAN works, bro. Through the bounce it off the ionosphere.
No,
Big
they don't do that. They don't do that.
Yeah, don't lie.
It's line of sight. It's line of sight to the. That's why you go to the equator and go to Ecuador or something and look at people's satellite dishes. Where do you think they're pointed? Straight up.
Straight up.
Equator. At equator.
Yeah, pinned at the equator. They're pointed straight up. That's where the satellites are.
Zanuck.
Because how would you have something? How would you have something orbiting the Earth in like a crown? There's a crown sitting on the head of the Earth. How would some satellite make an orbit that way? It doesn't. They don't orbit that way.
Zanuck, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Respect.
Give me some.
You know you got
so these
some.
repeaters need a line of sight, and they're all land-based repeaters. Big deal,
they're
man.
not like. That's why the antenna is pointing straight up. Knucklehead, come on, you're falling behind.
Hey, bozo, we got mountains.
You're falling behind a little bit. You're slipping.
No, we got mountains in my city, and all the satellites are pointed at the mountain. You bozo.
They actually
Why,
pointed-
dude?
Really not. They're really not, because I
They
know
really
for a
are,
fact where
dude.
they are, and I know how high the highest
Hey,
mountains
do you have
are.
any
And
mountains in
unless
your
you're at the
city,
base of the
bro?
mountain,
You know
what?
Hollywood? Why do you think all the repeaters are up there on Hollywood? All the antennas are up there, dude.
Because they got to talk to Thousand Oaks,
Distributing.
baby. They got to talk to Northridge. How do you talk over that mountain when the mountain's in the way? That's for radio, TV, radio stations, TV
Oh, then
stations.
no, you fucking moron.
I'm the
Hey,
moron, dude. Are you
doofus.
listening to yourself? You're suffering from a huge amount of projection right now.
To talk to Thousand Oaks. No, dude.
Well, how else are you going to talk to Thousand Oaks if you're over in the Sunset District or Beverly Hills? How are you going to talk to someone over that way if you're transmitting? Well, how do you think they get the signal to the towers?
Use fucking satellites, moron.
They don't use those. Aren't the satellites? Those aren't satellite dishes. Those are radio antennas. Dude, you got to wake up. You lived under. You don't even know what you're even surrounded by. You're seeming very, very ignorant of your surroundings. Anyway, back to the point. We used fiber optics. They go all around the world. It's amazing, mind-boggling array of cables and distances. And we transmit at light speed through those fiber optic cables, and that's just life.
Just life.
It's the way it is. Without it, we wouldn't have the communicate. We wouldn't be able to have this fun place we all hang out and bash on each other.
Zanuck, have you ever thought maybe it's just you and you're just playing a video game and everything else is NPC?
No, never thought that once.
So it doesn't take time to send data since it's light speed?
It takes exactly how long the distance is, minus the one quarter millionth of a second per meter time.
Is that like if I send Bitcoin to China, that's what, like a few seconds or what?
It's going to take you however long the distance, 186,000 miles a second, roughly. That's how long it's going to take to get there, minus the latency within the actual repeaters. So you're hitting a bunch of stops along the way.
Latency. Oh, damn it! I thought you can measure.
Well, you have processors, and you have computational activities going on in these network switches and routers that route the signal from wherever you send it from to your end destination. And every time it makes a stop, every hop, it costs time. And we measure it. We know that.
Stop and hop.
Yeah, stop
and
go.
There's no way you can tell that it's going light speed then, because there's a lot of stop and goes then.
Because you measure between the stations, and you can measure the light speed between the stations. And that's known as well.
You can measure the light speed between the stations. Can you tell us about that? How does that work?
Yeah, you emit a signal. You do a ping, and you take the time at which it takes to get to the end station and back.
Can you show us that happening?
Light.
Can you show us?
Yeah, there's live. Yeah, there's sim tools and things that will give you an output, a graph showing you live that transactional
Did you say sim
time.
tool? Do you have the real thing?
Yeah.
I don't trust computers.
Security information management systems, or SEM.
Right. Do you have a real life example of measuring this light speed you're saying?
Yes, those are real life examples. Go find a SEM tool, and they'll give you much other types of data, the amount of time it takes to go from one stop to the next.
Can you put something in Livestream? I'll take a look at it.
What do you want? You want how networking works? How light?
No, I want you to show me how they're going to measure light speed, like you claimed, between these processes. You just said that. I just said you can't do it because they're, like you said, they're routing, they're processing, they're stopping and going. So
I didn't say that. I said that for over entire trips, but between hops, you can have a ping between two hops. Nothing in between except fiber optic cable. In fact, they can do that in your building, and they can get exactly.
Can you test that?
Exactly how far away? I can tell you how long. Hold on, dude. You sound like a knucklehead right now. You can tell you exactly how long that cable is by how long it takes the signal to get to from one point to another, and that's well known in networking. I mean, Doofus probably has data on his fingertips right now with those values. Right. I can find you something.
I'm glad it's on the fingertips because that's all we need right now. Well, let's say you wanted to prove that it was happening at light speed. How do you do that?
I don't understand what you're really asking.
How do you demonstrate in real
So
life
we're going
what
to
you're
say we're going to
saying?
give you a certain.
I
I'm going
want
to
to
give you
see
a
light
certain
speed
length. I'm
happening.
going to give you a 186,000 mile of cable, and we're going to give you a value of 1 second to show that's how fast they got. That's light speed. Is that what you want? Something like that?
So you're saying you can't do it. A concession is okay here. You can concede, or
No,
you can say you
no, it's
can't do
done.
it.
It's done. No, it's done on a much smaller scale.
Show us the
Much more
small
accurately.
scale. Show us what you're talking about. You give us a video, give me something.
Hey, Godric, I'm speaking to you, and you're answering me at the speed of light. That's proof.
Right. So let's say you wanted to test that, wanted to
Kind of
confirm
good
that,
point.
right? How do we do that?
Look at the clock. Say what time it is. Say something, and he'll repeat it, and see how long it took.
Well, I'm in Los Angeles. Anybody, I guess far away from me, we can check it out.
Well, I'm in Goodyear, so I'm not far away from you.
Where's Goodyear?
Arizona. It's just
Oh,
west.
okay.
We should have a live stream with. We should put your clock on live stream. Have a real clock with thousands, hundreds, or thousands of a second. Have it on the display, and two people share their screen. We can see the difference.
So, but this is Zanuck I'm talking to, right?
Yes.
Wasn't there like 24,000 miles around the supposed globe?
Supposed globe? That's not a supposed globe. It's actually a globe.
So what is that, like 1/8 of a second? Is that what you're saying?
Whatever 186,000 miles
technically there's
per
no
second.
time. It's not even a second to get my Bitcoin from here to China. Oh wait, you said that there's stops and processing and
Well, yeah, it has the information. It has to get to
interruptions.
Goes to a router, received by a router, sent to a switch, sent to a server. I mean, yeah, it's going to take time for it to get processed. I mean, there's some process.
So once again, I think I heard what you said, but you can't actually demonstrate it happening at light speed.
Of course, you can demonstrate it. You want me to demonstrate it for you? Why don't you do some research on it?
I'm not
Think about it.
saying you have to demonstrate it. I'm just saying, point me to a demonstration. I'll look at a YouTube video. Point me to a demonstration.
Just go verification of fiber optic transceiver performance or something. 10 gigabit transceiver performance. Speed validation or something like that. That'll pop up.
I could look into that. And let's just say what's happening.
Juniper networks, Cisco networks, latency validation.
Let's just say what's happening a lot slower. Like let's say there's
when they do this. So when the sales guys go to these organizations, say, look, our networking is be able to better optimize your environment because of whatever you have some time sensitive activities you want to have instant responses for whatever reason. They'll give them the data. They'll give them here's all the test data. Here's all the paper. Here's white paper, and here's the validation. Here's all the tests, all certified. They say this is what it does, and that's what they'll buy their equipment because they believe that those tests are true and valid. And people who endorse it are not liars. And then, lo and behold, they'll buy the switches and routers, and it does exactly what they said it did, and it saves their banking because they need to have this latency reduction for all sorts of different types of applications. You can only use your imagination of what applications that you could do in real life that'd be latent, time sensitive, latency sensitive. Right? I don't know why you're challenging it. You really don't think this is a thing? I mean, what would make you say, see, I'm right? What would make you say that? Like, see, it doesn't go light speed, or see, it means the Earth is not round, or what are you getting at? It's not spinning. I think you're just playing with it.
Just look at your gas bill for your house if you have one.
What is the gas bill? Hey, Craig, what's up, man?
Yeah, he's saying that when he buys gas, he buys it by weight. So if he has a house that has natural gas in it, his gas bill will clear this up for him.
So, do you know how a gas meter? Do you know how a gas meter works?
I don't. I just pay whatever it
Crit?
says on the
Yeah,
bill.
yeah. Crit. You know how they measure out gas with the meter? You know how the meter works?
I wasn't even talking to you. What's your problem?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm
So
sorry, Craig. I heard what you said, but I didn't understand where you were going with that. You're saying
yeah,
look at my gas bill and what?
yeah. Just look at your gas bill. It'll clear up a lot of the stuff for today.
I haven't actually questioned my gas bill. I just assume that they charge me
I'll give you
directly.
a hint. What Crit is talking about is that they charge you by a volume value.
Volume of gas, right?
Right.
And here's a question: How do you really confirm you're using that much gas? That would be a good question.
Well, because that's why I asked you to look into how a gas meter works.
Right.
And even though it's not sold by weight in your house, it's sold by volume, and the flow rate is volume based. And yeah, it could change. If it's very cold, you'll get more. If it's very hot, you'll get less.
I know. The more they
So
check those
what?
gasoline stations, as far as the volume from those gasoline pumps, the more they bust people cheating on the gas. I know
Well,
that's a
that's why
fact.
that's why you buy your gas. I mean, if you can go find gas on a 20-degree below zero day, you're going to get 4 or 5% more gas than you would on a
So you go on
100-degree
a
day.
cold, go to a cold location. It's more compressed, right?
Right.
If
It's
it's
more dense.
hot, it's more
Right. Because that's a
expanded because
volume.
of the
That's a
heat.
flow. That's a volume flow metering as well. So it's not really accurate, but it's accurate enough.
Enough for business.
Enough for business, exactly.
What if they put a heater? When they put a heater in the gas machine dispenser to make it more volume. I mean, make it expand more so you can charge more. You think that's
Yeah,
you think
they could
that's
do that.
ethical?
Not ethical, but they could do it if they wanted to screw people, steal from you.
Well, think about it. If you can squeeze another 5%, legally, hey,
I threw that
shit.
number out there. I don't think it's that much. I might maybe only a fraction of a percent. I was just
Even
kidding.
if it's 1% at 1,000,000 gallons, you know what I mean? What are you talking
Oh yeah, it
about?
adds up. Yeah, but you know what? People we need to have gas when they need it. Oh, I'm saying if they were trying to screw by heating the tanks up, yeah, you're right. That'd be a problem.
I have to move my location right now, so I'm gonna say bye for
Adios.
now. But we'll talk more later, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
See you later, Crit.
Yeah, take care, dude.
He said, Sean Hawking, you're hypocritical and a Karen. That's funny.
Good evening, guys.
Let's see.
What's up, Bessie?
What's up? Everyone's quiet?
Rakia has stunned us all into silence.
They're all checking. They're frantically checking their gas bill.
Yeah, I heard a bit of that. Yeah.
They're trying to figure out how they turn CCFs into weight.
They don't.
They got
There's a lot of-
Rakia. They got Rakia from chat.
They did, dude. You
They got
stopped
Rakia
them.
in the chat.
Like Jeremy would say, off the top rope.
If the speed of light is so fast, wouldn't it be blurry?
Gotta catch it, slow it down somehow.
How do they catch it if it's so fast?
With a photoreceptor.
Oh, yo, tell me this.
A photocell.
What? How
Active
can a
pixel sensor.
photon? Yo, if photons are traveling towards each other, what's up with them? If say it's like a
collision.
Yeah, a million traveling one direction and a million traveling at them in the other direction. Do they like push
There
each
you
other
go.
back? What happens with all that? Like, for instance, when you go outside in the sunlight and you can't see your phone screen as much anymore.
Yeah, it gets blurry. But if Xanax thinks if you pass those photons through a meter, the flow will give you a reading. Photon reader.
No, I don't think Xanax ever said anything about a photon meter.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, we know about it.
Active pixels. A photon counter.
The flow of photons.
Yeah, you can measure the flow of photons hitting a photon sensor, an active pixel sensor, or a photocell. So yes, in a kind of roundabout way, you can actually detect. I'm still talking. You can still detect because there's a reaction between these photocells and the amount of photons that hit it. That's a kind of
never get an amount of one, but you assume
somewhat of a well-known quantity, by the way.
So it's always a wave, and then they collapse it, right? It's not like they have particles and they make it a wave. It's always a wave, and they think that they collapse it into what they think.
It has characteristics of both a wave and a particle. It has characteristics of both a wave and a particle.
But the wave has
it has
collapse,
characteristics of both a wave and a particle.
Which one came first?
The chicken
the
or the egg?
wave. It has to collapse to even know there's particles and to measure it. Hey, Xanax, how do you measure the flow of steroid juice coming out of a needle? What do you use to do that with?
Or look at the jar that's empty on the counter.
Oh, the volume. It's not the flow now. It's the volume.
No, there's a number of capsules in the jar.
You can measure it by the words per minute you speak.
or the injector, the Dianabol that's in my syringe. If I have like 5 cc's,
the amount of weight you bench press, you can measure the flow of steroid juice.
But not a big number anymore, that's for sure.
Those were the days.
Yes, they were. God.
What?
My own body back. Like I'm icing my Achilles right now from sprinting, killing me. My Achilles is killing me.
Dude, I did the ice tub hot rock massage today. Oh my God. For the first time. Yeah, Jesus. I don't know.
Ice tub.
That's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
It's so good for recovery. I should do that right now, but I'm just too much of a pussy.
I feel
it hurts
16.
too much.
Yeah, it hurt like a Dickens. You know what a Dickens hurt is?
Somehow I think you're going to be telling us. Somehow I think
like
you're going to know.
A dick insert. A dick insert. Oh my gosh, Xanax.
The expression like Xanax the bomb, right? Like Dave's the bomb, or whatever. Zanuck is the bomb.
He the bomb. All night long. He's added to the list though. I'm sorry, Zanuck. I mean, you've failed the segment of Are You Smarter Than a Rocket Scientist with Professor Don. And you're up there with Kosho and then you stood up to the plate, but you struck out. Sorry, buddy. And I thought this was your thing. Reference frames, conservation of
reference frames are just a small element of it, yes, but understanding them is key to understanding general or special relativity.
Zanuck's so full of shit, plumbers won't stand around him.
Damn.
You guys are harsh.
He takes it well there. It's almost like he's used to it. It's that little brother syndrome.
No, my little brother had the little brother syndrome.
Where you at, Zanuck? What you been doing, man? You been flying?
No, I've been just dealing with kids.
Shit,
getting the race car ready to go take a couple laps in another month.
Yeah, that time of year, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be. I'm just kind of out of it these days. Kind of doing it for fun.
We've been like,
I can't give it up. It's kind of like the boat. You got to, even if you don't have any place to go, you got to get in the boat and take it out for a couple hot laps, right?
Yeah, I got that project going, but we like a wedding in Wisconsin, wedding in Tennessee, like travel.
Are they putting a new bottom? Are they putting a new bottom on the boat? What was
we're doing paint all throughout, but a lot of fiberglass work, a lot of new stuff, electronic controls, like fly-by-wire instead of hydronautic. What is it?
Why does it need fiberglass work?
Hydronautic. We had air and fluid steering system, whatever the hell that is, in control. Hydronautic?
Hydraulic?
No, it's not hydraulic. It's hynotic.
Hynotic again. Yeah.
Hynotic. It's air and fluid. We had that. We ripped all that out. We're doing fly-by-wire. And then
wow,
a bunch of shit, dude. Yeah, it's going to be tricked out. It's going to be the most upside-down ocean on the water. It might not float.
Now, that water in Lake Pontchartrain, is that feed out to the ocean or is it a lake? Is it true fresh water?
Oh, it's a lake.
Freshwater, right?
Out into the delta, yeah.
Oh, but it's freshwater, so it's like brackish at the end, but it's mainly
it gets brackish when the wind blows to the north. You know?
So you just get those little like barnacle-like things that grow from fresh water on the hull. If you don't,
I'm not on Lake Pontchartrain. I'm on the Gulf.
Oh, you're on the. Oh, so you're in the sea.
Yeah, I'm on the coast. Okay. Yeah, I'm in. We don't get we don't get a huge amount of barnacles. We get more growth. Like
do you run? How do you get? I've always wondered about this because I never had a sea. I've always been on freshwater lakes and deltas and things. What do you run the water from the? Yeah, they have to run the ocean water through the engine, right?
Yeah, we run seawater through a cooler.
So do you always have to flush it out? When do you flush it out? When you pull it out of water, or
no?
That would be hell corrosive, right?
Called barnacle buster. You just flush it out every now and then. I got a diver that comes and does the bottom, and then about every 4 months we do a chemical treatment on the raw water side and get all the barnacles.
No, I get that. I'm talking about inside the engine. If you're running seawater into the engine, that would be
just on the outside, just in a system. We have coolant too. We have an intercooler.
Oh, so it runs out like a radiator.
Right, but we run seawater past that to keep
through the radiator.
Mm-hmm.
So you run seawater through a radiator, but there's coolant through the engine.
Right, it's a heat exchanger with coolant, and then the seawater passes through it. The seawater cools all my fuel and oil also.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah. Freaking 4 turbos and twin engine with a generator on that sucker. It's like maintenance out the wazoo.
I bet.
Yeah. But it's like race car, it's just a passion,
Oh yeah, I know. Well, people think that race cars are expensive, man. I think boats are.
Shit. Yeah, these boats that stay in the water, stay in salt water, they're expensive. A lot of maintenance.
Yeah, a buddy of mine's got this $5 or $6 million 76 footer, 78 footer, I think it is. Always
Yeah,
having parties. Hey, where's his captain hat and everything? I think he's got a little bit of a social issue here. He's got to be
yeah, I
liked.
don't do that.
He takes everybody out like once a month all over the San Francisco Bay, and and this has got 2 twin turbo 1,500 horsepower motors. And it's huge. It's 78 feet. We just must suck the gas, right? It's got to be like $1,000 a day going out there and buzzing around.
On plane, he's burning probably 180 gallons an hour.
Probably why he always puts her. Probably once we get out there, that's why he's putting around, right? Get that
if you 10 knot it, what we call it, he's probably burning maybe 10 or 12 gallons an hour. It's a huge difference.
That's not that much. You think about it.
Mm-mm. I burn 7 gallons an hour, 10 knot, and then 60 at cruise.
10 knot.
And once those turbos kick in, usually around 1,400 RPM, you're burning.
Whoa!
You're burning.
That's a badass boat. We need to give us some pictures of those oil rigs off your coast there. You got all sorts of oil wells out there, right?
I got lots of pictures. Hmm? But the Gulf is terrible. It's always humid.
It's always humid and kind of hazy.
Yeah, it's always got that haze coming off.
Yeah.
Plus, the oil industry, there's, because of all the oil rigs, there's shit everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, just my one boat alone, you ought to see the haze it puts off.
The
diesel haze.
Oh, yeah.
That 180 gallons an hour is going somewhere.
Yep.
So since we're all in a good mood here, I was wondering, would you guys like to take a crack at answering what is proof to you? Does anybody want to give that a go, or too late, too boring? What are your thoughts, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Principle supported by evidence.
Principle supported by evidence?
Yeah, I'll take
it. That's kind of strange. I never heard that one before. Can you elaborate a bit on that, Left Lane?
Well, one of the most prevalent discussions is gravity and what is your evidence of gravity? And I always think drop something, and that's apparent. It can be measured. It can be utilized in trajectory calculations and orbits, and it has utility to utilize gravity in doing things.
And it's a law, which means it's never been disproven. Because when laws have an exception, they're not laws anymore. So I guess you could consider
gravity is not a
proof.
law, Kosho.
Yes, gravity is a law and a theory. There's both.
And then
you make statements, by the way, with me. Yeah, see, you might want to back it up with something. When I say gravity is a law, and you say, no, gravity is not a law, and here's why. If you follow up with here's why, you'll have a lot more credibility with us.
Here's why. Because
why is gravity not a law?
What is a law? Isn't a law a self-evident truth, like a law, right? What's
why would
a law?
You say a self-evident truth? A law is something that is shown
what
to
is
be
a law to
valid
you, then?
and true unconditionally. There's no exceptions to a law.
Okay, fine. How does that apply to gravity?
Gravity is a law, and the accelerations and the forces that we see accompanying gravity are always there and never
No, you just
counter,
see an
never
effect.
exception.
You just see
Yeah,
something, and
that's where that's the law. The law is the effect.
the law is the effect.
Correct.
The law is the effect.
Correct.
Wow, that's the first one. So what causes that effect?
That's a debate, right? Going over a couple
Yeah.
hundred years now.
Maybe
Bending space-time,
maybe let's not
mass
get into
attracting
that.
No,
mass.
what it is they know what
electrostatics.
doesn't cause it. Right?
Yeah, I wanted to do a proof thing, but it always leads into this. Yeah.
But why, SC? Like, why?
Because they can't get it, I don't know why. It can't go past a sentence or two and people start arguing. Because proof is not as clear cut as it seems.
You want proof of gravity? Drop something.
No, not proof of gravity. Proof. What is proof? You see, we were arguing about gravity, but we didn't even get to the proof part. What would constitute proof for you?
Well, if I tell you that I'm going to drop this rock and it's going to fall, and I drop it and it falls, that's colloquially speaking, that's proof that the
Proof
rock
of
is
what?
going to fall.
Proof of what?
Rock.
Proof of when you picked up the rock, it fell. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. When you drop it, it falls.
No, you didn't drop it. You picked it up and you let go.
Yeah, dropped it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So all you proved there, right? Without arguing, I don't want to argue. All you proved there was you picked something up, you let it go, and it dropped.
No, the proof would be, well, by the definition would be evidence or argument establishing or helping to establish a fact or the truth of a statement. So,
okay, so what?
When you're given proof of your identity, you're going to produce evidence or an argument establishing or helping the fact of truth of that statement. Just like you say, is there gravity? Gravity will affect objects and make them accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared, downward, plumb line as a direction.
But even that's false. Even that's false. Even that doesn't work.
That's not. Well, no, if you could ever come up with an exception to
I'll
that.
bet you $1 million right now that when we go measure something, it's not going to fall at that rate. How much you want to bet?
Well, okay, so you're confusing the rate at something falls without taking some of the adjustments involved, right?
Oh, there's adjustments
so for example,
now.
if you're well, yeah, because if you're for example, if you're in water, we already went over this earlier today, and you might have not been there, but we know that something falls in water. We know that we have to take the weight of the water that is being displaced, as well as the viscosity and other factors to determine really what the true falling rate is. So there's going to be a net rate of fall. The net falling rate is going to be a lot lower.
So by your own words.
But
we're not making an exception. We're giving all the factors of the experiment. That's why one of the independent variables would be the viscosity. So viscosity would be a factor in that value. Now you drop things in a vacuum, then hold on. You drop things in a vacuum and you will see that every single time without exception.
Right. So what you should have said was the correct statement. What you should have said is things fall at 9.8 meters, whatever squared, in a vacuum. Right.
Yeah.
So the rate of fall is not constant that you said before, correct?
Well, like I said, the rate of fall depends on lots of factors, but the rate they use, the rate they use for the object is constant. And then they add other objects that are falling or inhibiting or impeding its motion, and will give you a net acceleration or not acceleration at all. In fact, when you drop something from a building, a penny, it won't continue to accelerate. It'll eventually hit terminal velocity and not accelerate anymore. Does it mean it doesn't have an acceleration rate on it? Of course it does. That's what gives it its weight. So the weight of the penny. Hold on. See, now hopefully you're thinking. So the weight of the penny now is important.
Just make your statement quick. Don't say 20 things, bro, because I don't know what to respond.
Hold on. Just one last sentence. So when the penny has weight now, based on this acceleration due to gravity, and the viscosity of the air, the drag that is being produced is equaling the weight. It doesn't accelerate anymore. So it still has an acceleration, And it's been matched by the force created by the viscosity and density and characteristics of the air. So we have a net zero
Jesus
force.
Christ.
A net zero. Yeah, I know. It gets complicated when
Keep
you start
going,
talking
man.
physics.
Let me light up a cigar. I got my legs up. Keep going.
Well, if you're paying attention, I'd say go ahead, man, do it, because it's going to get winded,
And the only
long-winded
thing is,
here.
it kind of ends up not being a conversation, and you just kind of talking nonstop. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's like I guess you feel like you're
I'm doing this on purpose because SE
All right,
does this to me, and I do it right back. Okay.
Well, okay. Well, I know you feel like you're kind of in teacher mode or whatever it is, but it's like it just
Well,
ends up
because
being
he
where
forced me there.
You link like
He forced
400
me
things
there.
at once, and then it's hard to respond.
I know, but he said that. He said that, and he made that very clear that he was going to put me in teacher mode and then correct me as him being the better teacher, because you should have said that it's
you
object
delusional,
in a
bro.
vacuum. You should have said.
Yeah, because when you say constant,
Let's kind of go
when
in.
you say,
Let's do the point and counterpoint. Try to be quick.
yeah, me, I wanna end this quick because I want to get back to the proof thing. Now, it's very quick to end this. Zanik, does everything fall at the constant speed, constant rate? Yes or no?
Maybe you should have made your question: is everything observed to fall at a constant acceleration or a constant speed?
No,
That's how
the
you should have
question
worded it.
is what I asked. You want to ask? You want to make my question?
Well, I'm having to make some guesses because it's not being clear. Remember, you try to clear
let me
me up.
restate
Now I'm
it
clearing
then.
you up. Hold on,
let me
you can't
restate.
play right? You told me what you said it should be. Now I'm telling you what you said it should be. You should say, is it true that everything falls at a constant acceleration? Observed. Everything observed is falling at a constant rate. And I would
And what
say
is that?
no. No, the answer
You
is
would
no.
say
Everything's
no.
not
Okay.
observed.
Thank you.
See, now this
Thank
is
you.
called being clear. You've made now a clear question.
So when you guys say everything falls at 9.8 meters per second squared, excuse me, that is not a correct statement, right?
It is. No, it is. It is.
How so?
Because that's the factor you use on all objects. All objects dropped, regardless of the medium, have an acceleration and a force based on 9.8 meters per second squared.
That is not true.
You won't observe it. You might not
That
always
is not
observe
true.
it,
And
but
I'll
that's
even
the
go
acceleration
one.
that you.
I'll even go
Remember,
one higher. You
I
don't
clarified
even
you
know.
by saying observation. So we're not observing it. We're just saying that it has an acceleration, a force.
So, in what condition do things not fall at a rate of 9.8 meters, SE?
Well, excuse me. I'll tell you exactly. I'm glad you asked that question. According to your belief, I'm not saying this. This is your guys' belief. Everything falls at 9.8 minutes per second square. Whatever. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired now. You know the rate fall, right?
Meters per second squared.
Thank you. That's what you guys say, right? But what you don't say is in a vacuum. That's my point. That's the only instance that happens. And by the way, you haven't even proved that either.
Well, I think that's kind of like, to me, and since we've all been talking about this so much, it's sort of a caveat that I think is that to me is sort of understood, that it's in a vacuum, that we know that, that the atmosphere creates resistance, and a leaf of paper is not going to fall at the same rate a rock's going to in the atmosphere, right? So I just kind of understand that the vacuum part is just part of the statement without saying it, but maybe that's not a good thing to do.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. And because we know it's a fact that things don't fall at the same rate. Never. The only time that you can say that and you haven't proved that is in a perfect vacuum, which cannot be achieved, by the way. So this is some rough territory you guys are going over.
Well, we can create a vacuum that we can observe this acceleration.
Where can you observe this acceleration in zero pressure?
Well, not zero pressure. You can't get zero pressure. But
That's right.
You can get close enough. You can get close enough.
But the statement is in a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
So when you say that in a vacuum, you guys automatically picture space, right? And you
Well, no,
picture
that's
these
another
crazy.
thing that's another point that should be kind of understood, because I mean it's been repeated over and over and over again that there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
Exactly. Thank you for making my point. So all these things are conventions. They're not real measurements. The 9.8 per meters per second squared, that's a convection, not a reality.
No, it is reality. You can do it. I mean, you can actually do it. You can put a scale board behind an object 30 feet up in the air and drop it and time it, and you'll come up with that figure of 9.8 meters per second per second.
Not in a vacuum. Not in a perfect vacuum.
Well, it's not, like I said, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, but close enough.
Well, close enough. Sorry. Close enough doesn't really cut it. It's either that or it isn't. Or you have to say it's not constant. Be honest. That's all I'm asking.
It is what it is, buddy. I don't know.
Okay,
I mean,
we did this to death. I want to go on the proof thing. I don't want to be argumentative today. Who wants to? Does anybody want to say what proof is to him? Because I don't want to argue. How about it? Zanik, have I ever asked you what proof is?
I think the responses were fine. I don't have a problem with the definition I gave you, and which I gave you already, and then what was responded by left.
No, was he bad just for me or for everybody?
Yeah, something with your mic, Xanax, some kind of buzzing, crackling thing going on.
Oh, it said whatever left lane was saying I was agreeing with, and I gave you my own.
You got to fix it.
Response.
Something's up. Yeah, something's up with your mic.
How about now? Is that better?
No.
You join it and leave and come back. What's going on there?
Well, he comes back. Left lane, I don't think you were pretty clear on your explanation, or didn't I get you good?
no, just concepts that things that are said to be that are supported by evidence.
So a concept supported by evidence. Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
I mean, the word proof, gets beat around a little bit. In science doesn't prove things by definition, but we can use the term proof without being pedantic and use it colloquially.
Can I ask you, if I may?
Yeah.
Do you hold any personal proofs?
Like what? I mean, there's a lot of things that I understand to be true.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, a man is a man, a woman is a woman. A man can't be a woman can't be a man. How about that?
You have a lot of people disagreeing with you on that one, but not me.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's such a gray and sensitive subject. I stay out of that conversation.
Yeah,
it's not really all that sensitive.
I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
That's trying to be sensitive.
So what's proof to you, my friend? Oblivion?
Well, I saw a movie once and a child said, "A girl has a vagina, a boy has a penis." It's really that simple.
Yeah,
So something you can point.
It's kind of off the beaten path a little bit.
I know, he just asked for something and I just gave him
No, that's
the only thing I can
acceptable.
think of.
The two different sexes, that's acceptable. But is that it? I mean, is that... So okay, now I remember what I wanted to say. So you're saying something that you have somebody points to you and says, "Look, that's an apple," right? So you actually being there and actually observing something, that's proof to you. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want clarity. Or tell me I'm wrong. That's not what you meant at all.
Actually, I was probably just muddying the waters. I'm new. I just popped in to smoke a cigarette.
Welcome and good to have you. Do you want to take a stab at it for real?
Like I said, I just popped in to smoke a cigarette. I wasn't privy to the last 30 minutes or whatever.
Well, the question is, what is proof to you?
Depends on the context of the question. Proof of what?
Well, let's say I had to convince you of something, right? And you told me, well, no, prove it. What would you need, like, for me to give you, for you to accept the proof?
Prove it. Prove what?
Whatever.
Well, no, I mean, prove what?
Okay, there's a guy that's giving out 3 Bitcoins to prove that the Earth is a sphere. How about that?
That's easy to do.
That's not a question of doing. That's not the question. The question is, what would you accept as proof?
What would the guy that's offering the 3 Bitcoins accept as proof?
Exactly. Let's say you were the guy. Exactly, Left Lane. Let's say you were the guy offering the 3 Bitcoins. What would you accept for proof, Oblivion?
Man, that's...
I know it's tough, man. I know. That's why I'm
That's
asking.
real tough, man. That's real tough.
I hear you. Maybe you want to think on it and answer it another time. No problem.
Horizon dropping with altitude.
Yeah, or one that is prevalent in this conversation today is demonstrating the use of a sextant in finding your location. According to 10th Man, Nathan Oakley, or Quantum Eraser. Either of those 3 I would like to see demonstrate what they're preaching.
I would too.
That's another topic, like, but
well, I mean,
using a bubble sextant too, so we can get rid of the whole refraction problem. Just use a bubble sextant. Use that 60 nautical miles per degree change, and find out where you are anywhere on the Earth, showing that it's round. I would accept that if I were them.
So you would accept that as proof.
But they already accept it. But they accept it. They say that it's not proof. So I can't figure them out. The funniest thing, the irony, is that they're going on and on about this sextant, and every day they do that, they're making their case weaker and making themselves look really silly, because it all boils down to 60 nautical miles per degree, and that cannot exist regardless of that baseline that they continue to belabor themselves over.
But
it doesn't matter.
They also say, oh, it can't happen on a curved baseline. It's like, oh my God.
That's why it happens, right? It's exactly why it happens. It has to happen that way, because 60 nautical miles per degree, in far as triangles go, does not work. No worky. So it has to be curved. The surface has to be curved. But the baseline doesn't. That's the problem. Oh, then they'll freak out and call you all these names. But that's the problem. They don't get the fact. And yes, see, you can relay this to them, that the baseline has nothing to do with the surface. It only has to do with something with respect to vertical. And
I
if
tried
that,
to tell him that he just berated me and muted me and wouldn't let me speak.
I know
I
you were
tried
doing a
to.
pretty good job until they did that. I agree.
Yeah, but I don't think we're there right now, right? We're in Geos, and this is a whole different environment. Shout out Geo.
But you do it.
So
You talk with him all the time. See, you can. Hey, you know what? Quantum, because he's so arrogant. You would like. I mean, everybody wants to catch someone who's really arrogant, thinks they know it all, at a screw up. And this is one of his biggest screw up. He's got a lot of them, but this is his largest. See, just say, look, how is it possible that we have a 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship? That's what he says.
next time you speak to him, you ask him, bro.
Oh, I can't ask anything there. He'll mute me within 2 seconds. I had that discussion. It lasted about 10. Actually, it lasted about 30 minutes before they muted me and kicked me out for a day.
Wouldn't that just be perspective to apparent positions of light in the sky as you change your angle going further and closer to them?
Yeah, to the horizon, and then they invoke refraction. So they want to relate to higher degrees, to the zenith, right? To discount refraction, and it's just nonsense. It doesn't work on a flat plane. Mathematically, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, if you got a 45-degree angle
Why
to the
not?
North Star, there's no refraction to the North Star at a 45-degree angle. If you look up at 45-degree angle, you'll never be able to measure anything being refracted, any position change whatsoever. And if you do, it's possible. You might be able to have a little bit. It nowhere anywhere close to the 50% error that you achieve by keeping the 60-mile 2-degree relationship. We've never seen refraction many orders of magnitude less than that change. It just doesn't work. Never been seen. So it's probably not possible. Possible, but not probable.
If we're done with this, I would like to ask. I don't think I've ever asked Estrella that question.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask you what proof is to you?
Proof?
Yes.
I guess proof would be evidence without doubt for a claim.
Evidence without doubt for a claim.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What is proof for you?
Sure, I'll answer that. But what kind of evidence would you? We'll finish with that, and then I'll tell you what it is for me, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So you said for proof you would accept evidence, but some would equate that as the same thing. So I ask you, what kind of evidence would you accept then?
Evidence for any given claim. Like if I want to prove that the sky is blue, proof that the sky is blue would have to be tests and exams run and taken with math numbers that obviously can't change. Maybe some photos that aren't tampered with if it's something that could be taken as a photo depending on the claim. Stuff that's just solid, unwavering.
Tangible stuff, in other words.
Correct.
Okay, nice. Fair enough. So I'll answer your question now. What is proof to me? And I tell you, every time I think about it, I think it changes a bit, or I rethink it, but basically, it's something tangible that I can explain to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, I was coughing.
You're fine.
So something tangible that I can explain to somebody, explain the mechanism, how it works, pass it on to them, have them repeat it. They can either falsify it or see that it's true. And basically that, yeah.
Nice.
So tangible, verifiable, repeatable, and
Something
able
that can be
to,
validated.
yeah, by somebody else. Yeah, exactly. Like I can pass it on to you and tell you, hey, this is it. Now you try it and you tell me what you came up with.
Right.
And you're either going to say, you're full of, no, this is not it. Or, yeah, yep, it matches. Like something like that.
Right. And proof doesn't have to be widely accepted. You know, like a lot of people may disagree with something, but proof is proof. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people say it's personal. Proof is proof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you for your input.
Mm-hmm. Always.
Globus, have I ever asked you, sir?
She gave the best one I've heard.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, she was good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What was yours, Sissy?
Oh, you didn't hear it?
No, I must have missed it.
Okay. For me, it's and I premise that before. I usually change it or not change it, but I'm always open to not interpretation, but to, I don't know how to say it. It's an ongoing thing. Let's put it that way. So
Improve,
basically,
modify.
left lane. Sorry, somebody spoke.
Oh, improve, modify, adjust. It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, left lane to make things like fast, something that is tangible. I could show you, explain to you, show you the mechanism, how it works, give it to you. You can repeat it, falsify it, or prove it true. Something along those lines.
Okay.
Anybody else want to take a stab at it? How about Globus? I don't believe I've ever asked you.
What's up?
Would you like to take a stab at what is proof to you?
To put it quite simply, to demonstrate to be true and correct beyond a reasonable doubt.
I like that. But how? How would you demonstrate? Like, what would be demonstratable proof to you?
Well, it would depend on what you're trying to prove. Are you trying to prove, for example, a definition to be correct? Then you would show an example of that definition. Are you trying to prove, an experiment to be correct? You would need to demonstrate, visually demonstrate that experiment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Experimental, like
I believe trial and error is a big part of representing why something is considered a proof.
And ready with his tactics board alongside me is
Yeah, that's trial and error. Yeah. Yeah, it's a mind-boggling question. I know, that's why it fascinates me so much, because it seems so easy at first, right? But then think about it. All the conversations we have here, all the arguments we have here could all be settled if we come to a mutual understanding, an acceptance of what proof is. And so far, I don't see that. Hey, Ruhiv's here.
I use logic
Hello.
in mine. I say it's logic-based, tangible things. So it's close to yours, but I use logic. It's easily explained. Like I can explain it easily, and then without assumptions. So I think everybody's going to come up with something different, but that's mine basically. And I'm like you. If I think about it every day, I probably change something about it every day, and then go back to some other things, and then change it again. Like it's weird, like that, right? That
Yeah.
one definition.
Like I'm gonna
of
add logic now. Damn, I wish I would have thought of that. Yeah, I'm thinking now in my head. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're Canadian, so.
Yeah, can't help it.
What part of Canada? Well, like where? Like, oh my god, I'm having a stroke.
The
What
part
part of?
that speaks French.
Oh wow.
Is not very smart.
Oh, like, are you north, south, east, west?
I'm from Montreal. I can't stop laughing.
Yeah, I was
From my
gonna say
buddy
that.
Rakia putting me up.
He's from Montreal.
Montreal.
Wait, I don't know where the fuck that is. Hold up.
Montreal's in the East Coast. Vermont is the closest. Maybe you can think of Maine, around them parts.
Oh my god, you're really close to me. Sheesh. It's a little weird. Oh god.
You're not in Canada?
No, but I basically am.
Okay, so I got a good idea where you're at. One of those places I just mentioned, probably.
Somewhere around there. No, actually, it's okay. So I actually want to share something.
Don't dox yourself. Don't share.
No.
Don't share any. Yeah, I'm warning you from
I
now.
don't
But go
know,
ahead.
especially not the server. I one time was in servers upon servers, and this has only ever happened a few times in my life. There was one person that ended up actually living an hour from me, which was really crazy. We ended up seeing each other, meeting up, and it was really fun. And then another person used to live in a city or a town like 20 minutes from me. And I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. And they could like tell me details about the town that you would only know if you lived there. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So like it's so crazy when I hear about people who like live nearby. It's just like it's mind boggling, you know what I mean?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
And some are so far away. Like we have friends in England, you know,
Yeah.
Australia. It's amazing.
I know it was like crazy because, well, they mentioned that their friend was moving to a certain fort because their mother was in the military. This was a while back, and I was like, and they said the fort name, and I was like, how close are you to that particular fort? And they said that it was like right around the corner, and I was like, dude, I'm an hour from there. That's crazy. It was just insane. Like the luck of the draw, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, like
kind of a small world.
yeah, our countries are so huge. Like you can be in
Russia.
Maine, I could be in Montreal. We're half an hour away, or somebody in like Rakia, you know, down south. It's like
Yeah.
a freaking whole day's drive. You know, 24-hour drive. Yeah, it's crazy how big the countries are.
So, Ruhia, what is proof to you?
Thank you. I was gonna ask him if he wants to fight first, but
I hate to change subject, but I just looked it up. You're roughly 2 hours from me. Roughly. I looked it up. But so you have a 2 hour radius around you to figure out.
I would guess New York.
I can't tell you.
No,
It could
don't
be
say
that.
yes or no, but by
Well,
your
I
accent.
can't dox myself, but yeah, it's crazy. That's really weird. I like most people are like, I'm from Texas, I'm from California, Florida. And it's because, you know, like I've never actually, now that I think about it, certain states I've never met people from or heard of. Nobody's ever from fucking North Dakota. Like, I just thought of that. Like, have you ever met somebody from fucking North Dakota? No.
Isn't the population like less than 1 million?
It doesn't
Literally.
They don't travel anywhere.
North Dakota doesn't exist.
Or probably Massachusetts. I would guess
762,000 people.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Is that like normal? I feel like even Rhode Island probably has more than that.
Maybe around the same. But yeah, that's a very small state. It's probably why I haven't met anyone. Rhode Island, just over a mil.
Isn't that just nuts, though? Damn.
I tell you, clam chowder up in them parts is the best. So, Ruhiv, you want to fight?
Yeah, I'll fight, but I'm eating lunch at the same time, so you know, you might have to beat me up a little bit before I respond.
I'm only kidding. We're not fighting tonight. We're actually very calm. Would you care to take a stab of what proof is to you?
Depends what context you're using the word. I mean, in the context of like a logical proof, nothing like that exists in science. But in the sort of colloquial context, it's like what amount of evidence reaches your subjective threshold to prove it to you.
What amount of evidence reaches the point of what? The point of something tangible or
your subjective threshold as to what it becomes certain for you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking, actually. What is that threshold? What is that?
Yeah, that's subjective.
For you.
It's everyone's subjective threshold.
Yeah, but that's like saying gas. My car runs on gas. Okay, whoop-de-doo, we know.
Yeah, but like I think Harry said last night, he goes, if you come home and you look in your garage and you see a car that is the same color as your car that you own, are you going to check the VIN on it to make sure that it's yours? Or is that enough evidence that there's a color car that you own in your garage that it's yours?
Ah, I like that.
Yeah, it's good analogy.
I like. So just a mere visualization, you're saying, isn't enough for you. Like
I'm
you just
saying the
eyeballed
level,
it, right?
The threshold is subjective. And I will put it out there that flat earthers have an insanely high threshold that is not consistently applied across the other things in their lives.
Are you trying to be coy, sir?
I don't think that was very coy, SE. It's like you guys' ability to assess evidence is broken.
No, but you're dancing around the subject, I mean. Why are you throwing it on us? First, you're the only guy now that's fighting back against this. It's just a question.
I think I'm fairly consistent in what is proof to me. I think I apply a consistent threshold.
Okay, fair enough. If that's your response, then I'll have to live with it.
Yep. How about we talk about the two adult male brothers scenario? That was interesting.
Don't freaking start that. Don't freaking start that.
It was interesting to watch because none of you guys, well, actually, Jeremy gave a small reason, but all you guys, all the responses that you gave was it's disgusting, right? And disgust should not be a basis for legislating. Yeah.
Are you really bringing this up now?
Yeah, your response was shit as well, Rakia.
Are you really bringing this up? Yeah, I'm out.
No, I have to make another call, but I'll be right back, I swear.
So you drove Rakia away.
Yeah. That was easy. He was triggered in that fucking conversation as well.
So is that why you did that? To trigger Rakia?
No, I didn't mean to. It was just easy. The fact that you guys couldn't actually employ moral reasoning was interesting.
Oh, I'm glad Doofus is here. What's up, Doofus? Don't worry, I come in peace. This is not a thing. I just want to ask you. Oh, cool, chilling. I just want to ask you, like everybody else, what is proof to you, sir?
I'm the gatekeeper, according to Rakia.
You're a shit disturber, is what you are.
You published a video on it, trying to drum up some bullshit.
What?
Said you published a video trying to drum up some bullshit.
No, I didn't. I published a video here in this server that we had a conversation, and I found it absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's bullshit, right?
Like, it's your opinion.
The video exposed your lack of moral reasoning.
Okay, good. That's your opinion.
Yeah. Yes.
How about Current Kit? Would you like to take a stab at it, sir?
Are in Kentucky. Oops.
It doesn't matter, doofus. Just give an explanation. What is proof to you?
It looks like he can't do VC. He says, I don't use the word proof when talking about what I have evidence for.
Yeah, that's what I'm responding to.
Okay. I keep telling you guys, literally just Google the term scientific proof and have a read of the first, 10 articles, whatever, on the first page of results. And you should get an understanding of why we don't use the word proof.
Hey, what if we're not talking scientific? What if we're not talking scientifically and we're just talking about proving something in reality?
Yeah, then
surely
it's a
I don't need
threshold.
Surely.
Howard, you got background?
Sorry.
Yeah.
No problem. I was going to say Doofus is of the opinion. Yeah, he's the opinion of mathematics or alcohol. Gotcha, Doofus. The standard response.
Why is it the standard response, SE? Have a think about why it's the standard response.
I'm not here to think about why, bro. I'm here to ask the question.
Yeah, we keep giving you the same answer day after day. What does that tell you?
What are you, a spokesman now for these guys?
Yeah, I represent and speak for every single Glober at all times.
Jeez, I knew you were high-ranking, money man and all, but I didn't know you were that high-ranking.
Let me get 50 G's, Ruhev.
Do what?
Oh, Terry's in the house. What's up, Terry?
Oh, yes, see. And no, I'm not going to give you my answer again.
Okay, I asked you before. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so Doofus has responded. The standard response might just actually be the correct answer, which is why you hear it so often. Where's my little 100% fucking icon? There we go. Emoji.
Okay, all right.
Tell you what, it's going to take a lot of. It's going to take a lot at this point to prove water's curving to me.
Oh yeah. Okay, guys, thank you very much. I think I spoke enough. I mean, you guys take it away, whatever. Thank you.
All right. And in that case, Jeremy, I would ask you that a mountain with 2 kilometers missing, is that consistent with the Earth being a sphere? As in, is it explained by the Earth being a sphere? You're allowed to have other explanations, but is it consistent with the Earth being a sphere? Very simple question. Exactly, Doofus. Because he knows the next question is, how is it, like, do you have some sort of model that makes that kind of prediction on a flat Earth? Like, if I give you the observer height and the distance to it, how will you predict on a flat Earth how much is hidden? And you can't.
I have to do is say light's bending at a different rate. We can easily predict it on a flat Earth. Just don't be so silly.
Give me a prediction.
I also
Give me a
can't debate
prediction.
this for you right now.
Okay.
I can't debate this with you right now. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You've had
All we
7
have
years
to do
to
is
come up with
reverse.
any prediction.
Brian Leakey did. All you have to do is reverse the amount of Earth curve for light curve.
Right. So he must have upwardly bending light, which is disproved by the atmosphere having a density gradient that is more dense at the surface and less dense higher up.
Right.
So is he proposing?
There's other factors than just
Yeah.
refraction. You have a lot of other things going on.
Yeah. So again, the question is, if we give you, the observer height and distance to the mountain, blah, 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 if we give you all that detail, you guys need something that spits out there will be 2,000 meters not visible. This is what you've had 7 years to do.
Yeah, and we've done it. Skiba showed how a sunset could set on a flat surface.
Again, literally repeating myself, if I give you the observer height and the distance to the mountain, how will your model spit out 2,000 meters missing?
I just told you we reversed the amount of Earth curve into light bending.
Yeah,
and Skiba showed us how this can happen on a flat Earth.
An upward refraction above the surface is disproved. We can't have that.
Because of the density gradient, but there's other factors at play. It's not just the density gradient causing light to bend. You don't even know how refraction works. You don't know what the K stands for. I'm sorry.
Definitely understand how refraction works, right? And I don't want to repeat myself.
What's the K stand for in your formula?
I don't want to have to repeat myself. If you
don't
can
know.
model something and it spits out there should be 2,000 meters missing, then you've got a model.
Tell everyone you know how refraction works. You don't know what the K stands for in your own formula.
Yeah, one sec.
What is surprising?
Require you as the card. Cool. All right. This is wrong. Pew, 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 pew. Excuse me.
You're excused.
You do that every freaking time, dude. What's
I'm
wrong
having
with
lunch.
you?
I'm having lunch.
Gio should slap you for that.
You'll be okay.
You and mine, I'd whack you one.
Yeah.
Well, it's the more pleasant bodily function sound that we prefer.
Yeah.
I've got to post a link. Hold on. One of my finest
Harry, he
moments on
does it
Brandon's
every
show.
time. Every time he does it.
Hold on.
Control your bodily functions there.
Better out than in. Better out than in. Thus spoke Lemonbird. Here we go. This is fantastic. All right. Post it in the chat. Got to watch the first, I think it's 2 minutes of that. Oh, fuck. Minute 35. Gold.
Hey, the real Bob Dole. Are you there, bro?
One of my finest YouTube moments. Finest YouTube moments is posted in the chat. In the first 90 odd seconds. Interesting doofus. Looks like a massive fucking magnet. Have a look at that.
It's a good question, actually.
Again? See how I muted then to burp and then unmuted?
That's very human of you. Thanks.
So we have to imagine the burp. Okay.
I'll yeah, give me a minute. I'll have another crack.
Getting late for me. Good night, guys. Thanks for the
Good night,
chat.
SC. Good night.
Later, see.
Jeez. And just glancing, looking for the K value in refraction, I'm amazed at how much information is on the subject.
Oh no. Different K. Different K. He's talking about the formula that's used in the SIDOR paper, which someone has just coded up, for the so that you can plug in the temperature, humidity, pressure to get the refractive index, right? So nothing to do with the radius of the Earth. And this code that this guy's written to replicate the formula has 20 or 30 variables in it. And Jeremy goes, "Oh, what's K? What does K stand for?" I'm like, "It's a fucking variable in a program that gives you the right answer." I'll put a link to the code. One sec. Yeah, Howard. Yeah, so this guy's just implemented the refractive index formula in Python, and has used just fucking obviously random variable names. And Jeremy goes, "What's the K stand for?" I'm like, fucking hang on. Keyboard. You click on the link, Howard.
Yeah, I'm going through a bad spot for a signal. Everything's robot.
Yeah, but it'll show all the variables that he uses in his code, and it's like, what does this one stand for? What's that one stand for? And I'm like, they are numbers that you have to. This is like a derivation, like an empirically derived formula for the refractive index. Whatever those numbers are, give you the correct answer at the end for the refractive index. Northern Rebellion, you idiot. No, they are not. Earthworm Jim. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Go soon, buddy, okay? Fucking cracking clip from Cats.
Yeah. I want to see Nami data from Japan that I in Korea. Even for whales and shit, when they send out their sonar through the ocean and stuff, affected by Coriolis. How do they get an accurate long range fucking with Coriolis? It's slapping, boys.
I think the whales are in lockstep with the atmosphere.
Come again, mate.
So I think the whales they're in lockstep with the atmosphere, and what you have to understand is that a whale is a ballistic. It's not a powered vehicle. It's ballistic, so you got to factor all of that in because you just don't understand.
Whales are ballistic, or did I mishear that?
That was funny. You just wrapped it up with, and you just don't understand. That's classic.
Covers it all, Gio. Whales are ballistic. An aeroplane's powered flight, but a whale is ballistic. And so when you've got the current of the Coriolis in lockstep with the ocean and the atmosphere and the ballistic whale, you just fail to understand all of that.
I still want to see the data.
What about the whale farts? Are the whale farts ballistic as well, or are they powered?
Well, that's where Bandy should come in because he's always interested in whale farts.
Yeah, we're gonna have to refer to Ben.
Do you reckon? Do you reckon the whales have to get the almanac out and find out what time it is, so when they do their sonar, they can actually work it all out where they are?
I mean, I've never even thought about that ocean currents, but it's the same as the atmosphere. How the hell does that all just stay? You know, I mean, the currents are going every which way at all different depths, and yet somehow it all just stays velcroed to the earth as it whizzes around. Like it's just as bullshit as the atmosphere is, you know, that whole story.
Yeah, there'd have to be data of oceanic waves moving north or south, you know, in our big oceans, and they take hours to move from, you know, one location to another. So they would have to have some sort of a drift effect due to Coriolis in them. They'd have to.
You would think so.
Yeah. I know all the water molecules are individual, but, you know, if everything's still and you send a shock wave through, then, you know, the water molecule next to the other one hits the other one just in front of it, etc., etc. But if things are moving slightly to the left or the right, then each molecule is going to hit maybe not just the one in front of it, but the one in front of it plus the one next to it on a slight angle, obviously. There's going to be a drift over time.
They're like snooker balls, aren't they, really?
Exactly, mate. Yeah. And that's how they like to you know, reconfirm over and over again that water's different somehow to shit and it acts different, but it still would act like a bunch of fucking balls.
Yeah.
Wet balls, as she said.
Wet snooker balls. Very quiet in here today, Gio. Where is everybody?
Well, it is Sunday night for the Americans, which is usually kind of quietest night of the week, I think. But yeah, people were in earlier.
Everybody's in church. Everybody's in church,
Yeah.
Scientology.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Got a new player. This
What
illegitimate
category
government.
is this one in?
I don't know. I like his title though.
What's going on?
I don't. It suggests that there's legitimate government.
Yeah, you spot on, bro. Like, show me a legitimate one, will you?
Yeah, exactly. That's why we have to resist illegitimate government.
Good call. Good call.
Who are we voting for, boys? We've got about 4 or 5 weeks till the election. What are we going to do?
Voting independent. Let's fuck up Parliament and flood it with independents.
100%.
Everyone I know is doing that. So if it doesn't happen, we know there's fucking something wrong. Yeah.
Some kind of skullduggery. Yeah, absolutely.
If Labor and Lib don't take a big hit in their polling, something's definitely up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, fucking the way I see it and the numbers that I see talking about stuff, there should be at least, you know, they should have to at least form like a coalition, like do deals with some independents to form a government. It shouldn't just be, yeah, exactly. Which means there should be some accountability, at least, you think.
Yeah, mate, I hope so.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. Everything that's going on under the surface politically, it's just got absolutely no oxygen whatsoever in the mainstream media, like zero. And yet it's everywhere. As like you said, White, it's like people I know all over the place. People are just running in my customers and that. They all know Ricardo Bosi. They all know what's his name? That just gave his shit in Parliament a few days ago.
Malcolm
How
Roberts.
does everybody, Malcolm Roberts? Yeah. How does everybody know about these people? Because the internet's gone mad with it. So if there's not some huge shake-up, you know that the corruption has just taken over.
Yeah, well, you watch the censorship and ramping up of propaganda between now and the election in regards to social media and shit like that.
Yeah.
We definitely know the Victorian government's corrupt. I mean, Dan Andrews got his pandemic bill passed, for fuck's sake. That just showed you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That thing should have never passed, man.
How did it?
No fucking way, dude. Lots of shit shouldn't pass, especially that. Yeah.
All these fucking minions, mate.
Yeah, everyone's either compromised or on the gravy train.
Yeah, or soon to be compromised. You know?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
How many independents are going to remain independent?
Yeah.
Hopefully a lot, because that's why they'll get there. They've been picked because they're independents and they're not fucking going to be swayed by one thing or another, hopefully.
Oh, that's obviously that's the ideal situation. But, when you've got the likes of China and the way they play games and the World Economic Forum and the way they infiltrate fucking governments and cabinets and different bodies, it's either the gravy train and people can't resist, or it's fucking threats against family, which people fucking don't even want to risk. I hate to fathom the shit that goes on in the background, man, to get people to do shit against their own countries.
Do you reckon we've woken up too far down the road to turn this ship around, or what?
No, I can't say that, mate. There has to be a way. There's got to be groups in the background, man, that don't want to go down this path of dystopia and shit. So
yeah, people got to. There's 25 million of us, and there's 100,000 of them. So, but the problem is getting people to realise that we've got the power. Always have had, always will have, but not if nobody does anything. The day that we stand up is the day it's finished. But it's getting people to stand up.
People have got to wake up first to stand up, and I mean that's the hardest bit, is getting people to realise what's actually going on.
Yeah.
The other
certainly
side
doesn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. Like the other choices that we've got have been labelled as fringe groups, So I don't know. It's just they just slander you as always. You know their game rules. So
nobody wants. And I loosely put myself in that basket. Nobody wants to have to take the hit, but as the thing goes, first one through the door gets a blood nose. So nobody wants to be that person, but there's got to be some people who are prepared to. It's like the school teachers here, like in NSA, have just the unvaccinated ones. I think have been allowed to come back to work now because there's so many others that are down and isolating, whatever, that their machine was starting to not function anymore. Now, the truth is, if every teacher on day one had said, stick your mandate up your arse, well, guess what? Nobody would have had to have taken the minestrone because
the machine would have broken right there and then. Yep.
On that day, the machine has to function. So the problem is 90% said, oh, okay, no worries, roll my sleeve up. 10% quit, or 15, 20, whatever the hell it was. But if there'd been solidarity and they all said, nah, get stuff, then guess what? The mandate would never have occurred.
Unfortunately, everyone was convinced that the solidarity, or the correct solidarity, was to protect grandma and grandpa.
Yeah.
And everyone who thought they were doing the right thing, in quotes, sort of banded together and wanted to, shut down and flatten the curve for 2 weeks. And yeah, it was fucking almost sickening to see people basically encouraging the government to lock people down. The propaganda works. It's powerful, man.
We'll see how many forgot about the lockdowns when it comes to election.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
dude.
We're given a little bit of freedom back again, so yeah, everything's fine again now. Yeah. It really is true. The people get the government they deserve. It's sad, but it's true.
Either that or they'll move to because we're going into winter, they'll have some more lockdowns because of the flu getting around, etc., people getting sick, and they'll say the numbers are going up, so there'll be more lockdowns, and then they'll say because of lockdowns we have to do online voting through an app called Dominion.
Yeah.
Picture it now. Oh, shit.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. Just download this app onto your phone so you can vote. Fucking hell.
Yeah. I heard basically talking here saying this is classic interrogation techniques. Like you put the pressure on and then you release the pressure a bit and everyone thinks, or the interrogated person thinks, oh, thank God for that, and they relax. And then you ratchet it up even harder than it was before. And then you release it a bit, and then you ratchet it up, and then you release it a bit. And
yeah, like the good cop, bad cop routine.
Yeah, like this release just happens to coincide with the election. And then as soon as it's done and dusted, you watch they'll ratchet it straight back up again. And
we're not there yet, man. We're not there.
No, I agree. But that would be the
Numbers are
plan,
going
though.
up
That would
and
be
up
their
and up.
plan. That would be their plan.
I don't know where you are, but it is hours before an ambulance goes to anyone's house where we are. Like, good luck.
Oh,
you
bro,
just put yourself in the car.
Yeah, a little old lady 2 doors up from me about a fortnight ago fell over in her front yard, and me and a couple of passers-by sat with her for nearly 2 hours. She had her leg bleeding and her got contusions on her legs, and who knows? I mean, she's nearly 90. God knows she could have had broken things. And I ended up having to phone them, and it wasn't the operator's fault, but ended up getting pretty firm with them on the phone. Because this poor little old soul just basically just left lying in her driveway, and we live 10 minutes from Flinders.
Oh, it's disgusting, man. And she's paid her taxes all her life. She's done all the fucking right things, and she, should be getting looked after now. If any part of her life, it should be now she's getting looked after.
Yeah, but no, just left. And had we not. Luckily, it was the guy walking his dog found her, and I pulled up about 10 minutes later. But when he found her, she was covered in ants, and it's
shit!
It's like a scene. Yeah, I know. It's just like a scene from a film that it just makes you feel sick in your stomach. Luckily, he's got all the ants off her. Yeah, it was just horrendous. And then the 3 of us sat there for nearly 2 hours comforting her until someone eventually turned up.
Yeah, well, that's the same as it is everywhere, and it's not getting any better. The heart attack rates and everything are just going up and up and up and up. So yeah, and I fear though, because I've got plenty of relatives, and although they're not happy with the governments and are going to vote, like independent where they can, they're going to line up for the fucking booster. You know what I mean? The 4th one and fucking whatever. So it's like, what is going on in your mind, people?
Yeah, like I work with a guy, and I'll have conversations with him, and he'll agree with me on everything, and the government this, the government that, and he just got his boost 2 days ago. It's like level of fucking positive must be like his matrix must just be misfiring in his brain every day. And yet he's still one of the faithful zombies who just does what he's told.
Yeah, it's interesting because these people that want to just follow the narrative, it's almost as if, like when you're having a personal conversation with them, they'll literally agree with you because that's the narrative right now. But then 20 minutes later, you might hear them having a conversation with someone else and they're saying the opposite stuff. And it's like, wow.
Yeah.
No wonder you just go from one thing to another, virtue signaling and climate change and fucking, all this shit. It's whatever to appease.
Yeah, I swear, a lot of people actually don't think about anything. Like actually stop and think, okay, what's really going on here? This guy that I work with, he was saying to me back a while ago, oh, you got to trust the science. You got to trust the science. And I said, well, which science are you going to trust? Because you want to show me 5 scientists that will tell you one thing. I'll show you 5 equally qualified scientists who'll say the opposite. So which science are you going to believe? And it's just like this blank look on his face. Did not have a clue how to answer that question.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought for someone who hasn't thought about it before. It would make them go, well, yeah, I know there is corruption in science. You can't deny it.
Yeah, and I said to him, now logically, I'll just step you through this. So you got 5 scientists that say one thing, and you got 5 scientists that say the opposite. Now, in this particular realm, most research and funding is somehow pegs back to big pharma. Eventually, if you go far enough up the tree, and then you say you've got 5 scientists who just follow the big pharma narrative because that keeps their world intact. So that makes sense. And then you got 5 other scientists, doctors, researchers, whatever they are, who go directly against the people that fund them and their industry. So they're actually putting their neck on the line for something here. I tend to trust them because they've got some skin in the game. The ones who have still got the fancy car and the big house by just saying the popular narrative, well, they got less credibility to me than the ones who have actually prepared to sacrifice their fancy car and their big house because maybe they got a conscience. Yeah. And once again, just this blank look on his face. Huh?
Yes, it's very evident sometimes with regards to, I mean, even some papers that are funded by, questionable interests, you don't even have to read much into the data to very quickly see the conclusion is nothing like the data suggests. Like they've literally just come to a conclusion at the end of summary that they hope people just literally read, and all the headlines, that go out into the media are based on that. And no one even looks at the data other than a few people, and they're considered, what is it, conspiracy theorists for even questioning it. Poor people.
And some of these guys, honestly, I said to them, have you got Telegram? No. Do you know what Rumble is? No. Do you know what Gab is? No. But that only ever they're on YouTube, they're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, they're just on the completely censored platform and get nothing other than just get WHO propaganda 24 hours a day. And I've encouraged them. I said, why don't you get some of these other platforms? I'll send you links you can download. You reckon they do? No, not fucking one of them. They do not want to be. They don't want to be enlightened about anything. That's all I can put it down to. They're not prepared to take 10 minutes to look at something.
That's the cog diss.
Yeah.
Yeah, their brain just won't even allow them to follow the link because it potentially will lead to something that they don't want to see and cause conflict mentally. They're not even making a conscious decision. That is, by definition, cog diss, in my opinion.
Yeah. I gave him
the refusal to even investigate.
Not even investigate. I said this guy. I gave him the link to that thing, Who Owns Monopoly, Who Owns the World, right? Which just lays it all out, bread and butter style. And I sent it to him. 3 days later, I said, Andrew, have you watched that thing? Oh, no, I'm really busy. I said, it's an hour of your life. It's an hour of your life, bro. Like, just spend an hour. Do it at 10 o'clock at night. I'm sure you're not busy at 10 o'clock at night. No, won't even do it. Won't even watch it. No.
Yeah, mate. That's quite often what I hear too, mate. Too busy. And I'm like, oh yeah, doing what? I know exactly what you're doing. Playing darts or fucking watching football. Fuck.
But he'll send me 20 links from Instagram and Twitter, and like, that's how busy he is. He's busy on other things on the internet,
Oh, fucking cat videos.
Yeah, cat videos and Liverpool Football Club, and don't get me wrong, I'm happy. Yeah, we've all got to have a bit of recreation, but there's also some shit that matters in life. So anyway.
Yeah, look, I've got a few family and friends that will very quickly tell me that they are very happy remaining ignorant to everything because they appreciate that they can live their life much more comfortably without even knowing some stuff. Now, these particular people I'm thinking of right now have been fortunate enough in their life to never have anything happen to just expose them to that side. You know what I mean? Where you don't have to voluntarily, go down the rabbit hole, but you're sort of thrust into it because of some event in your life. And so they just perspective, and I can understand how they don't want it. I really can, and good on them. But they're going to go down the path that we all know, and they're going to suffer, unfortunately.
Yeah.
One's having heart problems already.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Like, I just hope that the thing that maybe wakes them up to it is some bloody tragedy,
They won't even look at the data, mate, that's coming out. That's the thing. I mean, ignorance truly is bliss. If you're not even going to look at the data from Pfizer, then you're just, you are literally putting your head in the sand.
Yeah, and I guess you got the right to do that, I suppose, haven't you?
Oh, definitely.
I don't understand it.
Yeah,
I don't understand it, but you're right. It's probably a simple, blissful existence while it lasts.
Yeah, and I mean, I take my hat off to people that recognise that there's a choice and to go down that path. Even if they're ignorant, I mean, as they know, to what it's going to lead to. I mean, it is a choice, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, the way I see it playing out, these people that are going to suffer all these conditions are the lucky ones. They're gonna go out way earlier and not actually end up being thrust into this dystopia. You know what I mean? Reluctantly, because they're all gonna go. But on the other hand, I hold out that if I don't go by the wayside like the rest of them, something intervenes and this dystopia is halted.
Yeah, like and that's the thing that I constantly hold the hope that it can be halted. It's only halted when we say it is. That's how I view it.
Yeah, it's true. I haven't heard no fat lady singing yet.
No. If it was, it's in the Bible, it's this, it's that, and yeah, it is, right? The Revelation spells out a particular end time narrative that, but mate, it could be that if that's the case, then that narrative has been in play for 2,000 years now. So who's to say it's going to come to pass in the next 10 years? It might be 300 years away. It might be 1,000 years away still. You know, yes, technology and the whatever allows it to head more and more in that direction, but man, as long as I've still got breath, I'm not going to acquiesce to it. I'll be kicking and screaming and telling everyone to.
Yeah,
People,
look, that's why it's a slow frog boil. Because at the end of the day, I mean, you'd remember, I'm sure, I don't know how old you are, but back when the first talking about nuclear power plants in the US and all that sort of stuff, and you had all the protesters against that, and then they ended up like branding them hippies, and relaying them to all the other people that were smoking the dope and all that, so they could target them and get rid of them. Like the whole agenda is just a slow churn, a frog boil. It's been going on and on for a long time, like you just said, and it will continue. Like, sure, they've got a plan to 2030 and 2050, but they've also got one to fucking 3000 or whatever the case may be, and
yeah, that's right.
That'll continue to perpetuate. And we're just in this little segment here, and that's just how it is.
That's right. We're in this microcosm of right now, but if you want to. People thought that the end of the world was nigh 50 years after Jesus was alive. Like this has been going on for a long time, and there's nothing to say now's the time. I mean, people were saying in World War II that Hitler was the Antichrist, and like this is just an ongoing, rolling, in my opinion, just a continual slow frog boil towards an end state, but everyone wants to think it's now because you see, oh, that means this, and look at that. This is where it talks about that, but that's been going on forever. So, yeah, I don't think the frog's done just yet.
No, just I think now is a very important, part in the process. Just like some of the world wars have been, and like the sinking of the Titanic, and a few of these other key crucial moments throughout history that have secured certain things. I think right now is just a massive, massive concentration of control and wealth that they just couldn't have achieved any other way as quickly.
Yeah.
And like I think they've achieved that goal potentially to a certain point. But yeah, this was definitely an important part of this whole slow boil. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this right now, this little period that we're in is a significant fork in the road that, if we just roll over and allow it to go in one of the directions, it's not going to be good for us. But, yeah, I think at various levels in the financial world, you got the whole crypto thing coming on stream, which is going to be the future. But is it going to be a totally controlled future, or is it going to be, partly decentralized? There's lots of balls in the air at the moment that haven't come to play, and they're trying to steer it in certain directions, politically, financially, probably spiritually. Who knows? But once again, we are the vast majority, and it's just whether we're going to have a say in it or not.
Well, they reckon you only need 10% for a revolution, mate. So that's only 2.5 million realistically.
Yeah.
And, it wouldn't surprise me if some of these rallies that went on, there was close to fucking half that, but it was just never reported properly and stuff,
Well, that one at Canberra 4 or 5 weeks ago, there was over 1 million there. Like, over 1 million were in Canberra on that weekend. So,
wouldn't surprise me, mate. Yeah.
no, not at all. So that's 1 million mods that got off their I mean, I would love to have been there. You probably would have too. But, there's 1 million people who actually took the time and the effort to go. So how many other millions are there that are awake up to it but just couldn't be there?
Well, they reckon, like, in all honesty, like from different polls they did within the groups and that, they reckon it was like for every one person that was there, everyone knew at least 10 people that wanted to be there. So that's a pretty good showing.
Pretty good showing, yeah.
Yeah, like when you think of those total numbers, No wonder, like in Canada and I mean even here, they can raise significant amounts of money. Like there is a lot of support. You know, it's amazing how much money can be raised very quickly. And that doesn't happen with a little support.
Have you been to any of the rallies here?
Only in Adelaide, mate.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You've been to the Adelaide one,
Yeah, I've been to one. Yeah, with the missus. Yeah, I was going to take the kids, but ended up not from something that happened at the prior rally. But I think my eldest wishes he was there. But we have different ones in our local area. We just like stand in the park sort of stuff as well.
Right.
Which at the end of the day feels a little bit pointless, but then, you know, there are still people that drive by and see you and they pull up and say, oh, what's this about? And you tell them and they're like, oh, yeah, I suppose that's a good idea. And you think, fucking, where have you been? You know.
Yeah, you know, and it's that old saying, buddy, that you may not wake up a million people, but you may wake up the one guy who does. So you just never know when you're talking to someone about it. You never know what the ripple in the pond effect is of that person or those people that you talk to as it goes out from there.
No, exactly, mate. The ripple effect, the seed that you plant, you never know.
Yeah. That guy goes away and plants the seeds. It's like Amway, isn't it? Like, you just got to recruit 3, and then that 3 get 3, and those 3 get 3. Before you know it, in 10 layers, everyone in the world's in it.
That's pretty funny. Amway. Haven't heard that term for ages. My mum was involved when I was really young in a company called Silver Swan. It was the same as Amway, but for fucking jewelry. So, fucking, I remember fucking, yeah, having.
Been in the early 90s. Is that the early 90s?
It would have been the 80s.
Yeah, I knew a guy who did pretty well out of Silver Swan, I reckon.
That's funny, right.
Late 80s, early 90s. And he actually ended up with a Lexus ES300 out of it.
Shit, back then, nice.
Yeah. The first ever Lexus, which didn't look much different to a Camry, to be honest. But yeah. I mean, back to that, the late 80s, early 90s, multi-level marketing was that was its heyday back then.
Oh, it involved like lots of mum having lots of people come over to the house all the time.
Yep.
And her doing the spiel and going through all the same shit. I remember just sitting back as a spectator, you know, just thinking, fucking hell, like, you know, shit, this is funny.
Yeah. Did she make any money out of it?
It was a clear indication of someone. No, by the sound of it, the person you knew had probably 10 of my mum's working under him. Yeah. But, you know, he probably wasn't having the dinner parties, so he had 10 fucking mothers holding the dinner parties for him, yeah. But anyway, no, I remember she used to tell it and sell it like she fucking believed it. But, you know, of course she didn't. It was just a job. And I remember thinking to myself, like, fucking hell, like, this is like an insight into how it's okay to lie. You know? Is this what you call a white lie? You know, is this a white?
Yeah. Maybe it was a silver or a gold lie back then.
That's it. Yeah.
A diamond lie.
Yeah. Is Amway still going? Is that still a thing? Is Silver Swan still a thing?
Oh, I wouldn't have a clue. Amway probably still is. Yeah,
Wow.
I don't know.
I wonder if it's just the original.
I knew a guy through a friend of mine. back when I was 30, this guy would have been in his mid to late 40s, and he was a good friend of mine. I met him a couple of times, and he was like number 2 or 3 in Australia of this multi-level marketing thing that was all health products. Still going today. It got renamed, but it's still going today. And this guy, and I'm talking, this is like back in the early 90s, maybe 92, 93, and this guy made an absolute monster. He was earning, and this is in 1992, he was earning like $35,000, $40,000 a month on commissions out of this thing. Back then, like this is back when you could buy a house for 80 grand. You know, like he was getting a house every 2 months out of it.
Yeah. I think I know what that was. Was that Vita Health or something like that?
No. That was Vita
okay.
Health. I'm trying to think what the name of it was. I'm trying to think what the name of the guy was. But he had a 535i BMW as part of his reward scheme, and he was just
nice.
This is back like the new model BM when it came. He just made a truckload of money. But like I said, he was like number 2 or 3 in Australia that bought it in. So everyone in Australia was basically under him. But there were plenty of people that probably didn't make any money at all out of it, like everything else.
No, that's how these things work, mate. You've got to be in the top of that pyramid. Even if it's not a scheme or a scam.
The one good thing is that, I'll be honest with you, that the products that these guys did, it was expensive like all of them, but it was good stuff. The other thing is this guy, I met him a couple of times, and he's actually a lovely bloke. Like, he wasn't your typical shifty pressure salesman. He was just an average, didn't dress fancy, didn't come across like the normal wah-wah. So whether I think he was just lucky and got in it at the right time. But he actually was a decent, genuine fellow. He wasn't a sort of a shyster.
Yeah, no, if it's a genuine business, it's a genuine business. It doesn't matter if it's got one of these business models where people get compensated. Like that.
Yeah.
I do get frustrated when people talk down about some of these marketing schemes, because at the end of the day, it's a way to advertise, you know? There's nothing illegal. Yeah, nothing illegal about it. Yeah. It's just a model that I know big corporates don't want to take off, because it would mean, sharing profits, much more of it.
Yeah.
Imagine if Amazon, for example, shared 49% of their profits with all of their customers.
Yeah.
Like, there'd be heaps more customers. Amazon would be a much bigger company.
And how much more just general wealth and well-being would be in the world.
Exactly. And that's only 49%.
At the end of the day, money rolls around. People get money and spend money. So, you're right. If that profit was distributed, well, people would be spending it on other stuff.
Yeah, and that's considered illegal. Several companies have tried that over the years, and they get shut down because basically they're considered scammers, because all the customers make all this money and they tell other people about it, and then people question it, and then it gets called into question and it gets shut down before it actually gets investigated. It's happened several times.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got to take off, mate. You enjoy. Nice chatting with you.
Mate, I'm literally pulling into my driveway right now, so good chatting. See you soon.
Good timing. See ya.
See you, buddy. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Roddy?
Yo. Oh, I forgot I was
Yo.
in here. Just came in to put it on in the background while I do my editing. How are you, mate? What's news?
Cool. Oh, I'm just chilling right now, listening to some music and doing some couple things online here. Yeah, I was listening to those guys were having a good conversation. Effie and
What were they talking about?
Slappers.
Say again?
I said Effie and Slappers.
Yes, because what were they talking about? Marketing. I only caught the tail end of it.
Yeah, they were talking about just a bunch of different topics. Yeah, I was just kind of listening.
I'm editing at the moment with this 360 camera. Wow, it is just amazing.
Nice.
It is. Have you ever used one?
I guess not. No.
I had one ages ago, and I was always like, why the fuck would I want a 360 camera? Like, I got one, but I still I don't quite get the use case for it because, as I thought, which was pretty right, nobody wants to watch stuff in 360 because then you've got to make them turn the camera around to frame it right, whereas you want to sort of decide what it is that they're watching. But this new one lets you frame ordinary rectangular video out of it. So, like, I'll show you this for a second. It's just mind-bending way of doing it. So this is footage of my girlfriend behind me riding along in the mud, but the camera itself is mounted on a stick on my bag. So if I want a nice riding forward shot, I got a nice over the shoulder shot. But then if I want another shot there, I've got that shot. And I can even do it in conversations where, like, that's one person talking and I film them in entirety, and then this is the other person listening and I film them in their entirety. And then I cut them back together like I had two camera shots, but I only had one camera.
Shut up.
Bizarre to be able to do your framing in post.
Nobody cares about your frame.
Yeah, they do, Noah. You're moist just thinking about it. Don't lie to me.
This fucking yo riding. What's up?
Not much, mate. How are you?
I'm good. I'm showing my friend Discord. He's never used it before.
All right. Has he come here to argue about politics
No,
or shape the planet or play
he
computer games?
he doesn't give a flying fuck about any of that shit. He's just here with me in the car, and I decided to whip it out. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, bud. What you guys talking about?
I was just showing Geo my 360 camera footage.
That's from your YouTube channel, huh?
It's for it, yeah.
You and your adventure.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So yeah, I can set up this shot so that, oopsie. That I've got slightly wrong.
So does your friend think we landed on the moon?
Yeah, what do they think?
Alex, do you think we landed on the moon?
No.
No,
wait. Not fucking. So we definitely landed on the moon. Just America wasn't the first to do it.
Who do you think was the first?
The first,
Atlantis or something?
Whoever made the moon got to the.
Alright, there we go. The moon. Did this guy just fucking cut us in line for air? Pause.
Oh,
You heard it there first, right? He thinks someone created the fucking moon.
Somebody created what?
Like the moon is man-made? That would be cool. On a globe idea, let's say that some carved out a big hunk of the earth and threw it out there.
How do you think they made the moon, Alex? How do you think they made the moon? Think they just carved out the earth or what?
Question. Let me ask you a question. What of importance is it to you that I tell you the answer to?
Oh.
Ooh, them's fighting words.
I would say virtually none.
You've asked.
No, I did ask if he thought people landed on the moon. Yeah.
To the point. You sound like a gentleman. I'm getting good vibes from this app.
That's right. Hey, riding on eggshells is a gentleman.
When ain't trolling us.
Me being a gentleman? I don't know.
Come on, dude. We're from America. What you call like a scoundrel in Britain, we call a gentleman.
It might be the case, yeah. I'm from Australia, though. I don't know how many times I'm going to tell you that, but I feel like we're doing it on purpose at this stage.
It's not.
It's like
I
every time.
just so happen to be Australian.
Fucking hilarious. Are you getting it right now? All right, boys, we're out. I'll catch you later, riding. See you,
Right,
Gio.
mate.
I was thinking earlier today how cool it is that like we all just can interact like this, you know? It's just pretty awesome. Just that we could all talk. Yeah, people are just all over the world doing their lives and, you know, doing things. It's just sweet that we can all just talk like this. So you're going to upload this as a 360 thing?
No. So I'm just cutting clips out of it that I then will put in the ordinary video. Just these shots are really nice. These like, because otherwise there's no way to get a shot while we're riding together of us riding together, you know, because we're the ones filming. So it's usually from one bike over the handlebars to another. This is kind of jostly shitty footage, but like I mostly think about it for like body worn cameras for cops, or like if you're going to a protest and you want to catch what's going on, but you don't know like stuff's going to break out behind you or around you or something, that you can just go back and pick every camera angle. You're like, right, I was looking in all directions. I had to make sure I had my camera in the right place, but not looking in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a pretty cool application of it when people can scan around and look at the environment. Even though this environment is not the most aesthetically pleasing.
No, it is muddy and shitty. This is our summer when we have this La Nina thing turns the weather around, and then we just get pissed on. This is summer. It's usually we'd be baking and dry here and probably bushfire riddled. Looks a lot nicer in nice places. What you working on at the moment? You've always got some sort of project or something going.
Yeah. Can you guys talk to each other through your helmets on that?
Yes, yeah. So that's what
pretty
we're
cool.
typically doing.
Is that just like, well, it can't be Bluetooth. So what is it, like through your phone, cell phones, or
some radio frequency? I'm not sure what, but like,
yeah, like a walkie-talkie system.
yeah, kind of. It's but it's duplex, so you can both be speaking at the same time. So it's quite good. Except the system we've got, even if you shout, it's really difficult to hear. So we wear in-ear earbuds, which are good, very crisp sound, but get really sore after a couple of hours.
So you plug the earbuds into the helmet system?
Yeah, so ordinary like in-ear earphones that you might get with something else, we'll just plug in to plug straight into the headset rather than the speakers. There are speakers inside the helmet which are meant to work, and they do for Google Maps and songs and stuff. Hear them crystal clear. It's just the mic.
So it's like a helmet that's designed to have this communication thing. You're saying it has a
it's an add-on to it. So if you see that thing on my helmet, that lump, that's the device, and then it clips on the outside of the helmet, and then you wear the wires up inside it.
Yeah. Hey, look, surveyors in the house. What's up, Lori?
Surveyor. I like it.
I saw that name.
What up?
I saw that you changed it to that, but it was just today that I realized it was like surveyor. It's the first time I actually realized it, what it was. It's a funny little play on words.
Yeah.
Cheers. So yesterday got a little bit heated.
Why? What happened? Oh, I think I dropped in for a bit. You were getting cranky at someone.
Yeah, I may have gotten a bit cranky. A bit. I was shouting like I lost my nerve. God damn it. I actually realized that because I actually live in a small apartment with like 4 other people, and I don't want to be shouting, and I just, I completely lost it, and then only afterwards I was like, yeah, I just totally shouted in an apartment with 4 other people, and I didn't want to do that, and it was my rule to never do that.
Sometimes I wonder, some of these people that are like screaming on here, or on these different channels and things, it's just like, it's like, are they just like their neighbors are hearing them yelling or people in their house. It's like, there's always wonder what their surroundings are, or they're just yelling and screaming.
Yeah, it's not good. If I see myself doing it more often, I'm calling it quits on the discussion.
I don't know if I heard. I mean, what happened? Was it on here or somewhere else? Or
yeah, it was here. I kind of got pissed because people were over talking each other, and then I kind of overtalked Jeremy, but in a way that to me is just normal conversation, because when someone explains and you just say yes, that's not normally an interruption that's worth muting someone over. But Jeremy started preaching like, you need to go on mute for this, and then he and Glory started over talking me, and then they muted me. So I got pissed off, and then when I came back, like first of all, it was a mute that I don't think I deserved. Secondly, I was on mute for like such a long, undeservedly long period of time, and then when I kind of expressed my frustration, and yes, albeit like I did it in a way that was probably like over the top, I totally lost it and I started yelling. But even then, Glory was over talking me, and then I get muted again and Glory doesn't. And then Jeremy's reason for not muting Glory was because he was already on mute. He was self-muted. But Jeremy didn't earlier have a problem muting me while I was already on mute. So it's just, one-sided muting. That's how I look at it anyway.
Well, I mean, Glory gets muted like a lot, so I mean,
well, he does though. So to be fair, that's accurate. Yes, he does get muted. Not in that particular case, but I've noticed it.
But when you said sides, are you trying to mean like their view on the shape of the Earth sides, or is that what you mean? Or were you just saying just sides in terms of that little debacle?
Yeah, perhaps, and it's also to do with who gets muted, who doesn't, because other people were over talking a lot, and they kind of, well, Moyak did get muted, or Zanik did get muted. Moyak wasn't even in the conversation. Zanik did get muted, and Glory got muted a lot later. But then when I think the key problem was Jeremy started preaching to me how I need to go on mute when he started explaining something, and I just said yes, in order to confirm that I was following him and I was agreeing. To me, that's not an offense to preach someone about, and even less so to put them on mute for.
Right. Well, it gets pretty complicated. I mean, I would say overall, though, on this server, I mean, mutes should only be for moderation purposes, meaning, it's not about just censoring or, I don't like you or whatever. We're not doing that. So,
yes.
But yeah, it can be challenging. Like, I know what you mean. See, I notice sometimes like let's say you and I are going back and forth in a convo, and I say something, it's a little bit of a question, and you do a quick answer, and then I do a quick little thing. That can be okay, like a little, going back and forth like that. But then sometimes people will be doing that, and then a minute later they'll be like, "Don't interrupt me." So it's kind of like, how can you perfectly know whether someone wants to do a little bit more of a quicker back and forth versus like absolute no interruptions? So yeah, it's
exactly.
It gets challenging like that.
Yeah, it is. And to be fair, like, I think still that it's, I actually looked through the footage to see what exactly happened. And I still think that it was a mute that was undeserved. But to give some leeway to Jeremy, he had already been interrupted and everyone was interrupting everyone. So he was kind of pissed off. I think he took it out on me for no good reason, and the mute was undeserved. But in context, I can kind of see what was behind it. Like, I got hit with it for no good reason, but someone had to get hit.
You gotta shut somebody up.
Well, yeah, I've had a couple times like that. Like, I think Riding, you got frustrated at me one time. I think I muted you because it was just one of those times where there's like, whatever broke out, some chaos broke out, bunch of people were talking at once, and it's like just someone has, a couple people have to be at least temporarily muted just so some control of the room can be, acquired, because otherwise it's just going to be audio chaos for the next who knows how many minutes. But I think one time I muted you, and then I unmuted you like 20 seconds later, and you're like, "What the fuck? Why'd you mute me?" I think you might have been drinking that
I
night.
remember it's because I take offense at getting muted, and then the conversation becoming about me or what I'm saying, but I'm not allowed to join in on it. Like either it's you pause it and you have a moderation, and then you hand the floor back to people. But if it's the one I remember, it was like everybody's now changing like sort of advancing with the conversation and just leaving the one of the two interlocutors muted. Which it is difficult.
Well, that time, I don't think I would have left you muted. I mean, if anything, I think I might have just muted people, and then whoever... Like, here's the thing. If there's 5 people that are all talking at once, it's like, okay, like, hopefully 1 or 2 of them stops, but it's like, if 3 of them are still going, it's like the only way to do it is to, like, mute 2 of them and let 1 of them talk. And it's hard to know which one had the floor, so it's kind of hard to... Sometimes you have to just sort of do that, and then if the other person is not going to let the other person speak, then the mute has to, remain until the other guy's finished or whatever. But I don't know. That one we're referring to may or may not have been me, because if the one I'm thinking of, I think I unmuted you pretty quickly after that. But yeah, I mean, it is possible somebody was responding to something you said or whatever. I mean, the worst case scenario is if there's like insults happening and then like somebody's muted and then the other person's insulting them like that. I want to make sure that never happens, because I mean, obviously it's hard to stop all insults, but it's like if somebody is muted and then the other person's just, insulting them or whatever, that's not good.
No, there hasn't been anything like that. Closest to that kind of moderation was when Rakia would be like, he did it to me 2 different times, would like, go, no, and like put me on, do a classic Oakley or QE, put me on mute and then demand that I answer some stupid, irrelevant, fenced in, poorly worded question. And then if I refuse to answer it, just mute and go, that's it, you're not allowed to speak anymore because you don't say the things I want you to say. That's that kind of 24/7 QE server trash that you've done well to avoid here.
Yeah, doing everything possible to avoid that. Yeah. Well, I think there were some mods that used to be mods that were more likely to do that, I think. They're more prone to that kind of thing. But yeah, no, that's... Or like what they do on 24/7, like back in the day, like there's a couple in particular where I don't know if they do it now, but they would like mute you and then like ask some question and demand that you answer it or whatever in the way that they want. And then if you don't answer it that way, they just ban you.
Yeah.
The one admin guy who always did that. He's like, I'm going to ban you in 5, 4, 3. He's like doing the timer to the ban because the guy wasn't accepting that, we see too far or whatever it was.
I actually used to do that similar, but I was not a mod. I was doing that in Nathan Oakley's server comments. I was asking people like, what's the answer to this question? You have 3 comments. Then I would count on. You now have 2 comments. You have 1 comment. You lost. God damn it. But it was only 2 because I knew Nathan was doing it, so I was kind of reversing the game on them. I normally don't do that shit. And yeah, if you're a mod, you probably shouldn't be doing something like that.
Yeah, well, I just think with moderation in general, there's a way to do it fairly, and then there's a way to do it not fairly. Like there's a way to, like, you can use that to like control people, or be like, you can use the moderation permissions to like, ridicule people or be controlling or dominating or, all kinds of things like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that! You got some glow proof here. All right,
Yeah.
look at
like
that.
it?
You're going right over that curvature.
Funny, it looks like I'm going over a hill, doesn't it? Looks like I'm constantly cresting a hill and going over the other side of it, and the
Yeah.
whole thing is just an extraordinarily steep downward slope.
So that's flat. I mean, that's you're not even going up or down a hill at all.
Nah, I'm just going down.
That's funny. I haven't heard much about the Ukraine thing.
Russia's just pulled back into Belarus, apparently. They've just gotten such an epically bloody nose that I think that they're done for. I think anyway. Let me best source I've been finding is Reddit of all places. I thought it'd be one of the easiest to manipulate, but
You'd be right, these shells. Don't lap that up, mate.
say again.
I said you'd be right. Yeah, your thoughts were right. Don't lap that stuff up on Reddit.
Well, no, I try to get a balance of things. It's just that if I want to find something that's fairly reliably going to be in the mainstream media tomorrow, just check Reddit today.
Mainstream, yeah, I suppose you're right.
There's lots of talk about them getting in trouble for war crimes, that they've been killing civilians and stuff.
That's all fake, mate.
How would you know that? I don't know that.
Well, look at the videos that show the civilians that were apparently shot dead standing up afterwards. Gotta be so careful about what you see these days. It's crazy.
Right. So how would you have confidence that a war crime didn't happen?
No, I don't. You seem to think it did, and that Russia have some sort of bloody nose and they're pulling back, as opposed
I
to
do think
you know.
Russia's probably pulling back, but
Okay.
certainly I think from the Kiev area. I'm not sure about Donetsk and Luhansk, but what I was saying is they're talking about war crimes, and then you said that didn't happen. I'm quite confident.
Oh, I'm sure there's war crimes going on, mate. Of course, there's a war going on. Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a specific one in the media right now, which I presume you're talking about, which Russia are being accused of. Okay, fair enough.
It's a good way to be wrong, though. Be certain that somebody else is wrong. Jump in and disagree when you're not sure what they're saying yet.
Oh, you could just say no right now. I mean, I don't know how honest you are, mate. You might damn well be talking about that one. I've got no idea. Just saying no to fucking say
The best
no.
way again to be right, and that's double down.
If you think I doubled down, that's fine. Whatever blows your hair back, champ. Eric. Go, puss, go. Have you seen any of the footage, eggshells of all the Nazis piled up? All the dead bodies of all the Nazis? No. I suppose that probably wouldn't go mainstream. I thought you might have seen something alternative. Yeah, there's definitely a hunt going on for the Azov brigade over there, if those photos are to be believed and videos, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to shit too
These
many
people are having...
neo-Nazis getting their heads stomped on.
No, but they're working with the Ukrainian government. That's the claim, you know, again, unverified by me, of course. But that's the claim, that they're fully armed up with all the shit and, you know, under direction of both fucking the Ukraine government, but I suppose by default, you know, through NATO and that, I would assume. But yeah, there's lots of propaganda on both sides of this, and to discern anything out of it, I think is crazy. We'll know what happens at the end of it all, though. There'll be a victor. It's either all a show and a facade, or there's actually some sort of battle going on for territory or something or other. Rights. Whatever the case may be. Have you seen Russia's now only accepting, you know, payment for their gas and oil and shit just in rubles?
Yeah, I did see that.
That's a lot of the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
It's
I
gonna
think
have...
it's a desperate attempt to prop up the ruble, isn't it? Force them to buy your currency to give it back to you to deal with the crashing economy from all the what do you call them, sanctions?
Yeah, well, sanctions will do that. The economy is not actually crashing; it's just sanctions that are doing it. It's economically very viable, but at the end of the day, you've got to respond. So if you've got lots of people that depend on your gas and your oil, like, you know, they're going to have to either pay through the nose somewhere else for it, or go away from the US dollar and get the rubles, which obviously affects things fucking for America, you know? It's almost like their own sanctions against Russia just hurt them straight back.
Well, not sure. It looked like it was damaging their economy in Russia pretty badly.
Well, the sanctions were, of course. They're going to have an effect, right? Without a doubt. But it's like it's not true economics, you know, if someone's just applying pressures that cause your economy to crash. Yes, your economy is crashing, but it's not because of you know, natural causes. So take those pressures away and the economy will bounce right back. You know?
Well, but I mean the damage lasts, right? You don't
it could, yeah.
Take away sanctions
without a doubt.
and everything goes back to how it was. But without that happening, you have people in the meantime who are strung out and desperate and lose their jobs and stuff.
Yeah, well, that's what COVID's done to everyone. It's global sanctions, right?
Yeah, indeed. It'll be a debt that we'll be paying off for generations, I dare say.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying there's lots of people that got strung out and couldn't hold, and they've moved on, or they've, you know, stopped doing what they were doing, multi-generational, some of them, you know. And that's similar what would be happening to Russia right now. There'd be people that just can't hold on, even though they know it's not forever. A bit like a drought, you know. It's like, and how long do you hold on through a drought? You know it's going to break, but you know, shit. How long do you hold on? as a farmer. I mean, and then you got the lucky farmers that go in just at the start of a wet season and they have 10 years of fucking bumper crops and never see a drought, and they just think they're genius farmers. It's pretty funny how that happens. I think it's fucking cruel how banks come in the middle of a drought and take shit away. Or they'll deliberately mortgage up places to the point whereby even if the drought breaks, they can't fucking recover efficiently and they're going to have to sell up. I think that's criminal. There should be laws in droughts where it just all fucking stops. Everything stops.
I think it's a nice idea, but I wouldn't be surprised if that leads to, in fact, more problems, because then farmers just straight up can't get loans.
Well, no, there has to be. You know how the government claimed that there's like a $2 billion, fund there for floods and droughts and fucking fires and all this shit. Turns out that $2 billion fund was notional, which, as you probably well know, means fictitious. So there is no money there for that shit, but that could have provided for that. You know what I mean? Like if they need new fences or they need new this or they need new that, there could have been money for that sort of stuff to get them going again. They shouldn't have to borrow like, money with interest from a fucking bank that you're beholden to for payments. So that just seems wrong to me. When they can print money at the end of the day, man, I mean, how much money have they just given to the pharmaceutical companies? Yet farmers have got to borrow from fucking banks so they can extend their bloody, it's just, everything's fucking fucked. It's all around the wrong way. Scott Morrison needs more brothers, and they just need to be farmers, so the farming industry gets more grease in the palm. You know what both his brothers are up to, don't you?
No.
Oh, hang on, not Morrison. Sorry, my bad. Fucking hell, the health minister. Greg Hunt. He's got two brothers in the industry. One in pharmaceutical and one in like biotech or some shit. And the one in both of them have been funded with taxpayer money. So he's managed to get both of his brothers grants, right? Which is obviously a conflict of fucking interest just for a start. But hey, maybe they were worthy of it. That's fine. But the one that's in biotech, the grant was to study the effect of graphene oxide on the heart. And he was able to show in studies that you can slow the heart rate and speed the heart rate up with radio frequency, provided there was graphene oxide. How coincidental does it need to be, with all the rhetoric that's been going on over the last 2 years, to then find out that Greg Hunt, our chief health officer, who used to be the chief strategist for the World Economic Forum before he took up this position, he's got some relatives that are in the industry getting grants from him. Like that, fuck. Anyway. I'd like to think even you think that sounds a little bit dodgy.
I get so fucking tired of talking to you when you just slip insults into conversations, mate. It's so tiresome. It's so unpleasant to talk to you when you do that.
Did I insult you, eggshells?
That's what amazes me. Honestly, I can believe that you don't realise you're doing it.
Wow. Enlighten me. How did I insult you in that rant that I did about Greg Hunt?
Just finishing off with even you. It's just a weird way to converse.
Sorry, how did I insult you again? I'm a bit clueless.
I'm not,
You're right.
I can't be fucked, mate. I can't be fucked. I don't care enough about you. It's just such
Can
a
someone
frustrating
else
habit that
enlighten
I'd
me?
encourage you to keep an eye out for it. If I'm the first person
You'd
telling you,
encourage
maybe
me
it's me.
to keep an eye out for something that you can't elaborate on. Thanks for that. That's really handy.
It's feedback.
Yeah, but not very constructive, mate.
Sure.
But thank you anyway.
Not here to help.
If someone else cares to enlighten me, that'd be nice.
I pointed it out to you before. This is not the first time I've mentioned to you that you just randomly sort of take
Do you just
swipes at
randomly
people
take
midway
offense to
through
stuff, or
conversations. I just
are
find
you
it
a bit
bizarre.
soft, or did I genuinely insult you, mate? Because shit, let me know if I did.
Deeply bothered by it. I'm just not bothered enough to
Clearly
engage
you
with any
are.
conversation you want to have.
Wow. No,
This
that's
is the
fair enough. I
conversation.
understand. There's lots of topics you don't engage in when you have to acknowledge things that you don't like to entertain. I'm aware of that. It is a tactic you employ often. I hope that didn't insult you. Sorry if it did. Last name's not Hunt, is it? Wasn't too close to home, was it? You finished having a little cry, eggshells? You're still going, mate.
What was it?
I just asked if you were still going, if you're still having a little cry, or if you're
No, I'm
finished.
just disinterested in having a conversation in bad faith. So I'm not just not having a conversation, not crying, not upset.
Bad faith. Okay.
Wait, what
So you just
happened?
made claims without backing them up?
I step away for 5 minutes. What happened?
I just gave White some feedback that he has a habit of just randomly insulting people midway through saying things, and it makes it
Insulting
disinclined to
people
talk to him.
or you? I've asked
No,
him
I know
to
you do
back
it with
it.
lots of other people
Geo,
too.
he can't.
Have I walked into another shitstorm? It's getting
I do not think it is
commonplace
special behaviour
last couple of days.
save for me.
Oh, I don't know. Geo, not Geo. Eggshell seems to be extra sensitive today. I said something about Greg Hunt, and he's taken offence. Apparently, I insulted him, and
Can't be
I
fucked
insult
talking to you if
everyone all
you're
the time.
not that interesting to talk to, and when you throw in insults, it becomes even less interesting.
And that's not an insult. So, meanwhile, you're a fucking hypocrite. No worries. Enjoy.
Sure, yeah.
Enjoy, mate.
You can be disinterested in talking to me.
Damn.
Oh, it's pretty sad when someone converses until they just take offence all of a sudden, and then decide that they don't want to talk, yet they were talking and seem to want to, which is very strange.
Yeah, just the
Can't
desire
even
went
say
away.
what happened. Yeah, that's
Desire
fine.
just
You can't even say
dissipated. It was
why.
there. I was full of it. I was turgid with it. My lips were quivering with it, and then it went away.
You said I insulted you, and you can't tell me what I said.
I did. If you weren't listening, it's all good.
But maybe it broke up. Maybe I didn't hear it because it broke up.
I don't really give a fuck,
Eggshells, that's
mate.
possible.
Just move on with your life.
Yeah, that's fine, mate. That's fine.
Have we got a topic?
Let me know when the tears stop rolling, mate.
Cool. I will. I'll check your DMs and I'll let you know as soon as it's...
I'll assume that they're rolling until I do, mate. No worries.
Hey, Gio. How you going, mate?
Pretty good. How about you, Bensal?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. Yeah. I think there's something in the water these last few days, Gio. Bit of tension in the air going on.
I probably should just apologise now that if I converse with either of you, I don't mean to insult or offend either of you. But if we're going to converse, apparently it's something I do, so don't take offence, okay? My bad.
You know what? I take offense to you apologizing.
I take offence
You
to you
shouldn't have
taking
to do that.
offence with the apology. You're really
sorry
late,
about
eh?
you. Really, yeah. It's my I'm on my computer. My phone broke, so that's the reason it's pretty bad. Let's see if I can do something about it. I'm using the Discord through the internet.
Oh, yeah. You got a bit of static or something too happening.
Okay. Yeah, it's this computer. Hold on, let me see if I can fix it.
Oh wow.
Lower that window.
Does that help at all? No? Let me see what I can do.
Sounds like you're in a popcorn machine.
Sounded like can static. It almost sounded like the kind of static you'd overlay from you got from some sound library. 1980s computer static.
Look out. Speaking of the devil. What's going on, Rumpus? Were your ears burning?
Looks like he's still deafened. He joined, but he's still deafened. He was doing his earlier today. He was doing his normal dominating, over talking, the whole deal. So I temporarily muted him, and he instantly deafened, which actually he hasn't done in a while. He's actually been. He knows that if he just gets temporarily muted, especially by me, it's only going to be for 20 seconds, just so someone else can speak. But this time he reverted back, or today he reverted back to his old tricks of just deafening and leaving.
The dummy spit. Yeah. Comes in on deafen and then leaves. Interesting. Have you had anyone do a debate yet in the other room?
I think once or twice, but yeah, it's sort of like in order to really have those two rooms working like that, you have to have enough people to fill both rooms, basically. You know, and enough mods to do both. But Jeremy was saying today, people were saying today that we should try to split it up where there could be like a sort of planar Earth, flat Earth only room, because he was just saying that. I guess I wasn't here when it happened, but there was a whole. Well, it's just a couple things. I guess just some people don't want to be hassled by globe earthers all the time, telling them they're wrong. They might want to actually have a different kind of conversation.
That's interesting. I mean, that's an interesting thought, to have a room whereby no time is wasted even having to talk about perspective. You know what I mean? Like, and justifying how it could make things disappear from bottom up. I mean, it'd be nice to expand on it and like nut it out and get it a bit more detailed, sure, but not like argue whether it's happening or not. I think there is a call for that personally, yeah.
Well, I mean, the difference between discussion and debate could kind of have, be that, where if it's a discussion, it's not likely to be some kind of contentious, you're wrong, I'm right, Earth is this, Earth, Earth is globe or whatever, Earth is flat, that kind of thing. Where if it's more of a discussion style, but of course that blends into debate anyways. Then there's another way to do it where it's like, I don't know what the name would be, sort of a globe free zone or, something to where people that want to, sort of be more contentious about it wouldn't be able to do that, as it were. But I also don't want to have it be like segregating, where it's like, oh, only people that think the Earth is this can be in this room or whatever, but.
Yeah, I suppose that's where Brandon did that whole Flat Friday or whatever it was, so that there was at least a day whereby it's the same space where everyone goes to, everyone's live, it's the same show, but there's just a period whereby you get to have that discussion and that chat about different topics without the hassle of necessarily trying to, justify everything to someone who's not really even listening.
Right. Yeah, exactly. He did that. Yeah, the kind of where the first hour was only for flat Earth kind of thing. And I enjoyed that. I mean, the thing is, like, there's a lot of, because I mean, there's actually a lot that we could do on our own. Like, okay, if someone thinks the Earth's a globe and they want to tell other people they're wrong, it's like, all right, well, I guess there is still a place for that, for what, those discussions, but there's also a lot more to like uncover and discover and to refine, So let's say you and I wanted to have some very deep discussion about perspective, over a planar stationary Earth. Even if we got into that right now, and maybe we're even somewhat debating, I think it's this and you think it's that, but we generally agree that the Earth is planar and stationary. We have like a foundation to go off of. But if we were having that, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in on the globe side and just boom, they come in and no, it works like this. And all of a sudden, the conversation you and I were having might be sort of shifted into now we have to go into the globe thing. And, so yeah, I think there could be certain ways in which like being able to have more of kind of like a think tank, to be able to like actually advance ideas could be beneficial without the constant like, no, you guys are wrong, the Earth is a globe kind of, energy. Exactly, mate.
And I think when you talked about before about segregating and that, I think that's where I thought Brandon had a flat Friday, but I might have been thinking of somebody else. He had the hour, didn't he? That 1 hour session. But I think that was the good compromise because you've got the same group of people like a lot of ballers. They can obviously still listen in through the YouTube channel or whatever, and maybe even join, but just not talk during that hour. I couldn't remember how he operated it.
What?
But
So you don't want to talk
there
about
was
how
no
wrong you are?
segregation. Sorry, mate.
So what? You don't want to talk about how wrong you are?
No. No, that's not the issue. But when I'm talking about perspective, I don't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, but you get the idea. I just don't want to have to talk about because they'll just deny it, and you'll spend an hour talking about how it's possible with one layer on top of another one. If you move it back and the angle of attack, and there's no point. They just deny it when everyone else is like, "Yep, I'm on board with that. Let's talk about it more." That would be good. But you don't want to have to segregate people, like Gio said.
Well, yeah, I remember the way kind of Brandon did it was, generally, I don't know that he like muted people like globe earthers. I think he may have if they started talking though, but
yeah,
it was sort of just requested in that sense. But I remember what was interesting about it too is how upset the globe earthers got. I mean, they were just furious.
Oh yeah.
Even just when he announced it, like just the fact that they can't come in and do their thing that they do, like all the tactics, they're just exploding. Like the fact that we're going to actually just talk about the truth and just advance things forward.
Yeah, the chat went off. Oh, shit. Descending ballers right through the chat.
I was thinking of an experiment to do to test parallel plumb bobs. So what I was thinking is like the way that gravity works. I don't know. I wonder if there's a graph that can depict what gravity actually looks like when you're looking at the ball. Does it go out like a cone shape? I mean, from the center of the ball in every direction. And I'm thinking that gravity, obviously, as you get higher, the air gets thinner. So I'd say that gravity would also get weaker as you go to a higher altitude. And what I was thinking for an experiment would be dropping, because you need to have acceleration to show gravity. Yeah. So if you're dropping something from a high altitude, for example, a cylinder, and you have two parallel bars inside the cylinder, and on the top and the bottom of those bars, you have some type of a sleeve where, for example, if you had it in your hands, you could push the sleeve in under pressure at one end or the other end. So if it's dropping from an altitude and gravity is actually going to the center of the ball, by the time you recover your cylinder and inspect it, you should see that the part that was facing the Earth should have compressed, and the part that was, at the upper end should have expanded, or should have just remained the same. And if it's a flat Earth with just a downward bias for whatever reason, then those those two poles should stay parallel. Does anyone get what I mean?
Yeah, I just don't think that'll work. I get what you're saying. Don't think it'll happen.
Because if it could be worked out, like if anyone knows anything about engineering, how you could engineer this device, it would be a simple test because all you'd have to do is drop it and recover it. So they start off with two parallel bars inside the tube, and you'd have it weighted on one end so that it stays, you know, in its vertical position. And if it's dropped from a really high altitude, you'd think that the closer that it gets, and with free fall, the closer that it gets to the Earth, it'll compress at the bottom end first, because I think gravity, if it's a ball, should work like as a cone shape, going from high altitude down to a pinpoint. You know how you sit your motorbike forks into like a sleeve, that type of a thing. So it would have to be a bit of pressure, quite a bit of pressure, but it would the amount that it would move would be measurable enough. But rather than it just impacting the Earth, you'd have a parachute that opens up so that it's not gonna you know, put the experiment off. So you don't want it to have an impact where it's gonna jot it. Because it's, for me, it's fair to say the higher you go, obviously the air gets thinner and the pressure gets less and everything's expanded and separated. And if gravity is what they say it is, you think that should have some relationship with this mass attracting mass to the center of the Earth. And if it's not, then you know, you've got two parallel lines at the end of the experiment. Two parallel plumb.
Yeah, fucking. I think again it comes down to shit is on such a small scale of being able to measure what would happen if it was in fact a sphere that we can't actually physically measure it. It's only ever going to be calculated.
Well, that would be a tangent. That would be a physical measurement with a device that's falling at free fall at the speed that at maximum.
Yeah, but how big's the device though? Like what I'm trying to say is,
I'd say it would have to be pretty long. Like I'd say 10 foot long or more.
I think if you crunch the numbers, it'll have to be bigger. That's what I was trying to get at. But you never know. You might be onto something if you crunch the numbers, man.
If you had some sensors on it so that you could just let it smash into the ground, and all you have to do is analyze the data for the movement, and you could see if the bottom of the pole was compressing or not before it impacted.
Yeah, we'll go and talk to an engineer friend and see if they can come up with the materials and whatnot to try and sort that one out.
Yeah, because there's no other way to measure like two parallel lines plumb, or whether they're plumb or not, because we just can't get something that accurate unless it's optically, and optics isn't going to work either. So
Well, no, yeah. The thing is, plumb lines are parallel for all intensive purposes. For as far as we can see to the next plumb line, they are fucking parallel, and we could build a structure based on it and everything. It's just that when you get beyond those distances where you can't see the other plumb line anymore, that's where it's claimed that they start to go beyond parallel. And if you just follow this formula, you can see how much they're not going to be parallel based on this and that and whatever. But you can't actually ever see it. Even though if you've just got one in each fucking hand, apparently they're not parallel. Fuck.
well, I don't know what the ballers say that gravity looks. If you could paint gravity, if you could have a painting of the Earth as a ball, and you could paint gravity, like what shape would it be? I know that they say gravitational waves. That's what they think they found, but what does it actually look like? Is it like a force field, sort of an aura, or does it have some more attributes to it that if you could visualize it, what would it look like? I'm interested to know.
Well, I sort of visualize it like, I don't know, can you picture what a gravity well is? Like that
It's
whole
like,
trampoline thing where the weights are on the trampoline, and have you seen that?
yeah, I've seen that, but I'm trying to picture that around a ball.
Yeah, I'm getting there. So that's like a 2D version of it. So picture
Right.
like 360 degrees of trampolines all the way around. Infinite number of trampolines. So it's the same. That's the way I picture it anyway. It's that same sort of look as you see on the trampoline, but going right around the ball, in effect. Everything sort of dips towards the mass.
So they'd be cone shaped then. It would have to be. Like if they were rays, or you could imagine them being lines, like coming up from the center of the Earth, just like a pin cushion. Would they be getting wider as they go out?
Well, I suppose from the very center, like the iron core, that's where they'd come from, and then it would extend out. So the bit that comes out through the Earth, per se, that we experience, then if there is any angular change to them, depending on their depth or anything, then we obviously apparently experience it all straight down, don't we? So if that continues on up, then I suppose conical is a fairly sane thought, but I don't think it is. I think that they're not flat edges to the cone. I think they're curved. Yet we have, vertically non-parallel plums, not curving.
Maybe if Rumpus comes back, he can tell us all about it.
Yes, potentially. He'll give us the rundown of the story anyway, that's for sure. Wish we could verify some of that stuff.
Yeah, I heard weeks ago the scientists have found something else. They thought it was an iron core in the center of the Earth, but now they think it's something else, some other material, or there's something else inside that. Yeah, some other weird chemistry going on. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Oh, as long as science is always learning and they don't put anything
How
in
am I so
textbooks
out
and
of the
try and
loop
tell the kids certain
regarding
things.
these things? Like I'm studying in university, so I should be hooked into the scientific currents, but I have no idea. Like half the ideas that people are bringing up here, like I have no idea. I just find it funny.
You have no idea about half the ideas that people
So
bring
you
up
said
here.
that they are thinking that there's something else and not an iron core?
Yeah.
Cool.
It was a few weeks back. I'm not sure what it was, but it was something really exotic, and it's not what they thought. And I don't know how they even come up with these ideas.
I hope it's gold.
They have to keep pushing the boundaries and tweaking it like all the time, tweaking the numbers just so that their model works really, really like a Swiss watch, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, Rumpus keeps reporting back all the things we find and they just patch it.
Yeah.
Sorry if you took offense to that, Eggshells. My bad. I didn't mean it.
Is that Ruhif, the guy with all the dogs, is it? Some guy
I've got
that's
no idea, mate.
always feeding his dogs.
That might be Ruhif, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask him if he's a dog breeder because I've got a dog and I'm looking at getting another dog, a female dog, so I can give it a companion. That's the main idea because he's pretty lonely. So, but at the same time, I was thinking about getting a good dog, which I could also breed breed them and you know, make a little bit of money on the side. Why not?
Dog trafficking. You could do that.
Well, I had a friend years ago that actually got a visa to America, and his occupation, which relied on his, he was a dog breeder, and the reason why he was able to get his visa is because he had a specific type of dog that wasn't available currently at that time in America.
Right. Yeah.
So just that alone got him a green card. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Man's best friend. Get you anywhere.
But
Dogs are cool.
Because my dog's a GSP. It's a German short-haired pointer. It's a big dog with short hair. It's like a Weimaraner. It's like a it's a cartoon. And then but I thought I'd want to tame him down with whatever puppies I want. I want the puppies to be a little bit more mellow. So I was thinking of going with a smaller dog, like a cocker spaniel, with the one with those really super
No,
long,
you can't
fluffy
fucking
ears.
put that inside that and expect it to work.
And I was thinking, Yeah, because I want it to be good looking, but I don't want it to be too like energetic.
Yep.
But I was just thinking of the poor female that would have to, pump out all of those short-haired German pups.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
One of the dogs that we had these very, very long ears, really floppy. And it was so funny when he was a pup. I should probably get that picture and put it in the side chat sometime. He was so funny looking because the ears were so large compared to the rest of his body.
Was he a Cocker Spaniel?
No, I think he was sort of a half-breed. I forget which races he had in him.
I think the Spaniel is the one with the really long ears.
Yep.
Like super long, and it actually looks like they're going bald on the top, and they've got a hippie haircut. Yeah.
Yep. I'm quite bad at remembering dog species, even though we've had tons and tons when I was a kid. We had dogs, and then they would always give birth to more, and we had at least 2 sets of puppies when I was growing up.
What would you think? German short-haired pointer and what the fuck, a Samoyed mix? Would that be okay? You reckon? Because there's a Samoyed I'm looking at the moment, a single female. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Now people pay a lot of money for dogs. I've got a real estate agent friend who bought a French blue bulldog. It cost him $7,000 for a dog. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my sister once bought some. She was into Dobermans, and she bought at least once or twice a Doberman with good papers and stuff like that, and it cost her quite a lot. But it's sort of, at least that's my experience, it's sort of hit and miss, or then Dobermans are just, I never really liked Dobermans too much because they were sort of, there was something about their personality. They were way too fussy, and for example, a good example of what I mean is they would run around and bump into you without giving a bloody fuck. They would just, I'm gonna run straight into you full power. Who cares? and then the most extreme case of that was one time one of them ran into a barbed wire fence. They wouldn't even have the self-protection not to do that kind of stuff.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always seem to use Dobermans on superhero movies as the villain's dog.
Yep.
They'll bite you in the balls if they got the chance. I'm just gonna grab a beer.
Yeah. I guess I gotta continue my French homework.
Buongiorno. Listen to this, Bandsaw. Can you guess what this is? Oh, he's not here. Does anyone know what this is?
That, my friend, is a Zippo lid opening.
Yeah, I was gifted it from a friend yesterday. It's really good.
Oh, awesome. Have you learned Zippo tricks? They are awesome fun.
I only know the one where you light it backwards with the ring finger.
Oh, yeah. There's one of my favorites was 2 clicks. Like, I don't know if you can turn your camera on, but you hold the base of it with the, if you're right-handed, hold the base of it with the hinge pointing towards the left in your left hand. And then with
Left
your right
hand.
finger,
Oh,
yeah. So
my
you're holding the
left hand.
base of it in your left hand with the hinges towards your left, so pointing left. And then what you
Oh,
do is
and you snap your fingers, right?
yeah, you snap your fingers once up, once down. So you go snap up, and the lid opens, and then snap down, and then snap down is one that you practice a bit. So it strikes the thumb wheel and it lights, and it is so cool when you pull it out. And you just pull it out and go snap, snap, and it's flaming.
Yeah, I can do that one, and I can do this one where it's just my ring finger, and it sounds like this. Oh, you can't see it yet.
So finger goes up and comes back down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah,
Why would you know that though?
Like the clicking one isn't a good example of it. My favorite were ones that were like, look like very little effort. You know, they seem like actually this is quite an efficient way to open the Zippo.
Oh, some people are good with their fingers. My fingers don't have much flexibility anymore. Some of them, they can roll the whole Zippo across their fingers like a coin, and then light
There's
it.
one that I used to occasionally chuck my Zippo at people doing it because it was difficult. But you hold the lid between 2 fingers, almost like the lid's a cigarette. So your index finger and your middle finger, and then you flick your fingers back, holding onto the lid so the thing cracks open, and then you like twirl it in your fingers like a pen. So then your thumb, it sort of folds back into your hand. Your thumb's there to strike the thumb wheel.
Oh, I forgot. You're actually into doing magic tricks, eh?
I went as a kid. I was never really much beyond that.
Yeah. I have an old friend that's a magician. He does kids shows and he also does adult shows as well. And he does like safe swimming programs for schools. So he turns up to a school and it's just him. Sometimes he's got an assistant, but it's mainly him and his rabbit and his big suitcase full of stuff. And he can stand, I don't know how he does it, stand in front of a hall full of 7, 8, 10-year-old kids, like 300 kids all at one time. I don't know how he does it. And but he's got his routine done pretty well, and he's making money from what he enjoys, entertaining. He's really goofy looking. He actually went to Thailand to get his ears pulled back because they used to stick out like jumbo wings. Yeah. And that's probably why he got into it, because everyone said he was a clown in school, imagine. But he does adults parties as well, so it gets a little bit raunchy. But they make good money, these entertainers, one-man band. I could never stand up in front of a school of 300 kids all waiting for some entertainment. Fuck that. I'm looking for a picture of a dog I want to show you. What do you think about those dogs?
That's not a dog, man. Fucking, that's a gremlin. It's literally a gremlin. Don't get it
Selective
wet.
breeding is cruelty. Ain't no two ways about it.
You. Super quiet again.
Yeah, Bamboo Dick's under the impression, Rui, that you're a dog breeder. Is that
No, he
right?
said, I've got 4 dogs.
I'm
I
not
don't breed.
sure actually why he said that. I never got that vibe.
I will post a photo of a dog now. Hold on.
Yeah, there are some pretty ugly dogs out there.
You sure they've got a good personality? Oh,
Just
chasing parked cars.
just imagine that dog, last one that I sent. Imagine living in the house every day with that. Fucking hell. Is that one of your dogs, Ruhif?
Yes, it
Please
is.
say no.
What is it?
Brussels Griffin.
It is your dog.
That's a live shot, live action from his lap right now in his pajamas.
But it's look at the poor little thing. Look at his silly little nose. How does he breathe? Look at him sitting there just staring at you going, why did you bring me into existence? I could have been a wolf.
Oxygen, stat. Looks very cute, Ruhif. Don't feed at McDonald's.
Ruhif, how did you end up with so many dogs? Was it just a companion and then a companion for the other 2?
I'll show you all 4 dogs in a sec. Yes, a globe. Where's Harry? Dawn.
Hmm? Yeah, I'm done with my editing for today. Playing time. Playing a let loose. What's the difference between a joke and another man's dick? Being quiet about that. Oh, was she? If she'd already made it clear that it was a like immune disorder, and then he made a joke about it, maybe. What is it? By the way, gorgeous, what is it you don't like about this mic? Body noise or? Because I saw a guy selling a Rode on Marketplace for $25. Lovely. Okay. Thank you very much, gorgeous.
What you doing, Harry?
That's pretty much all I need. Battery. Minutes for some plate of food. 5 minutes. Lovely. What will we watch? Sure.
You say something, Riding? Maybe at a hot mic. You there, Don?
into time. Oh yes, my love, I do. You know what I'm gonna do? Drone, those fucking ER, they're just too predictable. What about if we make it solely based around a single character? What would make him more interesting? Oh, he never believes patience. Or if it's actually come from something. If it's actually something.
Who wants to see my doggies?
I see him, and I see what looks like your crotch.
Yeah. Sure. Let's go. This is Scarlet. And then that's Indy. Where?
Are you lying in their dog bed?
Yeah.
That's cool. You're just.
It's Daisy. Daisy down the end. And Piggy, probably I can't rely to get Piggy. Piggy's outside because she fucking, destroys the others if there's any food around. So, yeah. Woo, you're a good girl waiting for Daisy. Daisy's like, I don't know, 6, 7 pounds, 7 or 8 pounds, whatever. And Indy's much bigger, but she still waits for her to finish. Let's go.
What are these species of these?
Dogs. Canis familiaris.
Okay, how about breed?
All right. So Daisy down there is a Brussels Griffon. Indy is a Jack Russell cross pug. Scarlet. Scarlet's another Brussels Griffon. And Piggy outside is a pug cross Cavalier.
The one is waiting for the other one to finish?
Yeah, even though she's probably twice as big. So she could take Daisy. Daisy's like a little fucking loaf of bread.
But what is she actually waiting for? So she can eat?
Yeah, she'll sniff around and get the last few crumbs and, whatever. But if Piggy was in here, she would just sick on all three of them and attack. I'd have to keep her out.
How much have you told your kids that people out there know the Earth isn't a globe?
So I've got 4 kids. 2 of them are special needs. They've got absolutely no idea. Both the other 2 are aware that there are people out there that believe it.
Do they know that you spend a lot of time talking to these people?
Yeah. My daughter's very impressed that I make YouTube videos and have like 2,000 subs or something. Thinks I'm the king of YouTube.
Yeah, right next to PewDiePie.
Yes. Everyone's sick in the house, but no one has COVID.
Hello. Once we brought Flat Earth up, girlfriend's daughter said, "How do people think Earth's flat when it looks round?"
Say it again.
My girlfriend's daughter said, "How do people think Earth looks flat? No, is flat when it looks round."
Yeah. CGI.
I said, "Well, they think it's fake. The picture's fake, and just give me a funny look and say, like, that's silly."
That's what they're talking about when she said it looks round, meaning the picture the government gave them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, of course. Well, I thought you meant that they were saying the Earth looks like a globe when you're on it.
No, she means when it looks round, like seeing a photo of it.
From space.
Right, because they've been brainwashed to think that that's Earth.
Sure.
Or taught.
Indoctrinated, inculcated.
Learned, taught, shown.
There's a good definition I saw for indoctrinated the other day, and it was like being taught something like expressly uncritically. I thought that was a good definition.
Yeah. You want to hear my mate's best globe argument, Joe?
Yeah.
His best globe argument, my mate's globe argument is have you ever driven a car? Do you know about cars and how they drive and how they have to account for gravity to get the right friction to be so smooth, so you don't waste fuel? So basically, his argument is to say all engineering, or a lot of engineering, relies on knowing about nature. Part of that is knowing it's a globe. So if Earth was flat, cars wouldn't work properly. No, that's not it. If Earth was flat, no, Earth can't be flat because we've managed to understand cars. We've managed to make cars run smooth, so we must know it's a globe.
Well, you convinced me.
I tell him, well, flat earthers believe that all car engineers are wrong and deluded and actually work with density and buoyancy the whole time.
Where's Flat Earth headed, like in the next few years? Like, where do you think you're going to get without any sort of predictive model? You're just going to convince idiots, right?
Well, the truth is the truth. I would say the creator has the ultimate plan of the creator created the globe lie and also created the actual earth, what it is. So it certainly would have its plans for how this will be, the globe will be realized to be false.
Who are you going to convince with what method?
Well, I'm not really in a game of convincing anyone, so I guess that's not really on my game plan.
No.
Perhaps elucidate. I think we have people have the potential to elucidate truth in exchange, but I wouldn't really say convince.
Okay. Because we're telling you what would convince us, right? And it's basically what has convinced us that the Earth is a globe, is that there is a model that makes predictions that match reality. And I don't think I'm alone in that assessment.
It's that for me, but also I just trust astronomers more than flat earthers generally.
Oh, there's some, what's the word? Is it hubris? Yeah, to think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
I've got reasons not to believe flat earthers because they say funny things.
See, I never approached it that way. I never like in my mind was like, oh, am I going to trust quote unquote a flat earther or the mainstream? Like that never was a polarity. Like I went on a quest to discover what the earth was myself. And it was never a question of who to believe. It was what is the truth and then figuring that out.
But we went through this a couple of months ago with those C2 far observations. You believe bullshit then, right? You believe something that's just objectively wrong.
What do you think the likelihood of what you just said is being a projection?
That you're objectively wrong.
Yeah, but it would be a projection, so that would be that you're objectively wrong. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm saying what do you think the chances are that you're actually just projecting your own thing?
Zero. Yeah, zero. The geometry is very simple.
you asked where it's headed. I think in this lifetime, when I say in this lifetime, I mean those of us that are going to be living for another 20, 30, 40 years. Although I think things are going to happen before 20, but I'm claiming and I'm saying that I think in the future, in this lifetime, as it were, that the globe will be universally understood as being completely false by everybody, meaning there won't be any more globe believers because it will be completely disassembled, and those pushing it will be not in the same power position that they are now.
Right, but how? You just put like a big number of years on it, rather than saying how will it happen.
Well, I think the core of it is happening in about the next 5 to 15 years. It's going to take about 5 years more to kind of ramp up to where we're really cooking. But within that 5 to 15 is going to be the main shift of the paradigm. And the complete reorganization of our entire world and who's in control and everything else that led to this complete corruption in what was considered science.
Right. But there has to be like a critical mass of people that need to be convinced, right?
I don't think it's going to go that way. I don't think it's going to be a convincing thing. It's going to be that it will be physically, it'll be physically validated and verified, so that there won't be a need to convince. Sort of like you don't have to convince people. You don't have to convince people that water boils. You know, it just boils.
Right, but you said verified, right? But you think there will be some physical measurement that will be presented that will be undeniable?
Many of them, yes, several.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Personally, I think a physical measurement's impossible.
What?
Personally, I think a physical measurement of curvature is basically impossible.
Well, I know you don't mean to find the curvature, but you're saying to find the lack of?
Yeah, to expose curvature or not expose curvature. I think having a physical ruler or something is basically impossible.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that's where White's Word and those guys. That's why they reject optical, right? Because they know it shows curvature, and they have to go, "Oh, we need something else." And funnily enough, they reject the things that they were probably turned on to flat Earth in the beginning. Photos of shit, right? But now they reject photos. So why are they still flat earthers if what they used to become a flat earther is something they now reject? It was Nutella, just fucking eating Nutella.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak for whoever you're talking about.
White's Word, mainly.
Did he say that, or are you just saying that? I don't know.
He did. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
White's Word and a few other people, they have to measure curved water physically somehow, but they never describe what they mean by physically. So we have to assume they mean a tape measure, some long ruler or something. Sometimes they mean water level.
Usually it means constructing a very straight line physically, which you just can't do because you can't manufacture it in one piece and you can't put pieces together.
Well, there's spherical excess. There's water levels over long distances. There is something like you're saying, a physical kind of structure.
Yes, those are both great ways to expose or expose the lack of curvature. I agree.
Would you say they're not physical though, Rudolph?
Well, yeah, with water levels, you have to sight them optically to see that it curves.
With spherical access, you have to look through an optical device.
Yes.
Calculations based on the optics.
That's not the only way to do it. Nope, you can do spherical access physically. We've talked about many ways of doing it. Well, one way is to build a physical triangle. And my favorite idea is a series of concentric triangles, starting from a small size and then sort of like force the spherical excess. So you start with like a small triangle, 3 points create a plane, and you make sure that that's absolutely planar and straight and as solid of an equilateral triangle as you could possibly make. And then you're going to make a bigger one. You can create physical measurements coming off of those first 3 lines that make up the first triangle to make another one, and then another one, keep doing it. And the cool thing about that is that if there is curvature, you'll be able to detect it. Like, let's say you had 100 of these, meaning it's like in a large plot of land, but you've got one and then another. So there would be one triangle in which you would first detect some spherical excess, the next one a little bit more, the next one a little bit more, and a little bit more. You'd be able to actually see the rate of spherical excess, if that were to come into play. Of course, if it's not, you're just going to have planar triangles as far as you can go.
What are you making these out of?
Well, I'm not talking about one specific plan, but I think there's a lot of I am talking about one structure, but I'm saying I'm not talking about like one actual blueprint that involves XYZ material. I'm just more talking about the concept of it. But yeah, it's a good question. I think there's a lot of different options of materials, but
What I'm saying is you won't be able to get big enough unless you make it in separate pieces. Then you won't be able to make them all straight with each other. You'll end up doing the concave wood structure thing where you just change the heights of the stuff to confirm whatever you want to confirm.
well, not necessarily, because if you have a first triangle and you make another one off of that, you can square up all of those lines, And if you end up having 30 of them, you can run physical, literally tape measures type devices that can measure the precise distance between them. So let's say there's 100 feet between them or whatever it may be. You can measure that physically all the way along each of the 3 lines. So you could square it up pretty damn well.
With any sort of process that involves making sort of incremental jumps like that, same as the physical, joining 10-meter things of a straight section to make a straight section, will have measurement error in it.
Yeah.
Right. That's why you've got to make long observations.
Same with the water level.
Well, yeah.
It's just loads of water levels with whatever who God knows in between.
Anyway, I'm going to go upstairs and put one child to bed, so I'm going to go on the mute. Yes, Monkey, I'm coming.
You could also cross-validate it with, lasers, optical, water levels. There's a bunch of things you could do to cross-validate it as well. So, but I know what you guys are both saying. Yeah, there will be margin of errors and all that stuff. But it doesn't mean it can't be done. A real, 3 points create a plane. So a coplanar triangle is not going to be able to fit on a sphere at a certain size. So it's definitely one way to measure it, to measure if there was curvature or if it was a sphere.
I don't think you can confirm it's coplanar at the size you need. It won't be one thing by that point.
Yeah, you're going to have to verify it optically. Oops.
Well, I don't think the creator is planning for these guys to get away with this lie forever. This is just one phase of humanity, this like weird globe lie phase. So it's definitely going to end at some point. And physical measurements would be one way that will be definitive and tangible. But yeah, the points you guys brought up about that are good. Yeah, I think there's challenges to doing it for sure.
Yes, yeah, I might go dig at him. Breather. That would take 48 seconds. Okay. Just a minute in the retrograde direction.
Can't wait till they take away these stinky fucking nappies on their faces. My daughter every day complaining she's got a sore throat. Fucking dirty, disgusting nappy on your face. Of course you're going to get a sore throat. And one daughter says, "Daddy, Daddy, what was it like in the olden days when you didn't have to wear a mask on your face, Daddy? What was that like?" So Globus, how do you explain the you
The ether?
bastard?
How do I explain what? Sorry, go on.
How do you explain the ether?
I don't. I don't promote such a belief personally. Hot mic, Harry.
So when you put your arm out of the window driving 100 kilometers an hour, what do you feel on your hand?
Gas molecules.
Is it gas? Is it?
Yeah, Atmo. Yeah.
So if you were able to capture that gas into a jar and analyze it, is it nitrogen and oxygen?
Hang on, Harry. Hot mic, sir. Are you aware that you're speaking into your mic, Harry? Oh, okay.
I think he might have just had his volume down low.
So sorry, Carlos, what was your question?
Do you know how to make an omelette?
Yep.
What's your favorite style of omelette?
Normally, obviously, the main ingredient would be eggs. You can incorporate some thickened cream, some bacon, some shallots, a little bit of what do you call it? What's that? What's that thing that's always in like quesadillas and tacos?
Cilantro.
No, close enough. It is
Parsley?
not
A lot of
parsley.
people say coriander instead of cilantro.
Coriander, that's the one.
Yeah,
That's the
cilantro and coriander, same thing.
Thank you, RC Meisty. Yeah, coriander is always involved. Yeah, it's quite basic. Just those. You can always, mix up the protein however you like it. But I prefer bacon. Is that okay with you, Carlos?
Yeah, I'm just like trying to figure out where the thickened cream came from. So it's like never heard of that.
Oh, you should try it sometime. Don't add it whilst it's simmering. Just add it towards the end. I mean, it's all subjective. So RC Meisty's here. Wow. What a pleasure.
Okay.
I didn't really understand that. I think there's a lot of break.
I said, okay.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure. I'm glad to
Good seeing you, Globus.
continue. Is that what you said?
I said it's good seeing you too, Globus.
Oh, okay. Oh, you can see me? I'm scared. So I heard on the grapevine that you have your PPL. Is that correct, RC?
Yep.
So do you recall ever getting schooled in the Coriolis effect as a student pilot?
Yeah. In fact, it's on your Coriolis effect is on your PPL. It's on your commercial exam. It's on your instrument rating. It's on your ATP. You get your ATP, for example.
Okay, so exactly what did they teach you about the Coriolis effect?
If you go up to the ATP level, starting from there, talk about it's called Z correction in navigation, specifically Earth transport precession when it comes to gyros. You're tested on that, and at the PPL level, you're typically asked about weather systems and direction of rotation and its cause being the Coriolis effect in the northern versus southern hemisphere. It's also talked about direction of wind flow when it comes to high pressure or low pressure systems, and that direction of wind flow. It's pretty much the same as the circulation question because, flows out, flows in. The direction of that flow is going to be affected by the Coriolis.
Right. So they didn't teach you that the Coriolis effect was purely illusory.
It's not purely illusionary because it has real effects on wind paths, especially when it comes to high pressure and low pressure systems, and it also has real effects on Earth transport precession when it comes to gyroscopes.
All right. So I'm gonna post a definition here for you. I'm gonna see
I'm
if
not
you
interested.
agree.
I'm not interested in definitions. I know what
You're
its
not.
actual effects are.
So you're not interested in how the effect itself is defined, even though that's the very purpose of this conversation.
Does it say the word purely illusionary?
Well, it describes it in its essence, as posted in the live stream. I'm just wondering if you have the time to read through it and
I'm
see
driving.
whether or not you're driving. Okay, so I can read it out to you if you like and see if you agree or not. So, the Coriolis effect is an apparent effect, an illusion produced by a rotating frame of reference. This type of effect is also known as a fictitious or an inertial force. The Coriolis effect occurs when an object moving along a straight path is viewed from a non-fixed frame of reference. Would you agree with that?
I don't think that's a comprehensive definition of Coriolis. It also doesn't get to all the effects that Coriolis has on more complicated systems like a three-dimensional rotating object. It's a rather inadequate one. It's also, I would point out, doesn't say purely illusionary as you were trying to claim it does. But that was
Well,
good.
what you're trying to
There is
say
my
then?
example. There is my example of the guys on the ground standing there throwing a ball back and forth, and then there's a merry-go-round in between them, and the guy gets on the merry-go-round and starts spinning and sees the Coriolis effect. Purely illusory.
That would not be purely illusionary if you were on that merry-go-round and tried to walk in between that force in terms of the direction that the force
There is
would be
no
applied.
force. There's two.
And so,
There's.
Jeremy, why I don't know why you're.
Oh, I thought you were done. My bad.
So if you were on that merry-go-round being hit by that ball being thrown between those two guys, that would be a very different force applied to you than if you went across that merry-go-round not being on it and had that force applied to you. So in that sense, that force becomes a very different force being applied to you simply because of how you're traveling relative to that ball.
Hey, there's two guys standing still on the ground throwing a ball back and forth. They're standing still. They're not moving. They're just throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line. A guy gets on a roundabout, starts spinning in between them, sees the ball appear to deviate, not actually deviating. Nothing's happening, just an illusion.
I hear you. I see what you
In
didn't
fact,
listen to anything I
Bob
just
the
said,
Tank
Jeremy.
Guy actually called it illusion. He didn't even think that was the Coriolis effect.
Jeremy, I can see that you didn't listen to anything that I said.
Can I provide another definition, if I may, RC? Because it seems like you didn't. Not that you didn't comprehend the first one. You just seemed to dismiss it because it wasn't.
I didn't dismiss it.
Well, you said it wasn't adequate, even though it was quite concise.
I said it's inadequate for trying to comprehensively document all of the effects that a Coriolis force might exert on an object.
Well, within the definition, it did describe it as an inertial or a fictitious force. So that isn't a force that appears to act on a mass, but doesn't actually. But okay, fair enough.
That's also incorrect. But
I've got an. It's absolutely correct. But anyway,
all right. So when it says fictitious, do you see that or right there? What does that or tell you? Is that it's from an inertial frame of reference. So does that mean that it can present an actual force if that we are in a moving frame of reference or a non-moving frame of reference? Would it make a difference?
Yeah, well, I have an explanation for that because if you think that the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere affect the winds moving in two totally opposite directions because of some force, that force has to include some type of friction, and if that friction is there, which you obviously are claiming there's some friction, then what about the friction of the Earth and the wind? This relationship with the spin of the Earth at 460 meters per second at the equator.
I don't understand your question, Bamboo Dick.
Right, so I've got another definition here. I want to see if you think it's adequate or not. It's from Britannica.com. The effect
Hey,
of
Globus, I'll just stop you right there. I'm interested in actually looking at real examples of Coriolis. I'm not interested in debating definitions with you.
And I gave you a real example, and you think there's something going on other than an illusion, even though Bob, the science guy, literally said that's not that. He didn't even think that was Coriolis. He thought it was just an illusion.
And Jeremy, I just told you, I gave you an example of how you could look at the different forces being applied to it, depending on how you're traveling in reference to that rotating or non-rotating object. But if you're rotating, you're going to have a very different force acting on you when that ball hits.
There's no force.
Oh my gosh, Jeremy.
I know.
Yeah, I know you just spiral out of freaking control.
This force that you talk
I'm out of
Let me
control
know
right
when
now.
you guys
I
are
know.
done shitting all over yourselves.
I know. And you keep saying there's a force. In my example, there is no force. It's just two guys throwing a ball back and forth, and one guy spinning appears to see it deviate. There is no force.
But Jeremy, he's already saying that there's a force, and that force can only be friction.
In my example, there is no force.
There is no force.
Two guys throwing a ball back and forth, and a guy appears to see it deviate. There is no force.
So exactly. So there's an apparent force, a fictitious force, because the ball seems to be deviating. Something seems to be pushing it in a different path. Nothing. Let me finish. RC. Let me finish, please. Something appears to be pushing the ball in it.
Right now, am I going to actually get to respond to what Jeremy's saying, or are we just going to?
So you want to speak halfway through my statement?
I'd like to know if I'm going to get an opportunity to respond to Jeremy, or if just 8 people are going to.
Yes, you are, but I was halfway through a statement.
Respond to Globus. My shit doesn't need a response. I'm stating pure facts. There is no force going on in my example.
You're not listening to the response.
You're not listening to me.
I did, and in fact, I steelmanned what you were saying, and I said, and if I added on to what you were saying, here's how you would experience a different force versus another time. It's not just by looking at it, it's by interacting with the system. And then you just dismissed it, thinking that I didn't understand what you were saying, and then refused to
my
listen to my
example doesn't
response
need to be changed.
Jeremy. And so if you're going to have a conversation like an adult, then I'm going to tell you, here's how the idea of a force is introduced when it comes to talking about Coriolis. If you want to just shit all over yourself, then I'll just go on mute. Which one would you like?
The biggest issue here, RC,
That's fine,
is that
but my example doesn't. Hold on, Globus, 1 second. That's fine, but my example doesn't need to be changed. Just because you need there to be a force or something happening doesn't mean you get to change my example of the Coriolis effect where there is no force.
And Jeremy, I'm trying to show you, here is how you can look at forces interacting with systems, because that's where it actually matters. If you want to look at how illusions work when it comes to looking at a system, not interacting with one, but just looking at one, not actually looking at a three-dimensional rotating object, right, and how you or another object can interact with it, that's fine. But you're not talking about the Coriolis force at that point. You're just talking about an optical illusion that's happening with you.
No, we're
That's
talking.
fine.
This is
But Jeremy, if you want to try to ask yourself, hey, well, wait a minute, how does this work in real life? I'm sorry, man. We actually interact with objects in our rotating Earth. We don't just look at it with a thumb up our ass.
Yeah, no. You're wrong. That is the Coriolis effect, and Zanuck says the Coriolis effect and Coriolis force are interchangeable words. So, in effect, there is both of those things happening there. Just because you don't like my example, and it shows that there's no actual, and it shows that there's no actual force going on. I mean, that's tough titty. I don't know what to tell you.
Jeremy, it's not. I didn't have any
You
problem
can take
with
it
your
back
example.
over,
I'm
Globus.
trying
My
to
bad.
ask you if you want to actually understand how forces interacting with real objects, right? If you want to talk about the air, which actually has mass and we actually interact with, then we're no longer just observing the atmosphere or something in the atmosphere. We're observing something real interacting with the atmosphere. We're not just looking at it. So if you want to try to take your example and then say, oh, and that's analogous to real objects on real rotating reference frames that are three-dimensional in interacting with real other objects that have mass, well, then your example is inadequate. Sorry, bro.
My example is an adequate example of the Coriolis effect. Just because you don't like it because it's purely illusory and there's no forces going on, that's tough titty. Go ahead, Globus. My bad.
Jeremy, just
continue,
because
Globus, please.
all right.
If I may, the
Well,
issue
I'll let
lies.
you guys have a good rest of the day. I'm getting ready to walk into work.
Yeah.
It sounds like you guys don't actually want to interact.
We do. I do, and the fact that you don't want to discuss the definition.
Your freaking minds with definitions.
The fact. Well, the definition is the effect. Yeah. See you later. Of course. No one. It's so telling that he didn't want to discuss the definition because that's the fundamentals of the effect. No wonder he didn't want to agree or discuss the definition because it's fundamental to the argument. It's just so lame that he had to disconnect, man. What a bitch.
Globus, you wouldn't believe how long it took me to get him to even realize that example I just stated was the Coriolis effect.
It absolutely is, and I'm sorry that I called him a bitch. I don't really resort to that, but I mean the fact that he had to say his little part and then disconnect, it really annoys me because, especially when he was like, "Oh, I don't want to discuss definitions with you." Of course you don't, because you want your very own definition. You don't want to discuss the actual objective definition. You want your own subjective bullcrap on what you think it is. And that's why I was willing to provide him with another definition from another reference, but he just didn't want to hear it. God, that annoys me. Jesus.
I kind of stole it from you there. My bad.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good.
RC's a little touchy-feely. He's quick to take off if anyone interrupts. You know, look, he said I was spiraling at one point because I interrupted him once.
No, it's all good. I think you were on point anyway. The fact that you were telling him that it's that there is no force, even though he was adamant that there is. It's a fictitious.
In my example, Coriolis effect. That is the Coriolis effect. It is purely illusory. There's no actual forces. The reason they call it a pseudo force is just because it looks like there's a force happening. It's literally all illusionary.
That's what I mean, and that's what I was trying to tell him.
It's called a pseudo or a fictitious force because it's not an actual force. It just looks like a force is happening. It's all what it looks like.
It appears to be acting on the mass, but it is not. It appears to be. It appears as though something is acting on it, causing it to deviate from its path. But in reality, the thing is traveling in a straight line. It's so simple. But they need it to be, actual deviations so they can shoehorn in there. Oh, when you shoot something from north to south, it deviates because blah, blah, blah. That's got nothing to do with the Coriolis effect. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But yeah. Anyway.
And as soon as you get the wind patterns, like what's that wind pattern map that they removed from that website? That's very telling. It's like they think that it's two cogs against each other. The only way that can be possible is if there was some friction. And now if there was friction, you'd expect all of the wind to be going in the same direction as the spin of the Earth, and that map that's missing. What's it called, Jeremy? That map that was taken away.
It was from the A null school.
Yeah, that's the one.
I
That's
think
the
it's
one.
null
It's like
school.
as soon as you look at that, the Coriolis design that he's like supporting his whole argument on, that the argument just disappears.
The problem is the example I have with the two guys throwing the ball back and forth. They're just throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line. And then some guy spins on a roundabout in between them. He sees the ball appear to deviate.
Yeah, I think that they're not ignorant. I think that he gets it. He knows that that's not what he's like. He's looking at it on a bigger scale, and he's comparing the equator and the spin of the Earth and the way that the wind moves north and south hemisphere, and that's his only evidence.
The other reason I asked him, because I know he's got his PPL, as do I. That's why I asked him that. I didn't get the chance to actually press him on that because as a student pilot, I was never ever taught about a Coriolis effect and how it would affect my aircraft or navigating. Not once was that taught to me either by my instructor or in a theory test. Not once was that ever brought up, because it's not something that needs to be mentioned because it's not pertinent when it comes to flying. Because
yeah, well, I've got a friend that's got a microlight. Have you heard of one of those?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like the test that he had to do is even more basic than getting a car license. Like you don't even have to learn pretty much anything. You just get up and you go.
With a microlight, you're not really taking off from airports, so there isn't a lot that besides a few basics. You don't really have to go through anything that's too
but you're put into the same playing field. You're still on the roads of the sky. You should be taught some of these basics, and you're never taught any of that.
Yeah.
But usually you don't go beyond a certain altitude, so there are different rules for different airspace. But anyway, look, it's just a shame that I couldn't press him more on that. But I mean, perhaps he was taught about the Coriolis effect. For his flight school may have taught him about it, but I doubt that because it's not something that that really affects flying at all. But anyway, I've got to go, guys. But it was a pleasure. I'll catch you guys later.
Chill out.
Later, Golden. Yeah, that example I have absolutely fucking destroys the notion that there's any actual force or anything actually happening.
Yeah,
it's purely an illusion. In fact, Bob, the science guy, said that's not Coriolis. Even though he was wrong, he said that's not Coriolis. That's just an illusion because nothing happens.
What's your example? Have I heard it, or is this a new one?
No, it's
we
the guy
talked about
two
it.
guys on the. Hold on.
We talked about it for 3 weeks in a row last month.
I'm sorry. I thought he had a new one. I was getting excited. Terribly sorry. Calm your farm.
It's the two guys on the ground throwing a ball. There are two guys standing still on the ground throwing a ball. The guy's got a merry-go-round in between them. The one it took me weeks to. The one it took me weeks to get them to even agree to that it was Coriolis effect. Bob, the science guy, said no, that's not Coriolis. That's just an illusion. Remember when he said that? Because it's just a fucking illusion. Nothing going on, just an illusion. But it is the Coriolis effect.
When did Bob say that it's an illusion?
He was arguing with me that it wasn't the Coriolis effect. He said that's not the Coriolis effect. That's just an illusion. Nothing. It is just an illusion. There's nothing going on. Nothing's happening. Some guy's seeing a ball appear to deviate. That's actually going straight back and forth.
So does anybody know this Coriolis dude and how he came across his findings?
He got a Nobel Peace Prize or something, the fellow.
It's like an apple falls on your head, therefore gravity. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a classic. So boys, I'm going to give you 3 tennis balls. All right? One's made out of foam. One's just a normal tennis ball, and one's made out of lead. Right? And I climb up a ladder. Right? And I hold these balls. And then I let them go. What's going to happen to them? I'm curious. What's going to happen to all these balls if I let them go?
Is your ladder in a vacuum?
No, it's just here.
And then the heaviest one's going to hit the ground first, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but what's going to happen to the rest of them?
They're going to lag behind.
Yeah, but what's going to happen to them?
Probably the foam one might. The foam ball might deviate from its course.
Or possibly, if there's a bit of a breeze, maybe. Yes, I'll grant you that. But they're all going to hit the ground, aren't they? Every single one of them. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you? Because they've all got matter. Yep. Can I get some consensus on that?
Yeah, it's stuff you can measure. Yep.
Okay, so they've got matter. So that they all fall to the ground. Okay then. Except when we're talking about, because apparently, right, this gravity thing pulls them all to the ground. Pulls them all to the ground, bang, and they all land on the ground, and they don't move from the ground. They never deviate from the ground at all, except this thing called gas, which also has matter, but it never seems to lay on the ground. Like it's always above the ground. It's always moving around. Like it's not constantly attracted. It's like it's just doing whatever it wants to do, isn't it? Right? Going up, going sideways, going all over the place. But it's not all just on the ground, is it? Which if it has matter, right, all of it should be falling to the ground all the time and be stuck to the ground.
Oh no, but it's lighter than air. Oh, hang on, but air is gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gas has matter, right? Has matter. If it didn't have matter, you wouldn't be able to weigh it in a container. Right? It'd weigh nothing if it didn't have any matter. So it all has matter, doesn't it? Okay. And the only way we have gravity is because of matter. So this stuff is just floating around, doing whatever it wants to do, dancing here, dancing there, right? Doing the tango, doing the jazz, doing whatever, the quick step, doing whatever it's doing, right? But this gravity,
You think you'd be able to light the ground on fire?
you should be able to do something with it. It shouldn't be always going up, apparently. Apparently like it does. It should all be on the ground. Because everything, right, is affected by gravity and gets pulled to the ground. Doesn't it? Except this gas. Because as soon as it is released from the ground or from whatever it's released from trees, from animals or whatever, what's the first thing it does? It starts to go up.
Which gas are we talking about?
Any of them, Laurie, any of them.
If we're talking about any of them, then not any of them actually go upwards on release.
None of them go upward?
No, not every single one of them.
Okay. So which ones don't go up? Which ones go down?
I forget, but there's like borium or some something starting with B that doesn't go up.
You're talking about the yellow one?
I freaking don't know about the color.
I think it's yellow or orange or whatever the one you're
What's the one with B? Does it just go down to the ground and then sit there, and then you can like sweep it up with a dustpan?
Yeah, obviously. Sweep it up on your merry way. What Jeremy's
I think
doing.
it kind of goes down and spreads out.
Down and
If it
spreads
can
out.
spread out.
Yeah, but if it only goes down though, and if it only goes down, you must be able to like sweep it up at some point.
What do you mean sweep it up?
If it only goes down and doesn't go back up, then you must be able to sweep up the molecules at some point when it's done falling.
Yeah, what gives it the secret property to be able to levitate just over the surface and not be stuck to the surface like anything else that has matter, because it kind of levitates just above the surface and is able to move and dance and wiggle around all over the place without actually settling on the ground. But apparently it's supposed to be attracted by gravity, because not only does the Earth have gravity, the gas has gravity as well, because it's matter. So you've got these two attractive forces, but they're not really attracting at all, right? One might be attracting, but the other one is doing whatever it wants to do. It really ain't really doing anything at all, to be honest with you. So it's not really attracting anything there. What's going on there?
I think it's sort of bumping into the ground. So it's not actually quite accurate to say that it just levitates without touching the ground. Like at any given moment, some molecules in the gas will be touching the ground.
Well, if I get we'll call it borium because I don't know what it's called, but I think it's the orange
Yeah.
one we're talking about. We'll call it borium for the sake of the conversation. So if I get a glass of borium, right, I fill up my schooner, right, with a glass of borium, and then I just pour it over the table or pour it over the ground, right? It will start to dissipate, right, and form like a bit of a carpet, probably, right? Now, if I had a perfectly still room, it might kind of just stay there, but you're going to get little bits of borium that are going to be on the bottom and other bits that are going to be on the top. Like, why aren't the top ones on the bottom where the bottom ones are? Why are there any top ones at all? In actual fact, it should be one consistent, one layer of borium gases that's like a piece of paper. Yeah. That's what it should be like, but it ain't like that, is it, Laurie? No, it's kind of doing whatever it wants to do, but it should be like a nice sheet of paper instead of like a little cloud.
I think there might be an easy answer to this.
I'll let you ponder that for a little bit and come back with the easy answer.
I actually kind of have the answer. I'm just, holding on to it.
Okay then. Well, I'm riveted. I'm waiting. Right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone says that when gravity works on objects, that's the only force in town. And this is one of the examples where, what happens can quite easily be explained by other forces present. So the gas is kind of bumping into itself, and some gas molecules get momentum to move upwards. That's why they're at the top.
Really?
Yep.
It gets where's it getting the momentum from? So like if I'm a bit of borium, right, and I'm in the ground, just say I'm underneath a leaf or something, just hiding there, right, camouflaged leaf, right, and then I decide to stick my head out from underneath a leaf. Like, what's making me go up? Like, gravity's already got me. I'm already on the ground. I'm already there. I'm already stuck to it, right? Now, there's no rhyme nor reason why I should go anywhere else other than down. So where's the uppity coming from?
So let's say I take a gauss cannon and then I shoot at your arm. You know what a gauss cannon is, right?
A gauss cannon?
It's like a massive gun. It like kicks like hell and it has a bunch of power.
Oh, like a potato gun?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, cool.
So if I shoot at your arm with it, what happens to your arm?
You're going to get a smack in the head if you shoot me in the arm, probably.
Look, the only explanation is the wind, my friend.
In the case of the ghost cannon, your arm would be swung about, right? And it might even go upwards.
Maybe.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
that gas molecule underneath the leaf, what's making it go up?
Tons of galactic ghost cannons.
Well, it's already attached to the ground. Gravity's already got hold of it. Right? Why am I moving now?
It might be a bunch of ghost cannons, like it might be another gas particle hitting it, it might be a photon hitting it, it might be a bunch of different things. Also, gas, most of the time it has temperature, and when gas has temperature, it's always moving like there. It doesn't actually stop at the ground, but it kind of bounces around all the time.
Isn't it as soon as, I'd say my theory is as soon as anything leaves the ground, it's going to be affected by the Coriolis effect.
In any fluid on Earth, there is a buoyant force. It's not a zero-sum force. There's definitely some buoyant force.
Where's it get this repulsion from?
Electric universe.
Why don't we
If
just
you want to play those games, great. But there's always some buoyant force in all fluids all over the Earth.
Why don't we just have a big layer of boreum all over the surface of the Earth? Seeing as we think it's boreum doofus. It could be the wrong gas, but it's that orange one. You know the one we're talking about.
Well, I would say with the rotation of the Earth and this Coriolis bullshit is that they're invoking friction straight away. As soon as they're talking about that, and then I would say friction, then I would say, why isn't everything spinning in the same way faster than the rotation of the ground?
It should be slower, shouldn't it?
No, you'd think it would be faster because it's like your hand throwing a tennis ball is moving at a certain speed, but then the tennis ball has to leave your hand. And that's the same as any particle that's leaving the Earth. It's going to go faster.
But then as it goes higher, it loses tangential speed, so it's going to be lagging behind. There's going to be drag, so it's always going to be lagging behind.
There you go. So that's exactly, you just said it, drag, friction, Coriolis. Where's this evidence of friction?
I don't know.
That's what they're trying to tell. That's what they're trying to tell you. They're trying to tell you that there's friction going on, and that's why we have north and south hemisphere different rotational winds. Can only be friction.
Yeah, that's a load of codswallop. The expert, he's bowed out. I thought he came in to teach us something, but he's
Well, they have two standards. One is the merry-go-round explanation, and obviously that's just a visual illusion. But what they're trying to say is on a bigger scale, it's actually a force, and they're invoking friction straight away. There's no evidence of it.
yeah, I'm not talking about the Coriolis per se. I'm talking about this thing that they call gravity, right, which is supposed to be pulling everything down, right? And it ain't really pulling it down, is it? If it's dancing all over the place.
Not
No,
gas. Definitely not gas.
It's like the opposite. I don't know what percentage told me one time what the word was. It's the opposite. It's like if you have a force going from the Earth in an upward direction, then everything is coming down because of that upwards force.
Like they reckon they know
spacity.
what matter is
Spacity.
made out, right? They reckon they know what matter is made out of, right? Quadrillions and quadrillions of tiny little atoms, and they reckon they know what an atom is. And what's in an atom? We've got what is it? We've got an electron, a proton, and a nucleus. Is that the makeup of an atom? Am I right there?
And they've never seen one. They've
Yeah,
never shown it.
yeah. But this is the theory, yeah? Yeah, we've got a electron, a proton, and a nucleus. Yeah, that's the makeup of an atom. Should Google it. Jeremy, come on, you're a wealth of knowledge. Are we on the right path?
An electron, a proton, and a neutron walk into a bar.
Yeah, on a bicycle. Exactly right. Now, right, in amongst those, where's the gravity?
You get down to the subatomic level, there is no gravity.
Where's well, the gravity has to come from somewhere. Like what came first, the chicken or the egg, the matter or the gravity? Right? You can't have gravity without matter. Can you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So what's in the matter that gives it gravity? If it's only made up of bloody these three components. Come on, guys.
They got it. The problem is with weight. I mean, weight is the downward force. We measure it by putting on a scale. They say you can calculate it. Then now we're just in the realm of calculations and not actual measurements. So if you want to measure weight, you got to put something on a scale. Like I don't know of any other way to measure weight. There's no other way they have to measure weight. Like I said, you can calculate it and actually measure it and see what it actually is. You're going to need to put something on a scale.
Yeah, all it is it's just pressure. All you're doing is measuring pressure there, right? That has been compared to something else. So we're comparing ourselves to a lump of rock, right? Or whatever whatever they worked out that kilogram of whatever it is, water, or whatever the case may be. Right? It's only a comparison to something else, and it gives us numbers, right? That's all it is. So
It's all bollocks.
well, that's what weight is. It's just fucking numbers, and it's just pressure.
It's how hard something's going down. It's weight is how hard something's going down. Like I said, we can measure it with a scale. If you wanted to do something else with it, other than a scale, you're just calculating it. So doesn't really do any good. So the problem they have is with the W equals mg, their formula for weight. Right? I know you've heard my example of the balloon. You have a balloon on a scale. There's a downward force to it. I should be able to add more mass, go down harder. But we all know we can put a ton of helium in it. Go up. Now they're going to tell us, well, it only works in a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Their W equals mg formula doesn't work.
Well,
they have to add other shit to it.
That's when they come into the displacement theory, and they can put a boat in a swimming pool, and they can see how much water is displaced by your mass, by your volume. That's the experiment that they do to show. It's a fucking boat in a swimming pool.
What else was their problem with mass? Oh yeah, they put the gas. They'll tell you, well, gas has weight because we put it in a container. Weighs more. It's like, okay, but then if you let it out of the container, even in a vacuum, and you let it out of the container, now it's going up. Going up doesn't weigh anything because it's going up. You need a downward. You have to have a downward force. Something to have weight has to have a downward force.
So what happens if you flip that scale upside down, Jeremy, and put it on the roof of the vacuum? What's going to happen?
Now you're measuring an upward force. You might want to talk to
Ah.
percentage and figure out spacity.
Exactly.
I think much of these questions can be answered with the answer that I already gave earlier. There being other forces present.
What ones?
Well,
or the force you guys made up. The thing is, you got a fallacy of division going on with this mass thing. Fallacy of division. You think because some things that have mass have a certain property. You think they all have a certain property.
In the case of the gas, I think it would be the buoyant force. There are other cases. Let's say I have a tennis ball in my hand, and then I use the force in my hand to throw the ball upwards. You could say, well, yeah, gravity debunked, and I've heard that argument made like back in 2015, but other forces present.
Did you hear what I said about the fallacy of division that you got going on with mass?
What fallacy of division?
Because
Yep, go ahead.
Because one thing is because there's things that have mass, so that have mass have this property of mass attracting mass. That doesn't mean all the things that have mass or matter or whatever. Can't even define mass, but all the things that have matter might not have this property.
Sure. So, which types of form of mass don't have the property?
Did you hear me? Gas.
So gas doesn't have this property. Okay. You weren't actually coming through earlier. I just heard you say that once. Yeah, I think the example that you already referred to shows that gas actually has mass.
Yeah, which one?
The one where we put a gas container on a scale.
Yeah, and then you take it out of the scale and it goes up.
Yes, and like I explained, the current understanding is that it should go up. So
how much does something weigh when it's going up?
Whatever it weighs. How much does the baseball?
We weigh it?
Yeah. How would we weigh a baseball? Let's say I have a baseball and I throw it up. Does it suddenly stop weighing what a baseball weighs?
You wouldn't weigh it while it's going up, right?
Okay. If we do that, how much does it weigh?
I don't know, an ounce.
Okay. Interesting.
What's interesting? When the ball's sitting on a scale, it weighs an ounce?
I don't actually know because I don't use those units. We're in the better metric system here.
Well, the point is that you have a fallacy division going on with mass. All right, you can first of all you can't even pin mass down to even to a definition. What is it? What's mass?
Mass is what something weighs.
So mass is weight. You're telling me. That's a new one.
Mass is the property of something that gives it weight.
Which property?
The property of mass.
Sorry, can you just say it again? Maybe I misheard.
The property of mass.
No, but mass has to have a dimension as well. It can't just be without dimensions.
Not necessarily. Like a color is also a property. It might not have dimensions. And also, if someone asks me what is color, like what, Like color is color. There is no other way to define it. Like it's just color. Color is the property of color.
Why are you comparing color with mass? What's that got to do with mass?
I'm just, demonstrating how concepts work. Not all concepts necessarily have to have a dimension, and yet they might be defensible and real. What's the dimension of blue? Who the hell knows? Blue might still exist.
Have you been smoking?
No. I was just answering to your question, which to me was quite odd.
Guys
Yes, it's odd.
World
Yep.
full of conundrums. That's what you do.
Well, when they talk about a mass of a planet that's trillions of fucking light years away, that they're also comparing that mass with the size.
Sure. Typically, yeah.
You can't measure a color.
I think we actually could, because we can measure the wavelength of light, and therefore we can kind of quantify color. That's actually what digital displays are based on. Like we couldn't have that if we couldn't like quantify colors in some way.
We can measure color.